Alrighty, I've just got word that we are all ready to go. So, our next run is going to be Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky, Glitchless Mixed Turbo Co-op by ChampionBeef, CaptainVwv, and Schtolteheim. Take it away.
Hello, and welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2022. I am Schtolteheim, and I am joined on this wonderful Wednesday morning by a cadre of Falcom faithful. If you've introduced yourselves.
I'm ChampionBeef. You may know me from running on this channel before. I've done a lot of trails runs on this on this show.
Yes.
I am James Picard 007. I am a fellow Falcom faithful, and I'm just here to support these fine fellows.
Yeah, and I'm Dolph, and I ran this game once upon a time, so we're going to see how the routes changed since then.
And in addition to the party here in Salt Lake City, we have one remote runner joining us from the land down under.
Hello, Captain. Played this game one too many times.
Down under internet is unfortunately a bit rough, but we'll work through it. And today we are overjoyed to bring you one of our favorite games from one of our favorite developers. This is where Falcom's grand trails began, and today marks the series' debut on RPG Limit Break's main stage. So we're going to put on the best show we can here for you today. And with that, who's ready to get things rolling?
Let's go!
Okay. This is a co-op run, so I will be handling the first 2 of 5 chapters in this game. Beef will be taking the next 2, and then Captain will be taking the final chapter and additional post-game incentives if we meet them. Time will start when I select difficulty. We are doing normal because we are cowards.
Normal is plenty dangerous enough, don't worry.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, how long would you like to spend in the sewers?
No. Anyway, let's get this rolling. I couldn't choose my words there. 3, 2, 1, go. So a quick little breakdown on what all of the terminology in this very long-winded run name is. This is Glitchless Mixed Turbo Co-op. Glitchless means we don't use stuff like turbo skips or whatever else they might find. Turbo is a feature implemented in the PC release of the game by our Lord and Saviors Exceed Games, which allows you to speed up pretty much everything, including cutscenes, battles, field movement, etc. It doesn't quite work on everything. For example, it doesn't work on this cutscene right here, which is musically gated, which means it doesn't stop playing until this wave file here ends. But you do get to see Joshua absolutely shredding this harmonica.
The mixed aspect to the turbo category means that we are going to be using it for cutscenes and battles only, rather than field movement. We'll show off as soon as we gain control here why exactly we don't use it for field movement.
Yeah. I know that some of you in the chat might be asking, Stol, you dumb donkey, why not just use turbo everywhere? Because more turbo equals more faster, right? Well, first of all, thank you for the comment, Dolwolf.
I was going to say, like, am I the chat here?
Yes, I'm calling you and exactly you out. And second, I might actually be I might be more inclined to if I could actually control this. This is what 6 times turbo looks like when you're trying to walk around. Obviously, this isn't really ideal, and it's also making my eyes hurt, so we're not doing that.
Yeah. It's not great for speedruns on channels either, because it's just very hard to keep track of the character movement and what's going on.
Oh yeah, and you clip into everything.
Yeah, it makes this very much difficult for this run to even be called glitchless when you do it that way.
Yeah, because you kind of just run into glitches on your own. It does, however, work perfectly for cutscenes. I shouldn't say perfectly, it doesn't work perfectly.
Yeah, there's a number of glitches we're going to have to specifically avoid triggering throughout this run. Or
like
else
this
we'll
one in
soft
30
lock.
seconds.
So do we want to introduce our twin-tailed friend and
Which I hit all the time.
So do we want to introduce our player characters here?
Why, sure. Someone else can do that, I'm busy.
So there's the girl's name is Estelle, which is also my cat's name because I named it after her. She is described as sunshine. She is headstrong, bright, cheerful, courageous, just a very well-written protagonist overall. The boy is Joshua. He's kind of a pseudo edgelord. Not too much in this game, but he definitely gets there. But he's kind of the cool, calm, collected type. What we see Schtolteheim doing here is the introduction to the court system in this game. Much like other RPGs, this game does have an equipment system for armor, boots, and accessories, but it's also got a slot type system with things called orbments and quartz, which are akin to materia slots. If you've played FF7, they're akin to sockets in armor from MMOs like WoW and FF14, I think. Basically, you put in quartz and you gain magic and stat bonuses based off what type of quartz you have equipped. This is the intro to the game, the prologue, where the game teaches you how to use magic, it teaches you how to basic attack, it teaches you about the crafts in the game, which require that green meter of CP or craft points. Crafts are basically stronger physical attacks. And the next fight is the tutorial on...
But first, we have chest quotes. These were introduced in the localization of the game by Exceed Games because every single chest has a unique text box that says the chest is empty. So in the scenario, you just have 400 copies of the chest is empty. Not in here, though. The chest is empty because of you. Nice work, hero.
So the next fight is going to introduce the S-Break mechanic, which is basically the ultimate powerhouse of this series. It allows you to spend anywhere from 100 to 200 CP to instantly get a turn and do a walloping ton of damage to an enemy.
It's worth noting that it also interrupts pretty much the turn system you see on the top left there.
Well, I was going to show that off later, but sometimes if you skip an S-break the wrong way, it just doesn't work. I've never seen that happen without using turbo, though.
Yeah, that was a weird scenario there. It looked like you did everything right to me. I'm not sure why that failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, as part of the cutscene, actually does the damage. So if you skip the wrong part of the cutscene in the wrong way, it just will not deal damage, which is strange, but welcome. It's a fun...
Everyone keeps missing today.
Yeah, this fight right here is all... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Captain.
It's worth mentioning that only has to Josh if Josh was at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's mainly just breaking with him at the wrong time. We have another chest quote to read here. By looking inside the chest again, you flunk. Just kidding. This is an exam to earn us a certification for a sort of hybrid mercenary / guardian force in this realm called bracers. And by completing this test, we get our bracer emblems, our junior bracer certification, and the story proper begins. This is what we've been working toward as characters for most of their childhood, really.
Yeah, now we are professional rescuers of cats from trees. That's basically what we are.
Yes.
Honestly, yes.
Except for our dad, who's just an all-around badass.
I mean...
And don't worry, like most JRPGs, eventually we do kill God.
Yes. We don't kill God in this game.
Not in this game. It takes
A few entries.
What you want to say? One more game? Because technically, wait. The name of the song's "Merciless Savior." Like, I think that's close enough. I don't think we have to wait till third chapter.
I don't even know if I count third... Like, I feel like I have to wait until... Whatever. Spoilers for games much further down the series. Let's not go there.
Let's not. What we're doing right now, of course, is now that we are official bracers, we have our first job, and that's rescuing a bunch of stupid kids who climbed up this really dangerous tower, even though they really should have known better. And it's here where we get our first actual overworld movement. You can see monsters there on the overworld. They can aggro toward you. They will occasionally mess up your day. I'm going to try to just maneuver around them whenever I can. Sometimes, of course, that isn't an option.
And something fun in this game is that you see we have both party characters on screen. They both have hitboxes for enemies. And if the character who's not in front hits an enemy, it will 100% be a back attack equivalent from a standard RPG. So the enemies will get the first move.
Unless you turn around at the last possible frame with Estelle, it only matters the front person's facing.
Yeah.
So if you turn around and they hit the back party member, you'll still get a normal fight.
Yeah, you can negate the back attack. So that is a clutch option if you if you make that judgment call that you can't avoid the enemy in time. We got some Kitty Hawks here. Joshua is going to try to build CP. That's craft points, which you use both for crafts and for S breaks, because S breaks are considered crafts. And Estelle is just going to be on healing duty. I'm going to heal because I don't like that crit.
Ooh. The nice dodge.
That is a good miss.
Holy moly. That was very dangerous.
Yeah, that was. So we need our craft points coming up for what we call the first palm grind. There are rare mobs in this game called Shining Palms that give a ton of quartz, which is what allows you to make, or a ton of sepith that allows you to make quartz, which is what unlocks your magic.
Yeah. They're analogous to your metal slimes.
Yes. And they're very difficult to kill, just like metal slimes, so the only way to really consistently do so is with your S-breaks.
Yeah.
This is where we call upon you, chat. We three here, maybe four, we all have, actually maybe five even, we all have a gentleman's agreement to donate $5 for every time we have to reset a palm, which could be upwards of 25 times if we get unlucky. We call on you to match that with at least $1 per palm fail. We're going to be keeping track for you guys. We've got Wolf on whiteboard duty for that.
Yep.
To explain, basically, Shining Palms, they have a high chance of escaping very quickly.
Yeah, so we need to nuke them from orbit. Do you still use Shadow Spear for any of them?
No.
Ah,
Not
very
ideally.
Nice. Yeah,
Like-
so Shadow Spear is an instant death attack. They are vulnerable to instant death, and we used to do that in the route for some of them.
Yeah, now we're able to kill them with a morale and 2 S breaks.
Yep.
Nice. That is really nice.
Yeah, we buy weapons for that reason.
Yeah. Getting back to the game aspect of the game. Where we're at right now is our dad and resident badass, Cassius Bright, is going away on duty to some unknown job in some unknown location. So he's going to be departing the following morning, and because we just became bracers, he has offloaded his work onto us like a good coworker.
That's Dad.
So we've got
It's
a couple.
fine. Cher's still here.
Yeah, Shara's still here. Shara's great. So we've got some forced side quests to do, and one optional one that we're going to do anyway.
So Cher was that girl with the pink hair, or
White
silver
hair.
hair there.
She's called the Silver Streak Beef.
Yeah, silver hair. I messed up. Not what? It's early. But she's basically the senior bracer of this guild branch, along with our dad Cassius, and she'll be a party member later for us.
Yep.
And she will carry us pretty hard.
Yep, indeed she will.
All right, so we're coming up to the first palm grind. I'd say it's about a 1 in 3, 1 in 4 for the palm to actually spawn, and then it could be anywhere from 5 to 15 tries before we actually get what we need in the fight.
I got 2 room resets and first try palm fight in practice earlier today, which means, of course, it's going to be an incredibly long grind now.
All right, so that's 1 palm fail. And what didn't
That's
spawn?
$5.
Yeah, the good news is all you have to do is just enter and exit this one screen, and you will get another roll at the respawn, but it'll spawn when it feels like it.
3. Okay, I'm looking for a sepith bonus. That is not a sepith bonus, so that's 4.
The reason we're killing this palm, in addition to the EXP, is to just
Yeah,
get
I
the
can do
7th
that.
bonus here. And we'll show exactly what that does here.
So the thing about sepith bonuses is that the amount of sepith you get depends on the amount of hits in the physical animation, which is why we use Estelle's S-Break here, because she hits enemies a lot.
Yeah, every single one of those hits in that animation count for giving us bonus sepith on this fight, which is really the real reason we are fighting these here. Like, the EXP is great, but we need that sepith.
Yeah, pretty much all the money in this game
And
involves
we have
sepith.
to not run away after that, otherwise we don't get the step. We have to can use the move function.
Ooh, hello there, Bug.
It is also worth
And we
noting.
use
oh, sorry.
function quite a lot in the run.
Yeah.
It is also worth noting that you can skip the S-break animations, but as mentioned, in that particular instance, you didn't want to.
Yeah. Sometimes Joshua's can just whiff.
Yeah, and we want to get all of the.
Yeah, after that
Sepith
first
from-
whiff, Stolt is now paranoid, so he's probably gonna watch most of the animations.
Yeah,
the rest of the run.
that's a that never happened before 4 minutes into the run. Usually,
Yeah,
that,
when I'm running 6x turbo, like I will just watch the S brakes and just accept that time loss. Most
well,
of
you see, the
time.
first problem is you run 6x turbo.
I have made my choices. I've made my deals with the devils.
You also run 0 where that's not an issue.
Yes, but
So this is our first job we've been assigned by Cassius. We have to clear this farm of pests, and that means beating them up with sticks.
So it's just like Harvest Moon.
Yes. Got
This
that.
game, it takes a lot of inspiration. The palm grinds, where you're just resetting over and over, it's like Pokemon speed running. This is like Harvest Moon.
A blend of genres.
So this fight sucks.
Nice feint.
I mean, one of them went to sleep in the first turn, so I'd call that a win.
Yeah, no, this
True.
is going fine.
I fainted both of them.
Yeah, so that's
43, I'll kill you.
Yeah, the magic we use there, Soul Bleed has what, a 10% chance to faint?
I believe it's
I believe
10%.
so.
The problem with this fight is that Estelle and Joshua just barely cannot two-shot the ads. So you kind of have to make judgment calls based on the turn bonuses you see on the side of the screen next to the things.
The turn bonuses on the side of the screen there with the turn order. Basically, the Sepith up gives you more Sepith based on the animation. We covered that one. Crit is a 50% damage increase. Strength up 50% is also effectively a crit. And then there's one final one, which is strength up.
Like that. Ooh, nice miss. This was a very long fight, but things kind of went wrong there, so there's not much you can do. The fight is very random.
You didn't die and you got a lot of CP, so it's,
Yeah, I got a lot
it's
of
a win in my
CP.
book. You could definitely do early palm with this.
I could, but
you're
I
not
don't.
comfortable with
Yeah,
it.
I
so.
could, but I don't want to. Beef and I do the prologue in a very slightly different order. It doesn't really amount to much of anything. It just amounts to having more or less CP in specific places. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run right into that enemy like an idiot. And then I'm going to head back to town.
Yeah, the nice thing is run is guaranteed in
Yeah,
this
we're
game.
building up so is S-craft on 3 different encounter. We've already done the first, and after the second mission, or technically not after, but you know.
Yeah.
We'll do the second one, and then after it is done, the third. And we just need to manage that as we're going through.
Oh, you don't do the light, the lamppost side quest anymore?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Oh, you just don't accept it yet. Okay.
Yeah, I do it after the mines.
Okay.
I just
Yeah,
accept that quest now because if you wait to do the mines... oh, right, I have to
I thought you
report
declined it, but maybe I missed. Maybe I.
I did decline it.
Yeah, you,
Okay,
you do
yeah.
decline it.
I just, after I do the mines, before finishing that mine quest, I go back and, oh, right, Mayor's house.
Okay.
Yeah, they do it that way for the way their CPO. You and I do, well, if we're used to Joshua doing the fight, they usually do it with Estelle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Cool. That'll be new.
Just very minor differences that, you know, they add some personality and quirk to the run.
DeWolf and I have some experience with the old Japanese route of this game that I'll be providing some lore on as we get to some of the rather interesting parts of it.
Yeah.
Because boy howdy was it a route.
So our second of 3 quests is the Queen's birthday is coming up. And since Rolent is sort of an agricultural / mining-based area... Oh, I need to pick this up. Not a thing remains in the chest, except a lonely dead spider.
F to spider.
F.
F.
Shoutouts to Spider, the true hero of this run.
Okay, there's a bug here. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There you are.
Yeah,
You
that
can't-
bug there is always
You can't
aggressive.
pull one over on me that easily. Not you, too. Of course, I'm probably going to run into the next one. Ooh.
Ooh, he was
That's-
facing good.
Nice save.
I never dodged the 4th one. They always get me with the 4th one. But yeah,
The
since
fourth
we're...
one is very aggressive.
Yeah, they're all very aggressive. Since Rolent is a agricultural / mining-based province, we're going to mine a very fancy diamond and give it to the queen for her birthday. That requires us going into the mine and actually getting it ourselves for some reason because the miners can't be bothered to deliver it.
I mean, there's monsters.
So something
There
to
aren't
note
monsters
about
yet.
the random encounters in this run is if you do get into an encounter, you're not guaranteed to go first, and you can take a hit.
Yep.
Taking a hit is generally pretty bad because at the early part of this run is very tight with how much mana you have per se.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily have a lot of ability to heal yourself because you don't have healing items either for the most part.
Yeah, and I've
we
had to burn a
alleviate that a
couple.
little later, but right now I'm pretty sure at this point you only have like 2 or 3 heals to spare for this entire section.
Yep. Fortunately, we get a couple more. Well, not a couple more. 11 more after this quest specifically.
Yeah, there's safety strats to buy some healing items, which we'll definitely be taking advantage of.
This is the first strat to use the positioning system since this is a grid-based tactical RPG. We have Joshua way up front ahead of Estelle to draw aggro from those monsters, and then Estelle uses Hellgate, which is an AoE time quartz attack.
I would heal Josh here.
Yeah, sure, marathon safety and
Yeah,
all
so
that.
if you played Final Fantasy Tactics, it's sort of similar in that like you put the spell on an enemy, and if that enemy moves, the spell is going to move with them. There's also other spells that you place on a place on the map, and you just sort of have all of them move into that place on the map instead.
A lot of this run is going to be using AoE spells on either the correct enemy, the enemy we think is going to be the correct enemy, or placing them in where we know the enemies are going to move because we know how the AI works for some of the fights.
Yep. That's going to be very important later.
Yeah, a lot of these fights would just straight up not be possible if we didn't know how to do the
What?
That miner is just, what are you doing, dude? Get out of the way.
Add that to the that's never happened before counter. Well, at least I have plenty of CP now. The name of the game in the prologue is getting CP for palm fights, because you have to do 2 in the prologue proper, and then another one at the very beginning of Chapter 1. So there's a lot of grinding to do, there's a lot of CP to get. Fortunately, I have over 100 on both characters already, which is very nice.
Yeah, this is
And
definitely
if
a case
you-
where... Go ahead.
If it's at how worth the strategy here actually without it. On turbo, it saves 4 me in this one section own just with hell.
Yeah, the turbo really sort of mitigates the gap that long animations had in no turbo runs because they weren't worth it because of long animations. It was wasting a bunch of time. But now that everything is sped up 6 times, it makes otherwise less viable. Oops, I accidentally turboed there. I will hold for 1 second. The whole mixed turbo thing is kind of just an honor system. We trust ourselves to moderate ourselves.
Yeah, it's also a runner's choice thing, honestly.
Yeah.
It was started by me, but
Whoops.
basically because I dislike turbo movement, and some people agree with it, some people don't.
Yeah, it's really only the 3 of us that have run
Yeah,
it so far. Oops.
Well, in terms of other Trails games as well, because it's a spread across all of them. Generally, like, I don't submit my lens to the leaderboards because they are mixed turbo, whereas everybody else is either using full turbo in some regard.
Yeah.
But, like, that's something I accept because I want to run the game the way that I have the most fun and I think makes the best experience.
That's something I personally really appreciate about Trails runs in general. It's that we have that flexibility where you can just run the game however you want to, instead of feeling compelled or forced to adhere to a specific rule set. If you don't like the rule set, just make your own. Anyway,
Yeah,
this is...
we definitely advocate for that in this community. What helps is there's not a lot of competition to begin with.
But there
So
could be more. If
there
anyone
could be more.
You might be onto something. Anyway, it's time for palm grind number 2. And I do this in this specific order so that I only have to make 1 trip out here to where the side quest we just
You're
accepted
going to do
is.
this palm first, right?
Yeah, I'm going to do palm first.
Okay.
And then I'm going to move Stell and Jash.
All right, so here we're going to get some more palm counts.
Indeed we are.
We again, okay,
Oh,
we got first try
never mind.
spawn. Did we get,
Nice.
okay, we
Nope.
didn't get that, so that's 1.
That's 5 so far, I
Yep.
think.
We're looking
6.
for another 7th upturn here.
7. I can work with that.
Yeah, you're fine.
So for this one, we actually need to use morale because we've leveled up.
Yep.
I think twice.
We're strong
this
enough that
time,
we
so-
we're strong enough that we don't
Yeah.
need the strength bonus. Anyway, I'm going to move Estelle up here. So how many was that total? 7?
We are at 6 total.
6. Wow.
We're
This
not,
is.
I mean, we're not counting this as successes, right? Or are we?
No, we're not counting successes.
Yeah, so we're at 6. Because we only had to run away twice.
Yeah. Little Miniboss fight here. Hellgate clears out most of them. Soulblur kills the last one. If you were astute, you might have seen the twin Estelle on the bottom right corner of the screen when that cutscene was playing. That's just that's a side effect of the 16:9 conversion in the PC version since it initially released 4:3.
Yeah, there's something similar to that in East Origin, a couple of the cutscenes.
East Origin also had Fat Doll.
Yeah, there's a lot of engine quirks to these games.
Yeast is forever more broken than Sky or Trails is, though.
Yeah, but a lot of it is just that, like, when you're doing a game, if you have someone who you want to have loaded but not visible on screen, you just sort of put them off screen. And then when you change the resolution in a re-release, like, suddenly they're on screen, and sometimes you don't notice when you're doing that change.
I mean, I know when you go out of bounds in CS3, I know where you can find Reen's inner cockpit of Valimar. So, yeah, I've seen that.
These games have a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah, in later games, specifically Cold Steel 2 and 3, you can go out of bounds at any wall at any point in the game, and it's kind of really fun.
Yeah, you can go out of bounds here using turbo because you clip through stairs like nobody's business, but it's not quite as practical.
Speaking of the other games, though, a common question for this series is where do you start? Because there are now, 9 localized games and 3 more coming. The answer to that question is you either start with Sky First Chapter, which is this game, or you start with Cold Steel 1.
Yep.
By the time you get to Cold Steel 3, it is strongly encouraged you've played the rest of the series, but not strictly required. But by the time you get to CS4, you definitely need the entire series under your belt.
Yeah, CS4 is when they start really bringing Sky back into the fold, and that's one of the big things with this series. Everything is very, very interconnected.
Yeah,
Pause.
this series. You know what? I'm not gonna go there.
I just can't believe you forgot about Nayuta and earshot of Schtolteheim.
I can't believe you forgot about Cage Song of the Ocean.
We don't know
We're
for
not
sure.
talking
It's
about
only a
Gagard.
strong possibility that Nayuta is
I
canon.
believe it's canon, and you will never convince me otherwise.
No, I'm almost in that boat after CS4.
Dude,
Almost.
dude, Nayuta is absolutely canon. It has Zemurian ore.
All right, fair.
Cage Song of the Ocean, in Gagarv's defense, Gagarv is self-contained. Like
So
they made 3 games and then they decided, you know what? I think we've told the story. We can do more things now.
I mean, realistically, Trails is only Legend of Heroes 6 through 9. So,
Technically.
Technically, yes. Yes, this Trails is a sub-series of the longer-running Legend of Heroes series, which actually dates back to the 1980s.
which in turn is a sub-series of the Dragon Slayer series.
Which dates back to 1984.
No, it dates back to 1983.
So now which games should we start with?
Oh, God.
East Origin.
Start with Legend of Heroes 1. It has the best voice acting.
Oh god, I love the
You're
voice
right.
acting.
Do you have a dub patch for it, Stolt?
Not yet.
With your own voice?
Oh my.
Okay, I gotta remember the way through here. This dungeon is surprisingly tricky to navigate. There's always an enemy there. You always run into it. You can't avoid it.
Yeah, there's a few enemies in these runs, especially in these narrow tower sections that are just more or less impossible to avoid.
Just a frame late. Oh.
Bye,
Ooh,
Estelle.
Bye.
That's no. You should need to reload for that. I don't think you need a reviving bomb either.
No,
Honestly.
you should be fine.
Yeah, you should
Yeah.
keep going.
Wait, no. That's next floor.
Yep.
I got confuzzled. This is what I want. I want the knitted shoes and the chest quote. You already took everything it had to offer. What more do you want?
They really went all out with the chest quotes in this game. They're so good.
They were so popular, they brought them back for games that didn't have the same unique empty chest ID issue. So they had to mod it into second chapter, third, and now Zero and Azure.
There's some glorious ones in second, too.
Oh, absolutely. Our next assignment for the day is these two are journalists who are getting photographs of the 4 towers sprinkled throughout this country of the Burl for some paper they're working on. I don't know. I don't remember the plot.
There's plot?
I think.
9 games of
important.
it.
Also, you can kind of see the stretch here.
Yeah.
The background just fades into black there.
You can see the game actively resisting the modernity of 16 by 9. So this is a talk to everybody scene. We've got to just maneuver our way around the tower here. Hope that Dorothy... Cool, she's right there.
Yeah, around this time, Falcon really loved making you talk to everyone, everywhere, just to do plot triggers. This is a nice one. There's only like 3
I like
people to
how
talk to.
Your only party member there was Estelle, and she was dead.
She was dead.
It's technically a game over, but the game is just like, you can have this one.
Who cares? But yeah. And then later games guilt trip you into talking to everyone anyway.
Well, I mean, you got to know about the subplots.
I know, right? You gotta get all 700 character notes. That's neither here nor there, though. What is here and right now is we have a problem. The mayor's house, where he had just stashed the present we'd gotten for the queen, has been robbed.
But by who?
Good question.
Let's
So now it's our
investigate.
job to investigate. So we've got to go around the whole house looking for clues. We find a little etch on the railing there to suggest somebody rappelled to the second floor. We have this safe here
Music
where...
reset.
Yep. Where Joshua finds that there was powder on the safe keypad, which suggests that this was premeditated and done by someone who had previously visited the mayor's house. We get eyewitness accounts who say that there were multiple people involved in the robbery, maybe even including a girl at some point, perhaps like the blue-haired girl we saw when we delivered it. So with all this newfound evidence, we are going to answer all of these questions wrong, because being stupid is fast in this game.
It sure is, and it's really great, especially in SC. There's a whole cutscene where, like, Estelle is now this accomplished racer, and she trumps her status, and then in the speedrun, she has, like, the lowest status possible, and everybody around her is like, is that really even impressive?
Like, D rank bracer? Get good.
It is a really satisfying scene as a player, though, when you get there and you're like S rank because you've done everything.
Yeah, it's
which-
just like, I'm an S rank bracer. Speedrun, I'm D rank, I guess.
Yeah. You're an S rank bracer, which only 4 people in this universe are, canonically. I need to equip the knitted shoes on Estelle, and then I need to give her blind HP 1. You get blind P cut 1, and you swap evade 1 for MP 2, and then get evade 1 on that. Did I do that right?
I think so.
Cool.
We'll find out.
Josh has Hellgate, and Estelle has Anticept, and that's what matters most for this upcoming
the
fight.
Shara menu seems off to me for some reason.
It
but-
does too, because like you're replacing wind with another wind, and then
Yeah, but that gives you aerial alone. You don't need the evade, but I know you replace it with something eventually, so...
yeah, you replace it with Death Blow at the end of Chapter 1.
Right.
Well, that's neither here nor there.
We'll get there.
Yeah. We have a mini-boss fight coming up where the main goal is just to gain CP because we have to do yet another palm grind at the very start of the next chapter.
Yeah, this is where Estelle dying and losing 40 CP is probably going to come back to bite us. We're likely going to have to take some extra encounters after the boss fight
Yeah.
with the thief to get her CP.
I don't like that crit. I'm going to heal... Why'd I heal Josh? I should have healed Shara. Who cares?
It can't kill Shara anyway. She's got so much health.
So that was a decent fight. We got a good amount of CP on just about everybody. I am going to heal Estelle. We got the recipe for that item we just ate. We get to use ingredients that we've earned or bought and make them and use them to make food items. That's going to become very relevant in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, there's some really silly things we do with food making in this run.
seasoned veterans of the game will know exactly what we're talking about.
It's also a series staple, honestly. You can do it in a multitude of games,
Yeah.
but we'll get there when we get there.
We now enter the Mistwald, and I apologize to the German restream for that name.
It is worth noting as well the way EXP scales in this game. It's kind of a means that allows us to beat it at a low level.
Yep.
Yeah,
This-
EXP scaling in the Trails games, the lower level you are, the more EXP you get from enemies.
Ooh, that was close.
Conversely, the higher level you are, if you're over leveled, the less EXP you get. And that can slingshot you really, really fast in some scenarios.
Yep.
Yeah, FC isn't as bad as other games, but there's still a little bit of it.
Yeah. I'm going to play it a little risky here.
There, in second chapter, there's multiple scenarios where we literally cap out the EXP because we're slingshotting so hard off of shining palms.
Yep. So this is the thief, and the thief is kind of annoying. I'm going to aerial, let's go here. Oh, cool, she walked right into it.
She did.
And then I'm going to anticept Josette with Estelle, Hellgate the ads with Josh, and they should walk right up to me, and perfect.
This is a good fight so far.
Very good fight so far.
Low CP fight, though. For Estelle, anyways.
Bit of a low, and I accidentally soul blurred instead of Hellgate, but that should be fine.
It's more CP.
Yeah, it is more CP.
Yeah, Josette's pretty much neutered at this point anyways, because she's muted.
Yep.
Yeah, that is what the anti-sept we cast did.
Yeah. Enemies in this game have a weird AI quirk where they target a random party member until somebody's damaged, and then usually either they'll switch to the damaged party member to try to kill them, or they'll just stay on their initial target and just continuously, unrelentingly attack them.
Yeah. It is also worth noting that enemies have craft gauges of their own. That will also be relevant later. Not quite as much in FC specifically, but you do get to see a couple bosses fire off S-crafts of their own.
It is worth noting we have referred to this game as FC. That comes into play at the end of the game. FC standing for first chapter. There's first chapter and second chapter, which are sort of, for anyone familiar with like Golden Sun, another game that's later in this marathon, kind of like that, where you have an interconnected story where this game kind of trails into the next game.
I see what you did there.
I'm not doing it again.
Sure you aren't.
So getting back to the plot, you might have seen the chapter title there, Disappearance of the Lind. The plane that Cassius was on, or I guess the airship, has been hijacked, and we have no idea where it is, nor where Cassius is. So that prompts us to leave our hometown Rolent and travel the country both to gain experience as junior bracers and earn guild recommendations across the country, which is what you need to do to become a senior bracer, and to unravel the mystery surrounding our dad's disappearance.
That scene that plays right there is actually probably one of my favorites in the early part of this game.
Yeah.
Estelle's just kind of, reflecting back on the situation with her mother, and then Joshua just gets all sympathetic, and she's just like,
Yeah. Estelle is low on CP, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Joshua's EP cut 1 and give it to her so she has Hellgate. Certain enemies give more CP when you attack them than others. The Palms, for example, give 10 CP a pop, which means I can Hellgate all 3 of them and get 30 CP, run away, repeat, yada, 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 until I have the CP
Attacking
I
in
need.
AoE fashion with an arts will give you CP for as many enemies as it hits. These will count as palm resets as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is the last palm grind I need to do.
I've got palm grinds to do, so those will be fun.
This also is going to count as a reset because I do eventually run.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I was actually wondering why you were going for it, but
Yeah, I'm just doing this to build CP.
okay, that makes sense.
That should be enough.
Yeah, 123. That's enough for a morale. And
Yeah.
then give her HP 1 back, give Josh EP cut 1 back. And now we begin the pain.
For the Sepith turn. Because once again, the real reason we're doing this is for the Sepith upturn.
Okay, that was 2 more right there. 3.
I got you.
Oh, there was a 50 CP turn
There
on
was
Estelle.
a 50 CP turn.
That's rude.
That is very rude.
Oh, goodness.
No.
It's too
No.
far,
Too
yeah.
far.
See, guys, it's just like Pokemon. We're resetting for IVs.
That works.
That one works.
Yep.
You don't even need the morale either.
Oh yeah, because the plus 50. So I'm gonna need to think about how I wanna. 1, 3, 2.
So Cheryl had almost enough damage. She needs like any sort of to get her over.
Yeah, Shara
Otherwise,
either
we
needs
could have got away with.
morale or charm bonus, and her S break there showed a little bit of it, but not appropriate for this stream.
Indeed not.
Yeah.
Yeah, so back to plot. So we are off to find our father, who is an S-rank bracer and one of the most powerful people in the entire universe. We are a couple of children.
Yes.
We are a little bit over our head, but this is an RPG, so we'll be fine.
Who cares, man?
We have Shara with us. She's an adult.
It's character
Is she
building.
an adult? Isn't she like 19?
She's an adult.
She's in her 20s.
In this world, she's
She
an
is in her
adult.
20s, yeah, okay.
We now begin our trek across the Rolent Bose border into Bose proper.
Bose being the second city. Bose is more of a market city instead of an agricultural city. Their whole allure is the Grand Market, which is this big, huge building that totally doesn't get wrecked by a dragon at some point.
Not sure why they named the city after the German word for evil, but Falcom has a bit of a thing for German, if you haven't already picked up on it. A
And
lot
for
of
Solots.
ooh, goodness, that was close. There's a ton of German etymology across this entire series, particularly in Cold Steel, which is absolutely chock full of the stuff.
We'll get there in about 6 years.
What a game! What a game with the protagonist, whose last name is Schwarze.
Schwarze.
Is it German inspired?
Nah, man. Not when you have, let's see here, there's Schwarze, Milstein, Wallenstein.
Are you telling me the Blood and Iron Chancellor is a reference to somebody?
What? No.
No.
Inconceivable. They just came up with Blood and Iron themselves. Oh, right, here's Bose.
Yeah, so Bose Highway is also one of the worst areas in the game, in my opinion. It's really
long.
hard to do optimal movement because the path is so windy and turny. I, at least, don't have the enemy positions memorized. And we don't have the quartz yet that lets you see where enemies are on the minimap.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we get
six-
that at the end of the chapter, so Beef has that luxury, but I don't.
Yeah, 6X Turbo, that is definitely a place where you die a lot. Just
Yep.
straight up die.
Well,
It's-
your problem is that you run 6x6.
Yeah. It's worth noting that Bose is also very high level compared to where we are in the game right now, in terms of our levels, because this game really does expect you to be playing casually and actually taking encounters. So we get 1 or 2 shots, and at this point we really only have 2 or 3 heals worth of spare MP to be able to actually heal up the damage we take. We do have the sodas though, so those are helpful, but
Yeah.
if you're playing risky, you don't have the sodas.
Yeah, this part of the run is rather dicey, particularly the 2 boss fights within it.
Nah, just the one.
Yeah, I guess Don
Just
isn't.
Kyle.
Don isn't that bad.
Don's free.
Kyle sucks.
Yeah. The first boss in this area, we'll have some speedrun lore on. There's some great lore that I when I was translating the route that we'll get to.
Yeah, the main culprit right now, we are suspecting, is that the airship was hijacked by sky pirates, the same ones that we encountered in the forest and who stole the MacGuffin we needed for the Queen. And of course, that's a pretty natural conclusion to reach. They have this giant airship that they use to commit robberies. So right now, we're hot on their trail, and we're trying to figure out if there have been any sightings of them recently, where their hideout might be. And for that, we are going to do some investigative work on behalf of the mayor of Bose, Mayor Maybell. That brings us to Hacken Gate, the border between Liberl and the northern empire of Erebonia.
It is also worth noting that the general of this gate is very, very anti-bracer. He dislikes us so much.
He has a very personal gripe with the bracers.
Yeah.
And of course, just like everything in this game, it's related to our dad.
Uh-huh. Our dad totally didn't quit the military, leave him high and dry.
No.
to go become a bracer or anything.
In exchange for having to deal with him, however, we get Best Boy.
Oh,
All right,
boy.
that's a strong termination.
And it's 100% correct.
Excuse me, Zen.
Zin
I
is-
didn't stutter.
Zin is strongest boy.
By the way, are we doing it's a thing where you donate $5 every time somebody says trail as a pun? Because we'd be at 10. I heard you earlier, Stodel. Speaking of donations, do we got any time for some donations?
We don't actually.
Okay.
We will after this coming
just-
up, but
yeah.
Just
So-
let me know, because we've got some coming in.
Yeah. So General Morgan is rather irate with us when he finds out that we have been masquerading. This is another musically gated cutscene here, so allow me to embellish it just a little bit. How sad it is to see such discord. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why Olivier is best boy. Strife brings nothing to be born, but only extends the barren wilderness within our hearts. Let me sing a requiem for you all, one to soothe your parched souls. A gentle yet wistful tune to bathe your brittle spirits and cause the deserts of your hearts to bloom. Brightly shooting stars, raining gold, leaving trails in the skies. Like a guiding light, they show the way to your eyes. Oh, this yearning passion, it tears my heart in twain. And the cruel moon overhead mocks my pain. If this fleeting dream will never be, if this fleeting dream will never be, a single wound will remain in my heart for all to see. A passionate first and final kiss, a passionate first and final kiss. Your tears to me are an amber bliss. Let us immure this eternal love for all time.
Encore!
It looks like you all understood what I was trying to get across. What is it that is most precious above all? That's love and peace, baby.
and now we have time for donations.
And now back to our regularly scheduled speed run. Olivier will now self-combust for your amusement. You have no idea how long I've been waiting to do that. 2 years!
I'm gonna join you in that boat, by the way.
Alrighty. I gotta regain my composure somehow.
No, you don't.
No, I don't. I love Olivier. Alrighty, we got $15 from Anonymous. No comment, but thank you so much for your donation. We got $50 from DeWolf that says,
Hey.
"Gotta fight for best girl in the party, in the final party." And that one went towards Chloe. I agree.
Nice.
I agree on that one. As much as I love Olivier, I think he's currently in third.
Good.
Easier on us.
I have $15 from who's this fellow? It says Ghost Kumo.
What?
Just says, honored to see one of my favorite games of this event. Yes, I am. Let's keep these donations coming in.
What did this Kumo guy donate toward?
I plead the fifth.
Runner's choice it is.
So we recruit Olivier in our party, and being the being the wayward bard that he is, he wants to go to Bose and get completely plaster drunk. So we are going to oblige him, and he is promptly going to leave after 2 minutes.
Yeah, he kind of just joins and dumps all of his gear in our inventory and then comes back later.
The next time we see him, we'll be in a prison cell. We do have time for another donation or two. We've got some plot triggers to take care of, so it's a lot of walking around the city.
Or anything else the host has.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We have $10 from Kiwi that just says, super happy that a Kiseki game is being run at a charity marathon. Best music ever.
I really hope that's a Ren reference. Because that's her name in
Yeah.
0.
Also says to ask Stolt about the music. He has all of the information.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, he sure does.
I have a very, very deep fondness for Sky's soundtrack, especially. This was composed by a team of 2 mostly. Falcom's sound team mainstay Hayato Sonoda and the late great Wataru Ishibashi. They combined to make this wonderful, jazzy, leitmotif-heavy soundtrack that knows exactly how to hit you in the feels.
Also, Falcom around this time was very fond of harmonica.
Yeah,
And you hear that a lot.
I have a few complaints about this soundtrack myself, but overall it's good. I wish there was more diversity in the highway themes. They're all the same.
Yeah,
That's
And
understandable.
That's fair. That's fair.
gets when you've been speedrunning this game for years on end now, these highway themes get
that is understandable.
Really old.
When you have a team of 2, things can get slightly constrained. And in second chapter,
second chapter is fixed.
Second chapter, that theme is great.
second chapter is when fan favorite Takahiro Unisuga joins the Falcom sound team, and that's when we get Looking Up at the Sky as the main highway theme. And that's just cheating.
You have one reviving bulb still, right? We had to use. No,
Yeah.
Did we use one?
No, we didn't use one in the
No.
tower.
Okay, so we have both still then.
Yeah, we have plenty.
Okay, so we don't need we don't need the third one then.
Yeah, I pick up one in the hideout anyway.
Yeah, so we,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right there we ran.
Oh wait,
into,
no, that's an EP charge.
Yeah, that's an EP charge.
Yeah, right there we ran into Agate, who is, I think I pronounced correctly, and is
Yep.
going to join our party
Agate.
eventually.
Yeah.
At least according to Cold Steel, it's agate.
I mean, it's a real word. So,
Yeah, it's a green gem.
Yeah.
Did you not play Pokemon Coliseum?
Yeah.
but he has red hair. Why would it be a green gem? This makes no sense.
Agates are red.
So here we buy some apple ice cream. That is going to be
That's
the cooking item that we use to basically indulge in consumerism.
That's
Look,
the single most important pickup in the entire run.
Look,
Yeah,
we're going
it-
to have a very hot day in the future, and we need to cool off.
We are going to break the economy, sir.
You're implying I have a date, which is fundamentally wrong.
What?
Sir.
But yeah, I cannot stop singing Ishibashi's praises, really. Sky, as a whole, has something like 10 or 11 different leitmotifs that they intersperse throughout the trilogy, and in layering it on so dense, they allow you to associate specific pieces of music with specific places, specific ideas, specific emotions, and it works so well. Reduced to searching empty chests, though, that's really sad.
Like some of the music is.
Oh, God. Yeah. God, I ran into a parked car. Nice.
Yeah, so a little more about that apple ice cream and how it's so important to the run. Basically, for getting that apple ice cream is really the only way you can fail a run. There's an autosave system in this game that autosaves every single screen transition.
Yep.
So no matter what you usually do, if you go into a boss fight with stuff set up wrong, you can just load an autosave. It's really good like that. But if you forget the apple ice cream and you go too far in the game without it, you can't go back, and that means your run is over.
Yep. It is pretty much the only way under these guises that you can kill a run.
Yeah, each town is a separate chapter, and you can only go to that town in that chapter. So we cannot ever go back to Rolent until SC.
Yep. Which is unfortunate. It's right here. Yes. I always get lost in here, which is kind of alarming because this is the part of the run that I'm in charge of. We do have time for another couple donations. This is a lot of backtracking.
We can also remind people about the prizes that we have for this.
Yes, very much. We do have 3 prizes currently slated here. We have the Pinbox Limited donated enamel pins. They actually do quite a lot of Trails merch, so they're worth checking out. Minimum $10 donation for those. We have a commissioned art poster, which is a $15 minimum donation. And then we have the game keys donated by Schtolteheim here for $5 minimum donation. That gets you Trails in the Sky first chapter, second chapter, and the third.
So, a little more about the art poster. I'll get into it as well when we get to the section of the run that it relates to. But that art poster is not just a commissioned poster, it is part of the speed run.
Yep.
It functions both as just a cute piece of art that looks really nice and is done by Robusta Art, but it's also a segment of the speed run that we'll be doing live here for you guys today.
Yep, that'll be relevant in about hour and a half.
Hour and a half, yeah.
This area kind of sucks. I hate these crabs.
Did you menu? Okay.
Yeah, I did. She does not have Hellgate. She's supposed to have EP Cut one. Hellgate, Ariel. And then Shara in front of Estelle. And then put the leather jacket and work boots from Olivier onto Josh. Should be good.
So this is the really difficult fight with Kyle. He does a bonkers amount of damage. I'll go into the old strat after we see this fight here.
Yeah, so I want him to do the stupid thing. He's not going to do the stupid thing, but I want him to do it anyway. I'm going to aerial 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces ahead of Josh. He did the stupid.
He did the stupid. Is he going to do the double stupid, though?
Is he? It's very rare to see the double stupid. He did the double stupid.
He did the double stupid. Perfect RNG. Let's
My
go.
God.
Yeah, so what happened there is the enemy picked their character that they wanted to target.
Oh, that might
and
be
they decided
bad.
to do an auto attack. And
No,
they
you're fine.
thought it was in range when they made that decision.
Hold
So
on.
enemy just walks forward, and then they got blocked by the dead bodies of their teammates. So they were not able to do the actual physical attack onto us.
Excuse?
Please
So they just
use
lost their
arts.
turn.
You don't do any damage here.
Yeah, so that was good up until the very end when I got a bit too aggressive with arts.
Yeah. So the old strat for that fight came from the Japanese route when it was my first time ever translating a route. I still use Google Translate and just go line by line through the speedrun notes of the JP runners.
You know you can just ask me for help, right?
You weren't around at the time. And I had no idea what to do for this fight because it was a really hard fight. You don't have a lot to work with. And the notes from Japanese and Google Translate said to use Chaos Plant. And
Chaos?
Chaos Plant.
Which I'm guessing is a mistranslation of Chaos Brand.
So let me get into that. I didn't even know that we needed to have Mirage Quartz on to get that art. So what I had to do was I had to break down what chaos is and what plant is. And what I came up with that made sense contextually was causing confusion can be known as chaos of the mind. And then planting it in someone means to apply it. Therefore, I figured out that I needed to use the art that causes confusion on Kyle for that fight.
Beef, just get someone who speaks Japanese.
This is why machine translation is a mistake.
Oh, yes.
Oh my god.
So the old strat used to be confuse Kyle, and then he would just start hitting all of his buddies and one-shotting them while we peck away at his health.
Nice.
It was extremely RNG. It was really bad because even though he was confused, he could still hit you, or toss a bomb and murder you. It was really rough.
Oh my god. I'm in such pain over here. You don't understand.
We've just witnessed a glimpse into the length that Beef will go to justify his experiments on this series.
So yeah, let me continue with that. I have translated every single game from Japanese into English for speedrun routes using Google Translate.
And I have been around in the community for most of the games that he's done this for, and he refuses to ask for help.
Because you're not around when I'm streaming.
You can just ping me on Discord.
I've finally learned the difference between wind and mirage in Google Translate, though.
God, this couch was such a good idea.
I forget how mirage translates, but it translates to a word very similar to wind.
It probably translates as like phantom. I don't know how that makes you think of wind. But
Force, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe it was it's space. It's space.
Space is just Sora, right?
Yeah.
Or no, yeah.
Whoa, hello there.
I don't know.
I would always mix up like space.
Oh, because
with-
it's translating to the sky, so you're thinking of wind.
Yes, exactly. It was like by the get Sky Seventh. It's like, is that wind? It's like, no, wind is Kaze.
Yeah.
I finally have learned that. It took me like 6 or 7 games, but I got there.
So we've got another obnoxious boss fight coming up, not necessarily because it's hard, but because it's very RNG dependent. What I want to do is I want to Hellgate these turtles and just hope they all bunch up together.
Yeah, you honestly want to go later in the fight here. You want like all the enemies to move before you start casting your art so you can plan appropriately.
Oh, I think I got 4 there.
Yeah, this
and a
actually
crit.
looks
Nice.
nice one cycle.
Wow.
Another perfect RNG fight.
Absolutely.
That almost happens.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's no.
You've got very low CP on Olivier in that though.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't be a problem. He gets plenty on Sky Pirates because he gets hit and he's doing all the Hellgates.
Yeah, he'll get plenty.
Just make sure you're not casting with Estelle and Josh on the first set of fights.
Yep. We're here at the inn because we heard some sort of eyewitness report saying that the Sky Pirates might have been lurking around here somewhere. So we're going here, and it doubles as a nice little vacation for our wandering party of misfits. Unfortunately, this is home to the dumbest plot triggers in the entire game, partially because they were designed that way and partially because of a bug. So I have to do some very strange gymnastics here. This is also why Beef and I don't really like Chapter 1.
Is this a time for donation, then?
I just dislike the highways.
Fair.
But yeah, so this part, you need to fish with Estelle, and you might just think, hey, go to the pier and fish.
No, the pier isn't unlocked until you enter and then exit, which that's the bug. And
That's
then
the bug. It used to be.
You go to start fishing, you don't have a rod, so you need to go back in, get a rod, talk to the receptionist to get one. Now you can go outside and fish. And you can't even catch Brummond for your trouble. That's in second chapter.
All the while, Shara is busy drinking Oliver under the table.
Yep.
That is her sole purpose at this part of the game, is to just drink Olivier under the table so we can do official bracer business with these Sky Pirates without involving him, who we believe is just a civilian.
Yeah. And for all intents and purposes, he is.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're basically just getting Olivier drunk so that he doesn't interfere. Another musically gated cutscene here, so we get to see Joshua absolutely shred this once again.
And I will be right back.
You got a quick time for donation then?
Absolutely.
Alrighty. We got $5 from Kiwi. Once again, it just says, I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream.
Yay!
We have $15 from Hydrophobic Walrus. It just says, Olivier for me makes this game so memorable and fun. That was a brilliant singing voice and certainly unexpected, but entirely necessary.
I love your name. I just want to say that.
We must represent best
Thank
boy.
you very much.
Yeah, it is worth noting, these donations, you can put those towards the Glitch exhibition, which is going to be at the end of the run. We're currently at $468 out of $1,500. So we have a bit of ways to go, but that is at the end of the run, so you got a few hours left. I know we can do this, guys. Please keep your donations coming. They're all going to the wonderful fellows at NAMI.
Yep.
Yeah. Olivier is completely out for the count. Shara barely even affected.
Yep.
Well-
He is thoroughly plastered and splayed out on the bed. So now we can do whatever we want. And I just learned that you can go out here yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
Oh,
Beef chewed me out for it.
Yeah, so in 6X Turbo, we don't do that because that staircase is very deadly. In 6X Turbo, you will fall through it. But in non-turbo...
Well, that's a you problem.
Again, yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
But indeed, we do find the Sky Pirates lurking around here, so this investigation was not in vain. And we find something else along with them. These weirdo dudes clad in black armor and masks. So, we're gonna investigate that just a little bit.
It's the opposite direction of where the boat is. What are you doing?
Well, it's where the Bobcat is, because I knew it was there. And Olivier was only acting being drunk. So he's here too. Shara may have outsmarted him, but Olivier outsmarted her outsmarting. So we get to stow away on the Bobcat with some sleuthing. And we get ferried straight to their hideout. This is the final dungeon of Chapter 1, so this will be my last segment of the run before I hand it over to Beef. It is still pretty eventful, though. We've got several mook fights to deal with, and the strat here is aerialing both of them. Hellgate. I'm gonna deliberately not attack with either Josh or Estelle because I want to build up CP on Shara and Ollie. So it's going to be a little bit slower, but I do need 100 CP on both of them for the boss fight of this area.
Yeah, you should be pretty okay from here.
Probably, yeah.
Not like you can really edit the next few fights anyways.
Yeah. Lots of chests here. The chest is already empty, you double dipper. So I've got plenty of quotes to read and plenty of monsters to avoid. I hate this place because it's really narrow and very difficult to avoid things in here. EP charge here. The chest is empty. Makes you want to cry, doesn't it?
Yeah, the monsters here are, again, very narrow pathways, and they're very randomly aggressive.
Jeweled ring. The chest is empty. So tragic.
And it's also random where they spawn. They can be in the upper or lower part, so you really can't
Yeah.
dodge them until you see them.
You just have to kind of dodge them on reaction.
Yes.
Okay, cool. That was nice.
Yeah, this dungeon looks like a giant maze. It's mostly just a straight line with a lot of short offshoots, so it's a
blur
lot
just in
easier to
case.
navigate than it looks.
Fine. Shara gives the Mook a taste of the old whip, and we get to learn a little more about who we're dealing
Use
with
the ice
here.
cream. Oh.
Oh.
Next time.
I'll use it later. There's a 4-way fork here that I need to pay attention. Well, this is free CP.
We did need to use the ice cream.
We did indeed. I will use it on Shara.
So yeah, again, we're going to use that ice cream later, now that we have the recipe for it. You have to use the item to learn the recipe, and it's...
Oh, wait.
We can use it at any point, even if we're full health, but, you know, it's better to use it for its actual purpose.
I need to go in here. Get the Strega R. The chest has nothing left to offer you.
See, this is why we grabbed extra healing at the start of the run. Any encounter can really just make it so you need to heal.
Bear Assault here. The chest is empty because you emptied it. Funny how that works, no?
I mean, it just doesn't respawn infinitely.
What? Okay, good. That one stayed clear. Got another fight up here. Same strategy as before. Hellgate with Olivier. Aerial with Shara. And then just fire a Soul Blur just in case one of them lives. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be just a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, Hellgate with Estelle here for sure.
Hellgate with Estelle. Nice.
You might have to use the EP charge on her going out. If you do, it's no big deal. I'll just not have it for Lighthouse.
Yeah.
Which just means I need the good Lighthouse RNG.
I'll try not to compromise.
Oh,
that
no, wait, no,
strategy.
she leveled. She leveled. We're fine.
Oh,
She
okay, yeah,
levels up
she
the-
leveled.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. He'll share it, though.
Yeah, he'll share it. So, gotta do some menuing here. Equip Olivier's weapon. Replace slot 2 on Shara with Deathblow 2. That's gonna be relevant later. I think I'm good.
Yep. So what Deathblow 2 is your next physical attack that lands on a single target is guaranteed to 100% instant KO.
But the quartz will break afterward.
Correct.
So it's only one use.
And funny thing about this boss is he is not immune to Deathblow. So that's what we're going to do to him.
Hellgate Kyle with Josh. Hellgate Josette with Olivier. Ariel with Shara. Just in case he moves forward, and he did. Estelle Morales.
Morale's just like a 20% strength.
Break with
everyone.
Olivier. Yeah, okay, there you go.
Nice Kaishin. That should kill Kyle, and then Don gets the whip treatment.
Easy fight.
Yeah, that would count as a physical attack, so insta-kill.
In fairness, a whip is pretty physical.
So we didn't show it earlier, and we made a joke about it, but Shera's S-break animation is basically just her consecutively giving 90 lashes of pain. To
Yeah, it's
the
kind of
enemy.
lame, honestly.
What it is very good for is if for some reason you don't have Estelle, it does get a ton of Sepith up if
Yeah.
you do on a Sepith up turn, because it is a ton of physical hits.
Yeah, it is very nice. I'm going to start Hellgating with everybody now because I want CP on pretty much everyone. Ow.
I mean, I guess you do kind of want it on Shera, but
It's nice to have. Go ahead and
it'll
heal.
save Captain some menuing maybe if she's in the final party.
Well, it's that
Maybe,
and...
yeah.
Hello. Generally, it is good advice not to let your characters die.
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes that's the entire goal.
Is that a surprise? No, it isn't. Good.
There's certain fights in other Kiseki speedruns where the whole objective of the fight is to get a character killed.
Yeah, there is one such fight in this run, but since we met the incentive to do that fight differently, that's not how it's going to play out. Now we just have to go back up the Sky Pirate base now that we've killed its Don and looted all of its coffers.
So Schtol's getting to the end of this chapter here, and then I'll be taking over after. He's not left me much healing, but that's totally fine
Yeah.
because the next few chapters, you're not only higher level and don't need to heal as much, you also just have a lot easier time on the highways and the movements to avoid encounters. The trade-off, however, is the RNG in my section is the most dense of the entire run.
Make sure your controller works.
Yeah, we're good.
Nice.
I didn't test turbo, but it was working before. I don't see
Yeah.
why it wouldn't now.
It was fine.
I love the animation. If your character in the front spins, everyone behind him spins too.
Yeah.
Reminds me
So
of Final
much
Fantasy
fun.
VIII.
We've got a long cutscene ahead here, so if you've got any donations, now would be a good time.
Alrighty. I've been waiting on this one. We got $75 from Manix86.
Hey!
Just says, my dear Estelle, at this point in time, you're all grown up and thinking about going on a great journey. As you travel across the warmest blue-skied plains, the deepest of forests, sewers full of rats, and towers full of cats, remember to always start your day with your favorite omelet and pack some jelly beans in case you get hungry along the road. Remember to be brave as you face the most unpredictable palms and ravens, unacceptable swordsmen, and uncontainable reveries. You'll meet a lot of people and make new friends. Remember to be gentle, kind, and treat everyone with respect. Stay positive, always laugh, and share ice cream. The bond you create will last a lifetime. When you feel lost searching for the whereabouts of light, you can always count on Sheriff for sisterly advice. Your father is a busy man, but he will always be there for you in his own way when you need him the most. I have longed to hold you in my arms. I know what you're thinking right now, that this is all but a dream, but just know that I'll always watch over you no matter what. May the light of Idios guide you. Love, Mom. Okay, that's
That's
Manix,
amazing.
go get him.
Thank you so
All
much,
right.
Manix. That is, I believe that's more of a reference to something in Sky SC.
And that's a lot of references. You even got the omelet reference in there for
All right.
for Elliot.
Go get him, Beef.
Alrighty. So now I'm taking over. Again, this chapter is going to start off with another cutscene. We're going to find out Olivier is not necessarily just a civilian. He's contacting some weird people on his phone. It's probably not important. Spoiler, it's actually very important.
It
but
is actually very important.
Not now. First thing I'm going to do here is fix some
Fix my
options.
mistake.
Cast 1, field 1, 2. Why does Joshua not have his bottom slot?
You do that in Ruan, don't you?
No, you do. Estelle's there.
Oh. I don't know.
Slight differences from routing. Also,
Yeah.
something we're showing off in this run is there's very different modalities to play this game. I'm using a controller. Schtoltz uses keyboard and mouse, and Captain's going to use a hybrid of both. So you're going to get to see how the game looks with all of them.
Yeah.
Controller is
Also known as correct and incorrect.
yeah. Controller is by far the slowest by like a lot, but you know what? It's more comfy. So
You do get slightly better overworld movement. Cause
yeah, you get a lot better
Well, yeah.
movement because I've got 360 degrees.
Yeah, I personally like WASD more for these types of games specifically, just because I grew up on first-person shooters. So it's just what I'm more comfortable with personally, but really, you can do whatever you want.
So the way I do movement in this game is I'm not actually looking at the characters for the most part. I'm looking at the map.
Yep.
So I can see where the enemies are now that we have Eagle Eye, and I can also take the path of least resistance and Law of Triangle myself some movement time save. In a map like this, though, where it's a little more of a straight line, per se, here I am looking at the characters in order to avoid things.
Yeah, I don't know if this game uses lazy vectoring for diagonal movement like other Falcom games do. That's basically just if moving up, down, left, or right counts as moving one unit in any particular direction, some games, if you move diagonally, will just add one from one direction and one from another. So you're actually going square root of 2 units. So it's straight up faster.
Don't think so, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think this game has that sort of lazy vectoring. I know other games like Zwei do.
So the major time loss from using controller comes from these cutscenes where I have to wait a little bit for the dialogue to start auto-skipping.
Yep.
Where on keyboard and mouse you can buffer that.
Yeah, I can buffer auto advance because right click, which is the auto advance button, does not open the menu. On controller, the auto advance button does open the menu, and you can't change that.
So considering this is the same engine as Origin, I assume holding fast forward and then mashing confirm is like marginally faster too?
Yep, that's the middle ground.
Why would you do this, Falcom?
Yeah, so what I'm doing whenever a cutscene starts is I'm holding turbo, mashing confirm, and holding cancel.
This game is dumb.
It's still better than Persona.
Look, if you're running Persona, you've made your choice.
I sure have.
Yeah, that's a you problem.
Love the game, but that is a very...
Ladies and gentlemen, casting with Olivier, casting with Agate, you will never see this again.
Yeah, it's a pretty rare strategy, but unlike his physical attacks, Arts can't miss.
Yeah.
So.
And arts are just busted in terms of scaling in general. Your middle tier arts like Blue Impact will last you the entire game.
Yeah, basically, enemies don't have magic resist in this game at all. Or arts defense, I guess, if we're using the correct term. So, things scale weird.
The dogs do.
Do
Oh,
they?
the dogs do.
Yeah, the one dog is very, 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 very resistant to arts. Like,
Okay.
Estelle will do 30 damage with an Earth Lance, where she's normally doing like 300.
Interesting.
That's the whole gimmick on that fight.
Right.
The Dalmor dogs, you mean?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those,
okay.
those dogs.
I think
There are too many dogs in this game.
There's a lot of dogs.
We were just fighting dogs.
I can't believe you're not petting the dog.
I think
No.
I think it was until Cold Steel 2 where I realized it was
So how
arts
they
and
like
crafts.
damage actually is the arts have a base power, and it's not super common, but everything's calculated, and lens power is just added. So like the middle, or like probably so it just does a flat 130 damage, then bleed. So
Yeah.
it's not so complicated, but it's kind of just a little bit weird.
Yeah, take note, kids.
That-
Flat numbers are bad ideas.
So here
Yeah,
we're
so
finally
that's
going to
what,
get to
like-
the point where we break the economy.
Yeah.
What we're going to be doing is we're going to be buying the ingredients to make that apple ice cream, and then we're going to make the apple ice cream and then sell it back for more than the ingredients cost.
And in the process, we learned that the Liberalian economy is lactose intolerant.
Okay.
So this is going to be a very long menu. Assuming beef is all right with juggling that and having donations read, we have plenty of time for just
Yeah,
about
we're
anything
just going to
you
be
wanna
doing the
plug.
same thing here for about a couple minutes. So if the host has anything, feel free.
Yep. Oh, I might bang out a donation.
All right. We got $10 from Hunter of Love that just says, the wine was delectable. Runner's choice incentive.
Hey.
So that, I believe that was during Schtolteheim's portion, and that $10 went towards the Glitch exhibition. So definitely keep getting those donations in. Just to remind everyone what all we are here for. We are RPG Limit Break 2022, and we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. So NAMI being the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization, their work focuses around the 3 pillars of education and support, awareness and advocacy. By advocacy, they engage in federal advocacy, which supports NAMI state organizations in their state-level advocacy efforts.
I just got a text from LT, one of the, she's a very favorite fan artist. She approves of the Brummond reference. It's sad we can't catch him, but, you know, that's what second chapter is for.
Yeah, we haven't really gone into the... Oh, I didn't make the things. You'd be surprised how hard it is to do the same menu 10 times in a row without messing up.
She just said, hi, I hear you.
Hello.
Like how nobody has commented on your shirts.
I'm
So-
distraught.
Yeah, we can go into the Bruhfish meme.
Oh boy. So the Geofront is a fan translation circle that worked on the Crossbell duology, games that, due to various circumstances, have not been officially localized until now, over 10 years after their Japanese releases. And during that Herculean effort, they made a ton of memes, one of which was this gluttonous bass, which appears in most of the Trails games and has since become their mascot. Why? Because they call it the Bruhfish.
And this Bruhfish has a lot of drama surrounding it.
Yes.
And mostly because we asked Pinbox, as the meme lords that we are, to make a pin of Bruhfish because they were just getting into, like, the Falcom pins.
Yep.
And they said, hey, we need to go talk to Falcom to get, like, a license agreement for this.
Yeah.
So they went to Falcom, and Falcom was like, what are you talking about? This isn't our fish. And from there, Bruhfish kind of exploded into his own legacy.
We will never let Falcom forget the Bruhfish again.
I'm still very confused that all of this happened.
That's how memes work, though.
It's
It
just
was
fishing.
the most positive meme I've ever seen.
You kind of had to be there.
I was there. It didn't help.
I'm with Wolf on this.
You guys just don't understand fishing.
Look, if fishing at a hospital is wrong, I don't want to be right. It's like my favorite line from Geofront Zero. I hope that's in the I hope that's in the
I
official
think they did
translation.
preserve that.
Yes.
It had better be.
All right, we finally have enough money after we ruined the economy. We were sitting at around like 12,000 Mira from all of our activities so far in the game. You get Mira, which is the currency from like completing the bracer request and the story. We were sitting about 12,000. We are now sitting at 70,000. So we bought and sold a lot of ice cream.
Yeah.
One other thing that I hope they keep in the official releases of the Crossbell duology is the Geofront team's chest messages, particularly the one belonging to Scott Tijerina. He was the main editor for Trails to Azure. He was an editor on Trails to Zero. He was instrumental in bringing these games to the West, almost carrying Azure editing on his back. He was an inspiration to all of us, and in his memory, we continue to do what we do, and we continue to support these causes because I think it's what he would have wanted. He would have wanted Geofront to continue doing the work that they have done. He wouldn't have wanted us to get held up on him. So, in the words of Falcom's own soundtrack, we're going forward relentlessly here. It's also why I am donating $12.04 for every minute we're under estimate. That's for Zamirian calendar 1204, the year that the Crossbell duology takes place. I can think of no better way to honor him than to give to a good cause in his name.
So, in terms of plot, what we did there was we had a nice lunch and we saw a bird. We also bumped into a girl, and then we bumped into Clem here, and Estelle, being the oblivious one that she is in this game, fell for the old, oh, sorry, I bumped into you and stole your stuff scam. So what little Clem here stole was our bracer emblem, which is kind of really important and defines who Estelle is at this point. She wants to be a bracer, so we want that back. We find out that Clem is a resident of this orphanage here, and that girl we bumped into is named Chloe, who is also in charge of Sieg, who is the real character here. And she's just gonna join us on our way and mess up the next fight for us.
Yep.
So Chloe's a bit of a pacifist, at least at this point in the game.
Except if she does what she did in practice.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes she likes to be hyper-aggressive and charge at the enemies despite not having a weapon, and then that ends up getting her killed.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate.
So here we have another chest message. This is a pure safety chest.
Alzheimer's much? Maybe that wasn't the best one to read.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I never checked the chest messages.
Yeah,
so.
I don't pick that chest up anyway.
It's a good safety.
Yeah, that's exclusively a you thing.
So this is the Jaba fight. There's 2 Jaba fights in this chapter, and both of them are insanely difficult because we can't really predict how everything moves.
Except this one, which is going perfectly.
Yeah, this one's going really well so far. Chloe didn't move the right way, but we got a lot of damage off very early on there. Excuse me, sir, you're not allowed to heal.
And so he did not. The sharks are the slowest moving death traps ever, and they're the reason why Chloe moving where she is so important, because if she moves the wrong way, then one of the sharks can go after her, and they can, I believe, 2-shot her.
They 2-shot her, and if she moves the correct way, you actually get to aerial both of the sharks as well, so the fight goes a little bit faster.
Yeah, and if a guest character gets KO'd, you immediately game over.
Yep.
So, very rude.
But
What is worth noting is if you get damaged there in that fight, which somehow we didn't, Chloe will sometimes heal you if she feels like it.
Yeah, but first try Jabas? Yes.
Yeah, that was a really good fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, those AI are a big part of why you run on normal for marathon purposes.
It's not the AI, it's the damage.
Yeah, that too. But like, you look at there's some videos out there that are just horror stories of nightmare, of just NPCs getting repeatedly one-shot over and over before you have a chance to act.
There's one notorious boss in second chapter who can clone himself, and I remember somebody posted a video of them removing the restriction on how many clones he could make. So
I remember that video. That was a good video. That was a good video.
it was good in a schadenfreude sort of sense.
Zin would have been a happy boy on that fight. All right, did you get a poison? You got 3 poisons.
Holy
Nice.
moly. Oh, you got 3 seals there. Interesting.
That's what the notes say. I don't think it's actually needed, but you have so much extra fire quartz anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed you unlock Josh's slot 6 in Bose and then Estelle's slot 6 in Rouen. I just do them both in Rouen. And then I put Eagle Eye on one of Joshua's 3 slots. So just a minor difference in routing.
So there's a little bit of tech here I'm going to be doing with the camera. I'm going to be rotating the camera in a specific direction to lower the amount of time the camera is panning for these cutscenes. It's a small time save, but it's a time save nonetheless. Those 2 cutscenes are really the only ones that I know about where that matters.
Sky FC does love its sweeping camera work.
So here we meet the Ravens, which are the worst bosses in the game. We'll be dealing with them later. Joshua's going to intimidate them, and we're going to meet this other star of the show, Gilbert here. He is a recurring character in this series, despite having no reason to be a recurring character.
Gilbert is the second best boy behind Olivier.
He is the butt monkey. And there is no sugaring that. He gets the short end of the stick every single game, including his attack set. His S-craft in the later games is literally him begging for you not to hurt him and then turning the tables on you.
A sucker punch.
Yes. That's his strongest attack.
And it still does basically nothing.
Actually, no. In CS4, it absolutely shreds you.
Oh, CS4, okay.
But that's the only time it shreds you.
Yeah. It's also quite possibly the best role Bryce Papenbrook has ever voiced.
So we've explored this city and their giant mechanical bridge. We're going to spend the night at the hotel, and the only room they have open is the advanced guest suite, the noble's quarters.
We have 70,000 Mira, though, so it's fine.
Yeah. We get it for free anyways.
Yeah.
But we're gonna explore it and see. Ew, it's so enormous. There's multiple beds. There's a lanai. There's a huge view. But then this stinky, smelly nobleman shows up and kind of kicks us out.
Yeah. And unfortunately, he gets his way because he is, what is he, the Queen's nephew?
I believe so. And
Something
then
like that.
his butler
Yeah.
is really trying to make things up to us.
Yeah.
But we have nowhere to stay. But luckily, the reporter from Chapter 1 is here, coincidentally, and he offers to let us stay with him.
About an hour and a half after he berated us for not looking mature enough.
And he's a single person in a hotel room with 3 beds.
You know, that makes sense.
Totally.
I mean, I'm not one to judge.
I mean, I don't know the rest of the layout on the rest of the inn. So, unfortunately, while we're having a good sleep, somebody sets fire to the orphanage we were at. And setting orphanages on fire is no bueno.
No, it really isn't.
So, the majority of this chapter is going to be dealing with who set the fire and the results of it.
If you guess the Sky Pirates, good guess, but not quite.
Not quite.
They're on hold for a bit.
Yeah, we put them in prison at the end of the last chapter.
I love how it gets all the tense dramatic music and then back to Happy Ruan theme. Music direction in this series can be a bit funny at times.
Only if you're going fast, though.
Yeah.
If you're not speedrunning, like the BGMs usually last long enough.
Usually, yeah.
Usually.
So, technically there's a pawn spawn here that we need to kill at some point. We're not counting them as a miss at this point for the donations, because I'm going to do that pawn at a very specific time to set up for some fun I have planned later on.
Beef is doing weird beef things.
I'm going to make sure this run is very entertaining.
For better and for worse.
It'll be for better.
From someone
Mostly.
I'm concerned when I hear that from someone who's played all of the Trails games in a row back to back.
Yeah, so that's another thing that's part of my repertoire in this
Oh, no.
series.
Oh, no.
Is I did a little thing called Solo no Kaseki, modeled after Relay no Kaseki we had, which was a marathon on this channel 3 years ago,
3 or 4.
where we did a relay of every single Trails game. I took it to the next level and did all the games back to back myself in 48 hours.
He decided to cut out the middlemen because he's an elitist.
Because I've ran every game. And the way my brain works sometimes is when I have a bad idea that doesn't cause harm or is like actually terrible, it kind of just sits there and festers until I do it.
So I'm just going to point out, please, everyone at home, don't do 48-hour marathons.
Yes, don't
Those-
do that.
that
Don't
is-
do it in one sitting. Don't even do it in 2 sittings.
Bad time to mention that I am planning a Solo no Kaseki 2 once all the currently planned to be localized games through the end of the Cold Steel arc is released.
Include
Reverie?
Ryuta, you coward.
If it's released, sure. And if I'm any good at running it.
I mean, worst you'll be is 2 out of 2.
Yeah, but like 3-hour time versus 6-hour time.
Nah, you won't do that poorly. Just pick up White Nova and you'll be fine.
I don't know what that is, so sure.
Well, you will.
I'm sure.
We answered this question wrong here again.
I'm pretty sure I answered it right because it doesn't actually matter though.
Oh.
I didn't answer the second one.
Oh, you probably answered the one at the orphanage itself wrong.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Probably worth making a very brief mention. We do sometimes use the term trails and kiseki interchangeably. They basically mean the same thing, although there is some slight wordplay that's lost in translation, sadly, because kiseki also means miracle, and they reference that a lot in the Japanese script.
Like with the currency, Mita.
Yeah, they did do a lot of really good job with the localizing the names of the games. Like Trails of Cold Steel, I don't think I could think of a better localization of said
Cold
no Kiseki.
Steel doesn't make sense until you're on Cold Steel 4, but boy, howdy does it make sense
I mean,
then.
Cold Steel is your sword. You got the steel train tracks going everywhere. It works
Yeah,
on
but
a
that's
lot
not
of
the
levels.
real reason. That's
mean-
not even close to
I mean,
the
I'm pretty
real
sure it's
reason.
taken from the glint of
It's
Cold
red
Steel
herring
from the-
bait. So here we're chasing after Clem, who went after the Ravens because he thinks the Ravens burned down the orphanage and wants revenge. I don't know what like an 8-year-old boy is going to do a bunch against the thieves and bandits, but he's got spunk and pluck.
I mean,
So
the
I'll
Ravens
give
are
him
just
that.
a local gang. So.
Watch out for the soft lock here before the fight.
I've never actually hit that one, so
Well, I have.
you've hit all of them.
I've hit all of them, yes. That is one problem with Turbo. When you have simultaneous text boxes on the screen and you're turboing through them, sometimes the game gets confused and doesn't give you a prompt to advance any of them.
So this
So-
is also the most RNG fight in the game, so we'll see how many rounds of cast this take. Best possible is 1, worst possible is literally I game over because I run out of VP.
Yeah. The Ravens suck because they can revive each other. And they spawn with like 3 mooks that they can also revive. And they're all spread out.
This is okay so far. That's a little annoying. That's also annoying.
I like how you're so low level that Chloe has more HP than either of you.
Chloe's based, actually. She takes like 0 damage in this fight. All right, so this is actually not the worst.
Yeah, that's decent. That's going to take out one of them. Okay, that's fine.
That is indeed fine. Can you stop?
Yeah, so that stats effect right there, that's Seal, which is a paralysis, so it can't use any physical attacks. She's a spellcaster. She's not going to use any physical attacks. It's fine.
Chloe's kind of infamous for being that character that just about everyone puts in their
Oh,
party.
wow. That was really good.
Giga Brain play. I know I needed to kill that guy because he was going to do his instant kill attack. Now I should be able to finish off the last leader, and he's going to... This last guy is focusing on Chloe, so I don't think he's going to go in and hit and steal Joshua at all. Dang it.
Nice.
All right.
That could have been a whole lot worse.
That
Yeah.
was, for how bad, how good that started, it ended up pretty bad, but it didn't end up the worst it could have.
Yeah. A Raven fight you live is a Raven fight you'll take.
And that was a point where I used the Tierra Bomb. There was always a chance that Flowery Soda wasn't enough of a heal there.
Yeah, although you did have a crit that turn.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. Crits do affect items.
So now we get the standard anime procedure where we're going to high school. Because that's what we do in this game too, is Joshua and Estelle don't really have any formal education. So we're going to school with Chloe, who's part of the Royal Academy in this area. And we're going to learn with her.
Yeah.
And we're also going to put on a play.
Or try to. Depends on whether or not we run into any soft locks.
Yeah, the play is notorious. It's got 2 soft lock points that really sneak up on you if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, schooling in this game is Sunday school up until you're like 13 or so, which is run by the church and may or may not also take place on non-Sundays. I'm not really sure. I think it takes place on more than just Sunday, but I really don't know.
It might. It's pretty unclear, honestly.
Yeah.
We don't get enough of it. I mean, it seems like Kia goes every day, so...
Yeah, unless like every day is Sunday when we just happen to be exploring towns and kids are in school every day.
So, I'm going to start explaining what we're going to be doing for the final boss here of this chapter, since we're getting a little bit close to that and we want to have time to explain the fights in between then and now. So, the old speedrun route for this game, the boss of this chapter was literally the worst boss in the run by a mile. It was incredibly difficult. The strat was basically turtle up with Earth Wall and Earth Guard, which is a spell that negates one physical attack, and like cast down the enemies one art at a time. It was insanely slow, insanely RNG, highly likelihood to die repeatedly. It was absolutely awful.
Oh yeah, soft lock here too, because the game cannot process the prospect of Joshua in a dress.
I've never hit this soft lock either. So.
Of course you haven't.
These are soft locks you probably hit on PC that I don't hit on controller.
Maybe, I don't know. This game is weird.
Yes.
So the theme with this play here, if I may interject for a bit, is that the main characters of the play are gender swapped. And before you ask, no, that is not a localization change. So they have Chloe and Estelle playing two knights who are vying for the princess's favor, the princess being played by Joshua.
And boy, does Joshua make a good princess.
Absolutely, he
Joshua
does.
is the best girl. This is just a fact.
So back to the boss fight. The current route, the boss fight is like 99% consistent. It's super free, easy every time. But you know what, guys? That's boring. You guys came here to be entertained. You guys came here to see a speedrun that blows your mind and makes you question, wow, you can do that with this game? And I'll be honest, out of all of the Trails runs, this game has the least of that. So to make up for it, I had to devise something special we could put into this run. And the way I did that is we are going to do the next boss fight of the chapter, Blindfolded.
And I'm not going to give him much help. The only thing I am going to do is I'm going to tell him who is getting hit, because I'm better at telling audio cues apart than he is.
No, you're going to tell me who the turn order is. I'm going to see if I can do hit on my own first.
Well, we'll see about that.
So going into that, the audio cues in battle in this game, you have 4 different sounds. You have who's getting hit, you have whether you can use an attack, whether you can't use an attack, and you have the sound of the S-brake filling. Those are the only audio cues in battle.
Side note there, we just bought 99 rainbow jelly beans. Those give 25 CP a pop, and they are going to be invaluably useful for the rest of the run.
Yep.
This is also Professor Alba. We haven't been talking about him. He tends to just show up in the most random of places at the most random of times, and it always works out. He's just a strange, wholesome, funny little character.
He's a big nerd.
Yep.
Why are you laughing?
So, back to the boss fight. I have 4 audio cues to do an entire boss fight with. It's actually so difficult that it's not possible to do. I have to align my CP in very specific ways to be able to tell characters apart. And even then, I can only do that for 2 of the 3 characters we're going to have for the boss fight.
Yeah,
which means I need Stolt here to tell me, of those 2 characters who I can't determine who they are, there is actually no way to do it. There's actually no way to do it at all. I just need to be told that information.
Yeah, he needs that one piece of information.
That is the bare minimum. Throughout the fight, I'll be trying to voice my thoughts, and unless I'm asking a specific question for confirmation, then I don't want any other help.
Yeah, just tell me if you want me to confirm.
Yep. Oh, don't soft lock
If you
there.
ever do
Yeah.
the very first strat was in between current strat, Earth Wall strat, which was throw arms in the box.
We don't really do an in-between strat, necessarily. This is...
No, okay. The only one who's in that.
Yeah.
That was a very bad set I had for a couple
Oh.
and I was like, nope, not doing this anymore.
Yeah.
Let's get better.
Yeah, all 3 of us sort of have different little nuances we do in each run. Like, I do the Richard fight wrong. Oh, sorry, spoilers.
We haven't even met Richard yet.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, yeah, we did. We did. We didn't mention him, though.
It's okay, it's 5 a.m.
Yeah. So there's another soft law coming up here after Joshua revives from the Hololight of Adios. So let's just not soft lock.
Oh, right, because God is a thing. There
We
it
have
is.
successfully not soft locked. Let's go.
Yay.
Soft locking is a skill issue.
Only one more in this chapter.
Yeah.
Which is why, frankly, I don't mind that you're the one running it.
Yeah, it's also the hardest soft lock that I always get caught on so many times.
Yeah.
And it's going to be right after the blindfolded fight where I'm going to be super hyped up. So I'm going to have to like take a minute there because
I will remind
That is
you.
definitely the most common place to soft lock for whatever reason.
Yeah.
A lot of these are low percentage, but that one is not.
the play is super high percent. The play is almost guaranteed.
Yeah. The only ones that I can, like, sometimes get away with is the one in Laced On in Chapter 3. Sometimes I accidentally turbo through that one, and it's fine.
I think I only had the one spot at the very end of the play. Was the only plot I've ever soft locked on the play somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just weirdly lucky. But
Who knows?
I forgot how many NPCs and characters you just like see very briefly before they come back later in this game.
Yeah, we just saw one of the final bosses of 2nd chapter there.
So here we're going to set up some arts for the next Jaba fight. This next Jaba fight is way harder than the first. Holy crap, we got a Crest Charm? That's a rare palm drop, so...
Wow.
It's completely useless to us, but it's neat that it happened.
It sells.
For like 500.
Doesn't sell.
yes,
From
We've been getting surprisingly good luck throughout all this, except for that 3rd palm grind.
Well, that was only because you had to do so many fights for CP.
Yeah.
It was fine otherwise.
Like, my wallet doesn't like that.
It's fine. So this Jaba battle, we're going to be using some advanced positioning techniques with Chloe to snipe some of the most dangerous enemies. Josh was just going to be on AoE duty, and then Estelle's going to be on Jaba cleanup.
Okay, good. You actually triggered the cutscene. I missed this cutscene trigger somehow.
You might have turboed through it.
Unless
No,
you
I
turbo,
didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't turbo through it.
Huh.
I just missed it. And
I
then
am going to drop down a safety save here because this is actually a really dangerous fight, and I need it to go well.
it can be pretty nasty, especially because Beef strat is a little bit modified from what I think Captain do.
I mean, this is what's in Mannix's notes, so...
Ah, yeah, that explains it.
Yeah, we've learned to distrust those.
Sorry, Mannix.
Looking good so far. It's okay if Estelle dies here. Oh, no, wait, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
Away with us.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes because Estelle is very squishy.
Yeah, the game does autosave, but that autosave was before the cutscene, so it's nice to just have this save right here.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
why I made the safety save.
Yeah, running makes another safety save.
Is everybody pretty much absolutely needs to survive this fight.
Yep.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it.
Nice.
Really? Like, Jaba absolutely has to survive this fight. Even without unfold boss fight coming up, Joshua has to survive this fight to learn a called Flicker, which is
Yeah,
one of the
Flicker is
most important.
the bread and butter of the next boss fight, so...
Yeah, Flicker is absolutely necessary.
All right, nice.
Yeah, we
Very-
want to explain that now, or do we want to explain Flicker later?
So
We'll,
I'll
we'll
explain
explain the fight after I do it blindfolded, I think.
it now. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, better second try.
Is cursor memory going to throw you off at all? Because you're going into the fight having done something previously?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just being dumb.
Yeah, I don't. There's no memory. All right,
Oh.
so these are official palm resets. We had to do one there. Again, we need a Sepith upturn here on Estelle. All right, that's 1, 2, 3.
so hack on a
works.
turn. We get the bonus even if we don't defeat enemy.
Yep. We can just let them run away and we'll still get the Sepith.
Or we can get bopped on the noggin like that.
Yeah.
I still have the EP charge, right?
I believe so.
I don't think you use it, yeah.
Yeah, because Estelle leveled up in Sky Pirate Hideout.
Right. Okay, so I have that as a backup. I shouldn't need it, but we have it as backup.
Yeah.
It's just so you're, for those those keeping track at home, we are at 20 total resets so far.
So that's
And we still have
$100.
the biggest palm grind to go.
So far, that's $100 from both Beef, Captain, DeWolf, and myself.
So that palm in a normal run, you can do at any point during this chapter. I did it specifically now because I need to manipulate Estelle's CP to set up for the blindfolded strategy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Estelle needs to have a very specific amount of CP for the fight to go, where I have a backup.
I think in my route, I actually just ignored that palm unless it happened to spawn. Like, if it didn't spawn, I just dealt with it, not spawning.
How did you manage the lack of Sepith then?
Yeah, you probably
I don't-
didn't use
I don't-
Aerostorm Wake ahead in the next
I
chapter.
don't think I did, no.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Because the old route doesn't do that, to my knowledge.
It was just like, you took the free one if you got it, and otherwise you didn't care.
Sometimes if you get super lucky, and by super lucky I mean you get bad enough fights, you can actually do that palm twice.
Nice.
Not that that really nets you anything, but I mean you can do it. It is a thing you can do.
It is an option. So Beef likes to do the lighthouse in a very specific way for those aforementioned reasons, so that everybody's CP is where he wants it to be. Unfortunately, the lighthouse tends not to cooperate because we have everyone's favorite goldfish poop gang, the Ravens.
Yeah, once again the Ravens are back. This time they're mind controlled because why not? And they are just as annoying as the first time we fought them.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll behave, other times they won't, and if they don't behave, it can go very, very poorly for us.
Yes, as I saw in the practice run yesterday. What we want to see them do is we want them all to move forward and do nothing. And if we can get that for all 3 of the Raven fights we have to do, then perfect.
I'm also going to drop a safety save here because if I have to load an autosave, it sends me all the way back to the end.
Yeah, because it doesn't make an autosave if you enter into a cutscene.
No!
Well, you got 2 of them.
Yeah, that's still good enough.
Oh, and the aerial is a crit.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, no, that's the Hellgate.
Still nice.
Who cares?
Joshua has plenty of CP to spare. Estelle does not. Chloe does.
Yeah, conserving EP is very important here. Because Estelle does not really have enough to spam Hellgates like Joshua and Chloe can.
So now that we've done one fight, we need to restore our CP on Agate, so we're just going to force feed him some jelly beans here.
And bam.
Yeah, the main way of raising EP in this game is to just unlock more of the quartz slots that will just automatically raise your EP. And I guess we just don't unlock that many slots for Estelle anymore.
No, we have more slots unlocked for her now than we ever did, so...
Rude.
I don't know then.
Yeah, this is not ideal. That's helpful, but... Oh, these crits are going to help.
Yeah.
These crits are going to bail me out.
Nice.
Is this the second fight?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Who did I cast with? Estelle? Okay, Estelle has 1 to spare, so... Okay,
Reasonable
no more spare casts on Joshua without the EP charge. Because Ariel's 20 or not 30, right?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Why
Changes
would you
every
do
game.
this?
Ew.
Oh, wow, that was rude.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, so the seal effect does stop us from using S breaks as well as normal physical attacks. So that is.
Oh, I
really
didn't even consider that aspect to it. Okay, yeah, it's 20.
Oh, I thought that's why you were upset.
No, I was just upset of how he just moved in general. All right, we got a feint, which is helpful.
Yeah, that's very
Joshua does have 1 spare aerial here. Agate has no spare cast. Oh, he's cured. Get heck, nerd. Okay.
Agate's just face tanking everything because having just joined the party, he's much higher level than everyone else. No jelly beans.
All right, so that was pretty much the worst the lighthouse can ever go. So that's exciting.
Yeah. Fortunately, you don't need to S-break for this fight.
Yeah, but this fight can still kill you.
It can. It absolutely can.
Though I'm pretty sure they can only kill Estelle, and if Estelle dies here, that's actually okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we got double AT delayed. That's not good.
That's what you don't want to see.
That is exactly what you don't want to see.
These special ops can be really nasty.
Hopefully we get a feint. Okay, we got one feint.
Ooh, very nice.
Ow!
Oof.
Ow!
These guys are giving me flashbacks to
I really
prologue.
thought Estelle was going
Second
down.
chapter.
Skin of your teeth.
A little bit. Okay, so Estelle got an S break there, which is actually really bad, so I'm gonna have to fix that. Which shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, you can just like do a morale and a mook fight or something.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yep.
So we are coming up on the blindfolded fight. That is the next fight once we get back to Rouen proper. I'm a little nervous to say the least. It's a very, very difficult fight to execute. Very 500 IQ. We're gonna give it 2 tries. Before we just do the normal strategy.
If we can't work it out, then we can't work it out. We at least gave it a shot.
I'm hoping we can work it out, though. I've had this strat ready in Prime for 2.5 years, kept it under wraps. It's certainly something.
It is something.
Into something.
I mean, the strat itself without blindfolds is already one of the funniest strats in the game.
Yeah, but that's why we needed to make it more interesting, is because it's one of the coolest strats, but it's also one of the boring ones because there's like no danger to it.
I mean, yeah. All right.
All right, so I'm gonna use the mook up here to do it. This one. Hello, sir. Oh, why would you do that?
What a jerk.
Hurricane's gonna be my best bet.
87.
87's perfect. That means you take 1 hit without an S break.
Perfect.
I'm just very mystified as to why we need her to not have S-break. DP, I can't wait to find out.
Oh, it will be glorious.
it's pretty fantastic.
Remember to turn on 60 FPS before you do the fight.
Yep. I will do that here.
That's for something completely unrelated to the blindfolded
Yeah,
dogs.
we're going to have to take a small second to break after dogs. Why don't I have enough quartz for this?
Why?
Oh, no, wait, no, because I don't.
Yeah, you're not making a blind here.
Yeah, I'm just making the cast too. I'm equipping the blind.
Yes.
And I'm also unequipping EP cut from Estelle. And doing a poison, defense 2, Earthlance is where it should be. Action 1, attack 1, defense 1. Spread out in the wing formation. Options 60 FPS. We'll keep background music for a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be turning off the background music so I can hear the sound effects because, again, I only have 4 sound effects to go off of for the strategy. And that is very, very little. Alrighty. This is nerve-wracking, to say the least.
James, can you help him with the blindfold when he needs it?
I can do it. I can do it.
Oh, never mind.
Can I have it? Thank you. Okay, here we go. BGM off. Safety save down. Enter the door. Blindfold going on. Oh, wait, there's a headset here, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing.
All right, there we go.
This is ridiculous.
All right, I do need total silence for this.
Yep. I'll just be here to confirm if he has a question. Make sure not to turbo too much.
Yep.
Yeah. Now I get to be the backseater.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I have a turn that was Joshua getting hit, right?
Correct.
Okay, who has first turn between Joshua and Chloe?
Josh.
Okay. Move, arts, crafts. This is Joshua then. Arts, move. He got hit, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How could you tell it was him?
Please. Okay. We're on attack.
Oh, you bumped the table there, so it moved you off attack.
Okay, what am I on then?
Nothing.
Okay, attack.
Now you're on attack.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Move, arts, crafts. This is Chloe. Arts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clock up EX on Joshua. That was Estelle, and she got an S break. This is Estelle's turn, which is actually perfect. Okay, we're on attack. Move. She got hit, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Clock up should go off. This is Chloe's S break. Both of those were Chloe?
Correct.
Okay, stereo is gonna fail me here, so I don't know who's closer. I think Chloe should be closer to the dog that's closer to Estelle, right?
Do you want confirmation?
Let's get to where I target first. So this is definitely Joshua's turn because I just did a double S break. Arts, crafts, flicker. Okay. So now it's either Joshua double turn or Chloe or Estelle. I don't know which. Okay, this is still Joshua. Yes. Okay. Now it's going to be one of the girls. Chloe got double hit, so she should have 20 CP. She's on arts. Okay, this is a girl. It is Chloe. I'm on crafts. Arts, 1, 2, 3, 4. Blue impact. This is the correct dog?
Nope.
Okay.
Stereo panning did weird things.
Now we're on the correct dog?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, there goes Chloe's art. Estelle is on... She on attack?
Whose turn is it?
Josh's. I think. No, what? I don't know where I'm at anymore. I lost my place. Am I on Josh items?
Yes.
Okay.
Josh is a speedy boy.
Okay, so then this should probably be Estelle. I don't know where she is, though. Is she still on move?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that is Estelle. 1, 2, 3, Earth Lance.
What the hell?
This is Chloe. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is Josh. This is Estelle.
Just me stepping in for a moment. Estelle's targeting did a very dumb thing.
Oh, no, I know what happened.
Ah.
Okay. This is Chloe. So to account for that, 1, 2, 3, 4, blue impact. Switch my target there. Both of them are casting, so this is a Josh turn.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah! Oh.
heart rate back down to normal now?
Not even close. All right.
I don't know why Estelle auto-targeted the red
It's
dog.
because I targeted the red dog with the S-break.
Oh.
All right, so I'm going to focus on not soft locking here first, and then pay attention to the mayor on the boat.
Yeah, like that was pretty minimal guidance, even with a very strange fight, because you got pretty bad RNG.
Pay
on
attention to
who
the mayor
dogs
on the
hit.
boat here. He's going to turn into Jesus for a little bit,
Yes.
and then we'll explain the fight.
Yeah.
Jesus!
Jesus has left his boat. I love 60 FPS shenanigans, and then he just flies right into the Arsail.
Yep. So basically what I was doing there was I was using the noise saying you can't S-craft, you don't have enough CP to determine whose turn I had between Joshua, Chloe, and Estelle. At one point I used Kempfer and Estelle's crafts to determine the difference between those two because they both couldn't use their S-crafts. Joshua could always use his S-craft, so in order to get to the crafts menu, I have to press down 1 and then up 1, which puts Joshua on items. And if I get a menu confirmation sound on that, that means I'm on Josh. So the basic strategy there is to use Flicker to delay the enemies while casting arts on them separately. As Stolt noted, the targeting got a little bit messed up, and I forgot about it because I used Estelle's S-break so early on in the fight.
Yeah, the thing is, controller S-breaks use a slightly different method. They actually move your cursor around, whereas on keyboard mouse, you just have the number buttons as hotkeys, and they don't move your cursor at all.
I'm really surprised that after I used Estelle's break, it didn't go to attack. I think that's because I used it after Chloe's.
Yeah, probably.
So I was never on that menu for it to do.
But yeah.
Normally there is a BGM here. We'll be turning it right back on, so don't worry. I apologize for the silence, but
It was worth it.
yeah, that was Blindfolded Dogs. That is literally the only fight in the entire game you can do blindfolded that I know of.
And we went and did it, because why not?
Oh my god. All right, back to music. So yeah, if you were wondering why we needed to not have an S-break on Estelle, it's so that on that first turn I could determine who I have between either Joshua or Chloe or Estelle.
Yeah, because Estelle does not have her S-break while the others do. Chest message here.
Chest message?
Reduced to searching empty chests.
That's really... Didn't we already have that
I think so.
There are a couple repeats.
one? Okay. Ironic that the 14 chests we grab in the speed run, we get a repeat.
Eh.
Out of what, almost 200, right?
Something like that.
High 100s.
So now we're heading to Zeiss. This is my favorite chapter. I love the music in Zeiss. You're in Zeiss for the longest amount you're in any city at all in this game, except for maybe Grand Cell. And you just get to have the jazzy BGM the whole time. We get a precious cinnamon roll as a party member. We'll go into her in a little bit.
Oh yeah, you'll want to turn automatic frame rate back on if you haven't
I did.
already.
He did.
Okay, cool. No,
Yeah.
LT, you are not distracting me.
Yeah, Tita, best girl, along with the other 3 people I've called best girl this run.
Tita is not best girl. She's best cinnamon roll.
Technicalities.
Cinnamon rolls are
Until
a bit
Toa gets
different.
introduced, then Toa's best cinnamon roll.
Yeah, Toa does give her some pretty
Toa.
fierce competition.
What does that make Ren?
Good question.
Ren is not a cinnamon
Best
roll.
slaughterer?
She is many things. I don't know. Not a
She's not a cinnamon roll.
No.
Yeah, definitely not.
If Tita is a bakery, Ren is a slaughterhouse.
Yep. All right, so I need to do a quick menu here now that we have all Chloe's stuff back. We need to give Blind and EP Cut 1 back to Estelle, so she has Hellgate. Same with Joshua here. And we also need to fix our formation because we no longer need the wing.
Yep.
The formation on that dogs fight, by the way, was very specific so that we position both dogs between all of our party members so that we can get the full effect from Flicker.
Yep. And by getting them on a line, Josh can hit them both.
Flicker is very, very precise, so if they're even one tile off, it doesn't work.
What?
Why?
Is every Death Blow 2 chest just the same message?
Oh, that might be it. It might be based on the item that's
yeah,
inside.
Maybe.
Yeah, that could be it. Because that was the chest in Chapter 1 with Deathblow 2.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very.
I believe they make them unique in every game afterwards.
Yeah, there were probably some gremlins to work out with this game specifically because it was the first time they did it.
I mean, or they just ran out of ideas and just reused the same one.
I
that
wouldn't
Chef
blame
Boy.
them. Localizing these games is painful.
I've been
Literally.
a little too focused on commentary. Did anybody notice if I got any Sepith upturns anywhere?
No.
No.
You did get a
You
crit
not,
turn.
no,
but-
as in you did not get any.
What about if you got any?
Me?
Yes, but I don't know how many or how relevant they were.
Okay.
I got a couple very early, but they probably weren't relevant.
So what I'm asking about is we need 210 win Sepith for this next menu. And generally the only way you get that automatically is if you get some lucky Sepith ups throughout the run. I was just trying to confirm if we had gotten any. It sounds like we haven't.
Yeah.
So I'll have to probably do an extra fight here, which is slow, but not having the arts we need is slower.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, it's a single fight.
We just
so.
ran into Tita. That cutscene is extremely special because that is one of the only cutscenes in the entire game that doesn't have any prerequisite flag that you have to set in order to see that cutscene.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So
Didn't mean to bump
one
my
of
mic.
the things the Trails series is very well known for among us speedrunners is their plot flags are very, very dependent on one another. You need to trigger everything in a row or else you can't trigger certain things.
Yeah.
What Duwolf is saying is that one in particular you don't need any other triggers for,
Yeah,
which
so-
means you can if you can get here early, which you can with some glitches, you can get Tita in your party at like level 1.
Yeah, there are very precise weak points, so to speak, in their plot flag programming.
And we found most of them and certainly have abused them.
Indeed, as DeWolf can attest with Zero.
Yeah,
Sounds like a Falcom thing. It's all over the East series too.
Yep.
Yep.
Just
Yeast is a lot easier to break though because you have, movement options.
you can jump.
So here we get Tita. She is a little girl. She's a cinnamon roll. She is adorable.
She is useless in this run.
Unfortunately, yes. Actually, no. She plays an very important role that we'll be seeing later.
Well, I mean, yeah, she does have that.
And
but
no one spoil her S-break. I want that to be a thing. Because that deserves to be a thing.
Yeah,
So
there's-
I do only have 200 win Sepith, so I do need to do an extra encounter. We're going to be fighting this acid worm that's over here way later. Something in the notes about fighting a bug instead, but I like this worm.
This be a good moment for a couple donations.
Sure.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we got $5 from Dog. Just says, wonderful run and excellent commentary. Thank you. That was a thank you from the donation, not from me. But thank you very much for your donation. We greatly appreciate it. All these donations are going to NAMI, which is a wonderful cause near and dear to many of
Bye,
us.
Tita.
We have a $15 donation from Falcom Fan that says, the blindfolded fight was crazy. Much props.
Agreed.
We do need to resurrect. No, we don't need to resurrect Tita here,
Yeah,
actually.
no, we don't.
She'll get res from the hot springs.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, Tita's...
Tita's just going to be dragging
I'm
around
sorry,
Zeiss for
Cinnamon
a while.
Roll will carry you to the beyond.
She's
I
clearly walking. I don't know what you're talking about. She is perfectly fine, and I will not hear otherwise.
I mean, the game didn't give me a game over when only a dead Estelle was in my party, so I'm sure this will be fine.
I really wonder if there's some way you can, get a corrupt file with that.
I don't know.
I wouldn't put it past the game, honestly. If you could,
Neither.
turbo glitch yourself down into the tower with a dead Estelle, what would the game do?
I don't know if I ever tried that when I was trying to do turbo over every silly thing in this game.
Interesting.
That's not something I tried. It was test glitch as well, so I have no idea.
Maybe we should look into that.
And now we get the greatest of all orbital innovations in the Burl, an escalator.
And we are going to ride the escalator.
Mind blown.
Look at the game speed runs itself.
We were just messing around with the elevator in Zeiss during setup.
Sit here and enjoy the escalator music.
So, it is actually important movement-wise in the speedrun to take the right direction of elevator because you get a speed boost. If you take the wrong direction, you actually get a speed minus. It's very relevant.
Yeah, it is actually bad to walk against the escalator.
Meanwhile, in Cold Steel, if you go up the wrong escalator, you get a really funny text dialogue instead.
Yep.
And we purposely do that.
You get resident assassin / betrayer.
Go spoilers.
Oh, sorry. Well, I didn't say who.
Resident Aura.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down in Cold Steel?
In Cold Steel, actually kind of a good bit. Especially Cold Steel 1.
Okay, Cold Steel 1, I'll grant you.
Is that just like the feminine version of haha?
No, it's...
I know what it is. I just wanted to see if I could get Dolph to react.
Look, this is Sky. There's only a moderate amount of laughter in Sky, so we're just going to enjoy this while it lasts.
I love that graph that charts the ha-has, and there's just a massive jump in CS3.
So here, Tina's going to fulfill her real role to us of being items that we can sell.
Yeah.
By the way, where is the dad versus player incentive? Is it still on dad?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Are we locking that one up now?
Yeah, that one's locked up.
Yep.
It actually determines what I do here.
Okay.
Sorry, we
so-
should have given you more warning on that.
Absolutely, it's fine. So, currently, Dad is winning.
Okay.
All right.
That means I need to sell things here because I can't just go report all requests for a lot of extra money.
Yeah. If we were to fight the final phase of the final boss ourselves, that means we'd be able to report what we've done to the guild, and that would give us the money we need for this menu, instead of having to sell everything.
We'd still have to sell a good bit of stuff, but we wouldn't have to sell like the stuff worth 50.
Yeah, because we specifically make an effort not to report to the guild, which is extremely counterintuitive, but as I said earlier, being stupid is fast.
50 whole extra mirror for that crest charm.
Nice. Worth it.
You could buy a whole apple with that.
Wow. Now that we have all that stuff, partially courtesy of Tia and her equipment.
Yeah, she makes it so we can actually afford everything here.
Yeah. Which we do with a lot of characters in this game. We do
So-
it with Olivier in Chapter 1 as well.
Here we're going to give Estelle the strongest aerial art in the game, which is Aerostorm. It's a huge range AoE attack that's very, very strong. And it's basically what we're going to be using for the entire rest of the run.
And in
we're
casual
also going to
playthrough.
give Joshua here White Gehenna, which is a very, very strong dark attack.
Yeah. Wind moves are particularly good in casual speedruns because they give you metric tons of Sepith.
This is also true.
Yeah, wind is going to be AoE usually that does a ton of hits, and as we mentioned earlier, every hit when you have a Sepith up is going to give you more Sepith, so it just starts escalating really fast.
So here we meet Tita's grandfather, Professor Russell. He is a recurring character in the series. He's very famous across this universe as being a genius, but he's a little hyper-focused at times. So he didn't even realize we showed up until we helped him with his experiment.
And when
first.
we did, he ordered Estelle to go fetch him some coffee.
Yeah, he is one of the 3 disciples of Professor Epstein, right? Who invented all of the ornament stuff that we use to cast magic.
Yeah.
Basically, the Trails equivalent of the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, it was the Orbment Revolution, and Orbments basically power all the lights, all the technology.
All the lights that just went out.
Yeah, so part of the major story that we've kind of been undermining is we got this black ornament sent to us from our dad, and we have no idea what it's about, and we just performed a test on it. And that test caused the ornament to activate and shut down all of the power within the entire city. And everybody kind of got freaked out about that. So we're going to do some more tests in this chapter to figure out what exactly this black ornament is. And in order to do so, we get to be an errand girl.
Yeah. Because we, of course, have some busy work to do while that plot runs in the background. And I do mean
Well, the busy work
literally.
is getting that plot ready. The first thing we're going to be doing here is fetching some gasoline in a combustion engine.
Yeah.
Because, as we've seen, we can't use orbital technology to do anything with this black ornament we have here. So we've got to use, like real world technology of combustion and gas and, the actual scientific things that aren't fantasy to get our goals accomplished.
There's a wonderful throwaway line about how it was sort of discovered before the over-revolution, but they just sort of got rid of it because it was loud and polluting and just sort of awful in general. So, like, why would anyone ever want to use gas?
I know, right? Like, it's just, why?
Yeah, I don't understand either.
Just use orbits, forehead.
It is a mystery. Trails
So here
has
we get to use a
absolutely no
computer for the
subtext.
first time, and it's very slow.
Yeah.
But we're gonna get some information about the combustion engine and gasoline and where to find them. They're at the basement of this whole research facility, and then the airship in the docking bay has the combustion engine for us. But I mean, we're a 14-year-old girl, 15-year-old boy, and this maintenance lady is just going to give these two unsupervised young teenagers who don't know what gasoline is a can of gasoline. What could possibly go wrong when we have magic that lets us cast fire?
I mean,
I foresee no problems with this. Also, Zeiss music is jazzy.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite tracks from FC, one of Ishibashi's best.
And also, Kumo, if you've got anything else, now is also a good time.
Yes, I do. I have $10 from Donna that just says, that blindfolded fight was incredible. Good luck running the rest of the game. P.S. Ren is the sweetest girl.
I love Ren. Don't get me wrong.
I love Ren
Ren's
too.
great. I
She's
love
great.
Ren too, but not until like 0.
I love how...
At least
I love the part that you can skip her fight in second chapter.
you gotta love her
Oh my
by you
God.
gotta love her by the third. Come on.
Yeah, third, honestly, yeah.
If your heart doesn't go out to her by the end of the third,
I
like,
love the memes of the trails and the memes edit of like why won't my feelings go away
Yeah.
with Ren? It's like
But yeah, since conventional combustion is not affected by this Black Orbman's ability to shut down anything that attempts to dissect or interact with it, they're just going to have a hacksaw, well, not a hacksaw, buzzsaw, circular saw running ad infinitum to try to crack the Black Orbman open and see what's inside.
yeah, because
This-
that's what you do if you encounter some unknown mystical power thing. You just take a saw to it and try to open it. That seems like a logical thing to do.
Yeah, man.
What could possibly go wrong?
This will not backfire in any way, shape, or form.
Hey, that's
In the
science.
meantime, though, the hot spring town just south of this area is out of commission. So we're going to take Tita over there so she can fix the hot springs for us. Oh, wait, she did get full healed when she came back. Let's go!
Nice.
So it's really weird. Tita leaves the party like 2 or 3 times during this chapter.
Yeah.
That first time she left, she apparently got healed. Oh, no, wait, no, maybe she... No. She got healed when we slept at the house.
Oh, yeah.
That's when she got healed. She didn't get healed from coming back.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, the game does use the existing status, and I know this because if you do the glitches to like skip around in the game, you can't get her in your party before the game sets her level to its initial level, and she'll just be level 1, and it's kind of cute.
All level 1 Tita.
I didn't know that.
That is the most cinnamon bun Tita.
That is the absolute most cinnamon
that's
bun.
very cinnamony.
Does she still have an S break at that level?
I
I don't
remember.
know.
Like, she dies the second anything stares at her, so it's hard to get 100 CP.
What level do Estelle and Joshua start at?
3?
Oh, 3?
I'm pretty sure it's 3. I might
yeah,
be
level
wrong.
3.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I don't know.
So here we're going to find out that someone from this inn went missing while we're waiting for Tita to fix the hot spring. She's doing... she, like her grandfather, has hyper-focus and loses herself in her own world when she's working with gadgets.
Yep.
So we just kind of backed off and let her do her thing while we go save the missing guest. And the camera always
While
is.
you don't save the missing guest.
Yeah, we don't need it.
The guest can fend for herself.
So this fight is going to be super easy. We're just going to use some AoE magic to take it out. In the old speedrun route, the strat for this fight was to use a buff ability that buffs your agility, which is your evasion stat. and we were just trying to dodge tank this fight, the entire fight,
Okay,
with all of these enemies, while killing them with aerial.
And mind you, dodge tanking isn't as good in Sky as it is in later Trails games, because in those later Trails games, you automatically counter when you dodge an attack.
Yeah, no, my strategy for this was just use AoE and pray. Like, I was not even at dodge stretch levels. That was already after my time.
Well, this could be a problem.
Yeah, no,
No, we should be okay.
Oh, yeah, you have... Don't skip it.
There we go.
You are playing with fire there, bud.
yeah, I don't know why you need to save Dorothy. Like, everyone knows she's the Grandmaster, so she can just handle it.
Oh, come on, Dorothy, best girl.
We don't even know what Ouroboros is yet.
Yeah, no,
I do
we
love-
sure don't.
I do love Dorothy, but
Crisis music.
Nice. We've been getting that music uncomfortably often this run.
Yeah, so the reason I am not concerned about Estelle dying, oh, actually, she missed experience
Yeah,
there.
she missed experience. That might have implications in the Zeiss grind.
Yeah, I'm going to have to just do a 10th fight for Barrage.
Maybe.
No, absolutely. If she misses anything, you have to do an
Yeah.
extra fight.
But we have strats to mitigate that. It also potentially means more money.
It's true.
So you know what? Nami wins. Also, we're on pretty good pace anyway. 223.
That's not bad. But the reason I'm not concerned about her being dead is you get a full heal and a full CP here, because hot springs in Trails games are always very special.
Yep.
That they restore all of your CP.
you're gonna say that they're very special and that every character is obsessed with them.
Falcon
is
does
also
love its
true.
hot spring.
Okay, let us have this, Still Wolf. It's
And
fr-
then it's starting in 0 and out, just resting in any and it all restores your CP, so they become
It's
kinda
free
redundant.
CP. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth.
I mean, I'm actually completely fine with the hot spring trope, honestly.
So speaking
I'm
of hot
not.
spring tropes, we are going to have the hot spring trope here. Estelle is going to be talking with Tita, and of course romance is going to come up during this conversation. This is around the point in the game where Estelle is realizing she has feelings for Joshua more than just family. Like lovey-dovey feelings, because, you know, they're adopted siblings.
This isn't as bad as we're making it sound.
So she goes out into what she doesn't realize is the mixed bath, and Joshua is there, and Estelle freaks the heck out.
Yeah, that's part of why people call first chapter a slow burn, so to speak. The game spends a lot of time developing each individual character, not just in relation to Estelle and Joshua, but in relation to each other. It puts a whole lot of stock into development and interactions. And the end result, while some might call it slow, some might call it boring, is an extremely fleshed out cast that really rounds itself out, especially by the end of third.
Yeah, so I'm going to spoil the end of this game because we're going to see it anyways. Joshua kisses us goodbye and just leaves, pieces the heck out.
You just...
So when all of us were waiting for second chapter to get localized,
Oh my God.
we were all like, we need the continuation of the story. We need to know how Joshua and Estelle turn out.
And it was 4 years.
But more than that, once we got it, the game was so fleshed out and the story and the characters were already so good that I was completely invested in the story despite you not solving the Joshua crisis till halfway through the game.
Yeah.
Like, the first half of the game had reinvested me in the entire world, aside from what my main initial investment was, which is really surprising.
Yeah, like even every single minor NPC in this game like has an arc.
Yeah.
If you just talk to them after every story event, like you can just, they're incredibly well done.
Like actual for real best boy Anton, who can never get a date until CS4?
CS4, he gets the girl.
Four.
He gets the girl in CS4.
4.
Kind of does in CS. Well, he sort of does okay in CS2, but
He tries, but Sharon turns him down.
I feel
But he made an attempt, which is better than usual.
he only got the attempt out of pity, I imagine.
This is also true. So we've come back to the research lab, and it's all smoked out. Something's going on here. We find the laboratory completely empty, the buzzsaw just going. Agate shows up again because why wouldn't he? And we something's fishy going on, so we're gonna check the other floors. There is a side quest here to remove the smoke, but we're speedrunners and we don't care about side quests.
Unfortunately, the elevator is out of commission.
Yep. We find the professor is being kidnapped by the special soldiers that we fought at the lighthouse, and we spring into action by climbing down 5 flights of stairs. So back in a world where turbo didn't exist, taking the stairs was actually faster than taking the elevator.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're still too slow. They get away, and nobody in this massive crowd of people makes any attempt to stop them whatsoever.
So the reason they don't make any attempt is they're dressed like the special ops. So people think, hey, they're on our side. They're helping the professor. But that is not the case. They are kidnapping our boy.
Despite the freaking potato sack with the professor in it.
This is also...
But yeah, with Turbo, it's faster to take the elevator no matter how far you're going, even if you're only going 1 floor, which is hilarious.
Yeah, just between stairs not being safe in Turbo in general, and just it's much easier to do movement on an elevator where you're just pushing a button than it is to navigate stairs.
Oh, Alba.
And, you know, Alba shows up again. He conveniently tells us, hey, I saw those special ops guys. They were going towards the tower.
Yeah.
And then Agate's just like, hey, Cinnamon Roll, this is too high class for you. You can't come. And she runs off in a huff. Because, unfortunately, Joshua and Estelle kind of agree that dealing with special ops people with guns and high damage and really scary things is not really where you take a Cinnamon Roll to.
Yeah, no, you got to be at least 14 years old before you fight special ops.
And 4 feet tall.
Ouch, ouch.
You must be this tall to fight special ops. So now we have a gate back, or Agate. He's got his new and improved S-Break, which is AoE, our first AoE S-Break. AoE S-Breaks are disgustingly strong, and we are going to abuse the heck out of that.
Does that count as 1 right there, or do you not go
No,
for
we
that?
don't go for that.
Okay.
One. We don't have Tita in the party yet.
Right.
So Agate has a craft that lets him get CP for in exchange for his own health, and that's in a casual playthrough bustedly strong.
Yep.
We're gonna Aerostorm with Stell here, and then S-Break with Agate, and all the dogs are dead. Easy fight.
Yeah.
And, you know, those are the same dogs we were fighting before. Estelle gets asked, hey, why do you think the dogs are here? And she's just like, it's a coincidence.
We now enter Carnelia Tower, the
that
final
one's my
tower.
favorite.
Chest quote.
Oh. Aha! You again.
We now enter the final tower, Carnelia Tower, which is ironically the easiest to navigate.
Yes. So here we're going to set up for some water arts on our Joshua and Agate setup. So we have what we need for this next chest fight. This is the only, like, optional mob fight we're going to do in the entire run. And it's for a mine 3/4, which boosts our magic damage significantly. So this game has trap chests, or mimic chests if you want to call them that. Basically, you get an encounter when you open the chest, and you have to defeat the encounter to get the contents. This one's very simple. Oh, it's someone to dad! No!
No!
So this could be kind of bad. Ow.
That should be okay. Ish.
I need Estelle to not die.
Yeah, sorta.
So summoning an ad here is really slow because you have to kill the ad. That might help Estelle's EXP though.
That might actually, yeah. Chest quote.
Do the menu first. Okay. Estelle move spot 1 and 2. Change back to EP cut 2, EP 1. So we get White Gehenna back. Mine 3 for boosted magic damage. And then Agate. Sleep and shield so he can aerial. Chest is decidedly empty.
Decidedly empty. We do have a couple floors here that we need to navigate, so if you have time for 1 or 2 quick donations.
There's
that would be a
actually
good
one
time.
thing yet. This next floor coming up, we explained earlier the EXP scaling in this game. The higher level you are, the less EXP you get. Once you get to level 41 out of 50, everything in the game gives you 1 EXP. No, wait, 43, sorry. 43 out of 50. Everything in the game gives you 1 EXP. The fastest way to level grind to level 50 is in that Carnelia Tower floor 3 there.
Ah.
So here we've got another simple fight of just casting magic on these nerds, and then S-breaking with Agate.
What formation is it going to be this time? Oh, that's fine, yeah. Kaboom.
So now we're going to try to save the professor, but they're going to unfortunately get away because Tito foils our own plan. And as a result, Agate's going to get shot.
But he's a big boy. He takes it.
He takes it like a champ. He's totally not poisoned and, like, dying right now.
No. We do a whole grind after this, and he's perfectly fine.
Exactly.
So I apologize. Now would be a good time.
Now is a good time for donation.
Rightio. We got a $43 donation from Hebbinks that just says, always willing to put down for a great cause. Keep up the great work, y'all. Thank you so much for your generous donation. We do have a couple of bids coming up. As I've mentioned a few times, we still have that glitch exhibition for this run. For the next run, we also have a Final Fantasy Adventure by our good friend Bowie the Hero. We have naming Fuji and Sumo, the two main characters of the game. Currently, Fuji has $5 for Nami, and Sumo has $5 put towards for chat. So if you want to add money to those, or perhaps donate to add a different name, that would just be $6, and you'd have the name in the lead.
All right. Get your palm counter ready.
Yep. So this is the palm count. As note, this is the point in the run that the poster is for.
Yep.
We are going to be grinding palms 9 or 10 times. Like full fights.
Yep.
With S breaks.
Now that we have AoE S breaks,
Okay, that's 2.
we can kill every palm in an encounter instead of trying to kill just 1 or 2.
3. And the whole thing of this is we're mass feeding. Oh my god.
You got surprised by a palm.
I'm counting that.
That's, yeah, you should count that. That could have been really bad, actually. 4.
Well, we're at 5.
Yeah, you
5, yeah. Okay.
You might want to heal us, Josh.
We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
They'll level up after this, I'm pretty sure.
So this is Tita's S break. She's a precious cinnamon roll, but she's also, you know, got a Gatling gun.
And this move makes her broken in East versus Trails, actually, because it applies defense down.
What?
Yeah,
Wait, why didn't that kill? Oh,
200.
no. Everybody should have had 200.
Agate didn't have 200.
He's not supposed to.
Did
Did you not get a strength bonus?
you weapon on?
Maybe
Is-
the weapon.
Yeah, it could be a
Yeah,
weapon.
it might be the weapon.
Yeah, you might not have put like the Rumpaya or whatever it is on him.
No, he's got the right weapon.
He's got the Rumpaya.
Everybody's
Does
got.
Tito weapon on?
No. Tito was firing blanks.
All right, back to palm resets.
There are 7 so far on this grind.
My God.
I'm
I
kind of
swear-
glad I didn't agree to this.
It's not too late to agree to it.
Coward.
My poor wallet can't handle this.
Remember, we also do want chat to match.
Yeah, even just $1 per reset would be massively appreciated. And if the money's not right, then there's plenty else you can do for free. You can spread the word, you can help encourage other people to donate. We're all in this together.
So I'm going to use a bit of a hybrid strat here, since I might need to do an extra fight to get Barrage on Estelle, where I'm going to I'll first mess up my formation, but I can probably salvage it.
Yeah, probably.
Nope, we're not fast enough to salvage it.
Unfortunate. Well, no, you don't have to do... Oh, yeah, positions. A side note, resetting palm fights is the only point where we use field turbo. We make an exception for that because...
Yeah, you're
Come
just
on.
standing there, so...
You're just
It's
standing
basically like a cutscene. So for these fights, I either need a turn bonus or I need to use a stealth morale. It is better to have a turn bonus, but you're not always guaranteed one.
Yeah, so when we run away from the battle, because the palm hasn't seen us, it won't try to run away from us. So we'll still be in position to back attack it as soon as its iframes wear off. I don't have any better word to use than iframes for this.
Yeah.
So what I'm also doing is I'm opening up the map to look for the little red dot, a single red pixel.
Ooh, nice Sepith. Although
Can't
it doesn't
use it,
really
though.
matter. Yeah. Oh, there's another one, though.
Oh, I forgot to Wild Rage. Okay, we have turns now because we're fast. All right, that's 3, right?
Yep, that was number 3.
We'll do one more with Wild Rage. For now. That should give me enough beans to spare.
Yeah.
Because I've saved 6 at this point. That's 1 for Estelle and then 4 extra for Agate.
Yeah, 62. We have 62 now. You'll need to burn at most 40. 48 through the rest of this grind. So yeah, that'll leave you with plenty.
Keep forgetting the Wild Rage. I'm not used to it.
Yeah.
That was 4.
Yep. Probably just placebo effect, but I think these palms do have a higher spawn rate than other palms.
Certainly feels that way.
Cheetah doesn't have enough. Because like
Counting's hard.
usually I only have to reset the room maybe 3 times at most throughout my entire grind, but you're apparently having much worse luck.
Yeah.
I think I jinxed it, I'm sorry.
You sure did.
Oh god, why did I do that? This is number 4 at least.
No, that should be 5.
Yeah, that was 5.
Oh, that was 5. Whoops.
So doing this grind, we're doing this mostly for the Sepith, and this time we're actually doing it for the experience. We're trying to get, we are extremely under-leveled going into this, so this basically gets our level back on track for the rest of the run.
Yeah. I do appreciate that this is pretty much the only proper grind we do in this route, and it only takes like 8 or 9 minutes tops.
Yeah, unfortunately, I believe in FC you don't get a multiplier for when you're under-leveled, so it does... Like, we don't get this slingshot back up all the way.
Yeah.
You do, it's just not...
Correct.
Oh, you don't?
There's cap, and we get the same experience out every one of these parts.
Huh.
And it might be the last one we get slightly less. I can't remember. It's been a while since
Yeah,
I
you
actually looked at it.
Yeah, once you're high enough level, you will lose... like, once you're over leveled, you'll get less XP per...
I forgot to check for the palm when it wasn't there.
But yeah, you won't get a bonus for being under-leveled.
But yeah, we go from 14 to level 24 grind. And see, we are very, very coming into this chapter.
My god, he's tallying in Japanese.
I got a lot of tallies, okay? I had to start mixing it up a bit. You told me there would only be 25. At most.
I was wrong!
Marathon luck.
That was 7?
I think 6 or
6.
7. I'm
6
not
or
sure.
Whatever. Black Fang is 8 or 9. That's
Who did I tell to count this?
no one.
Look, I'm counting other things.
Yeah, it's not you, Wolf. Told I trusted you.
I trusted me too.
You have time for a quick donation?
Sure.
Yep.
Alrighty, you got $4 from Randy's former #1 fan. It just says, believe in the bruhfish that brus in you. Sorry. I was told to put in a comment something that would make Kumo suffer. Also, no best boy agate, so I'm throwing my money in for Olivier. Well, we appreciate your donation, and
It's a pretty good boy, too.
Thanks, Randy's former #1 fan.
I shouldn't need a turn bonus here.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Now, once you get high enough level, you don't need morale anymore. I do need to do the extra fight, though, because Estelle did not get barrage here.
Looks like you'll have enough, though.
Only if I wild rage this last one, though.
Yeah. 16 is fine.
Yeah, but I still have to give Estelle 2.
Oh,
That puts me down to 14, and I need 13.
right.
All right, this is the last chance for the palm counter to rack up, and we only racked it up once.
Right, then our grand total is 36.
So that's
180. I'll stop.
180. Well, I think we can safely say that glitch exhibit incentive is getting met.
Yeah, are we able to meet that if we all do the 180 right now?
All 4 of you, that would put us...
That's
That'd put us at-
$720.
That would put us at about 1,200 out of 1,500.
Let's
All
do
right,
it.
chat. I believe in you guys. I believe in you guys, chat. Match us.
Yeah, get those in.
Match
because
the
we,
30. What is it? 36?
36. And feel free to take any multiplier you are comfortable with donating.
'cause we are
I'll do mine
starting
later
to run out of time
because I'm
here,
still
so.
running.
Gotcha.
So on the way back, oh, I forgot to take all of his stuff.
Ooh. I do want to, on the subject of incentives, I want to salute the guy who donated $1,395 to get both of the other incentives met, the chest quotes and then fighting Lawrence. Whoever you are the real MVP.
All right, we took out stuff correctly this time.
Nice. We robbed him.
That's a recurring theme in these trails runs is you get party member for a little bit, you steal all their stuff to use later, then they come back with the same stuff and you get duplicates of it. So Agate collapses from the poison or maybe overwork because we just did a bunch of fights with him and he was really angry the whole time. One or the other, who can really be sure?
Yeah, no, there's plausible deniability.
Look,
But,
Agate is a very angry boy.
Now we
Almost
have
as-
to go to fight some giant penguins to get the medicine to heal Agate. But in order to go fight giant penguins, we need a guide. So we're gonna go pick up our bear. His name is Zin. He's voiced by Patrick Seitz. He's my favorite character because he's best. He's so good. I love Zin. He's not great in this game, but in second chapter, he's easily the strongest character. And we're also going to now spend all of our spoils of war from all those palm fights. Do all the things at this synthesis shop. We're gonna get the last of our slots open so we can fully kit out our stuff. And we're gonna synthesize some quartz that increase our stats and get us the magic we need.
Fun fact, the original localization actually had him named as Zane.
Yep, Zane Vatek. They did fix quite a few things in the PC version from the original PSP localization, just because, you know.
Yeah, so Zin is the strongest physical attacker in the game, hands down. Everybody likes to say Agate because he's got his wild rage, but no, Zin's just better.
Zin also has a very useful bug in second chapter that elevates his damage way beyond anything else.
We'll get into that next year.
Maybe. I have to actually learn second chapter
I applaud
first.
your optimism.
A lot of menuing here. But despite him being the most physically strong character in the game, we're going to use arts with him on this next battle because the boss has a fire weakness. And since Zen is still, despite us doing that entire grind, Zen is still higher level than us, so he's our carry.
Yep.
But this is definitely the rare chance in the run where Estelle gets to shine as a main DPS instead of Joshua.
Wow. Do I count that as a pun?
Oh, I was confused what the pun was. Yes, count that.
My Estelle, you shine like the sun.
Oh, I didn't give Estelle CP. Didn't do that. All right, now we have enough jelly beans for Joshua to get his S break after this battle. I'm just gonna double check they're both set. And then we have the 2 jelly beans we need for the end of the chapter. Which, for the final boss in this chapter, is so incredibly difficult that we're gonna have Kumo do it for us.
Yeah, we don't trust ourselves. We trust the guy who, has done several limit break runs before. We trust the guy who's, he's done so much work as staff here that, us greenhorns, we can't really handle the fight ourselves.
Oh boy, I'm helping.
Yay!
We'll walk you through it. Don't worry. It may be incredibly complex, but we'll get you there.
Yeah.
Unless things actually go horribly wrong, then we'll probably take over.
I appreciate the
So
faith.
this is Giant Fat Penguin. He comes with a bunch of crazy penguin ads that we're just going to eliminate immediately. Got a crit. We don't really care about damage anymore. Since we got all those levels, we're really, really bulky now. At least for this point in the game. So we're gonna spam fire. Reminder, we still have a bit of that gasoline tank with us, but who cares?
That's not important.
I mean, it's not
All
conventionally
right, we
usable.
are at 34, 26, 27. So you need to get this boss below 2,000, and then Estelle S break and a Zen S break will kill it.
You'll get your time in the sun, Kumo.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet.
Patience, young grasshopper.
We will teach you the ways of sky speedrunning.
God, now I feel bad for the poor guy. We put him on the spot, basically guilt tripped him into doing this party trick. And then when he's actually ready to do it, we're like, no, not yet.
Ew, we don't want you yet.
Shoo. Yeah, no. Thanks for agreeing to that, though, in all seriousness.
Look, all I'm saying is now I regret appointing both of you mods of the Trails server.
You appointed me owner, sir. You can't take that back. I have the power here now.
For better and for worse.
Oh, come on. I haven't been that bad a tyrant.
That's what a tyrant would say.
That's...
Do you need me to remind you of the incident?
No.
Oh, that one. Yeah, no.
We have fun here.
We're going to leave that in the dark past where it belongs.
No. Not the Black Records.
Oh, no.
Black records aren't real. New Game Plus isn't real.
True endings aren't real.
Tread the path to the unknown isn't real.
Right, where were we again? Oh, right, Agit's dead. Or dying.
Yeah, he's slowly dying a painful agonizing death. We finally got the moss from the evil penguin. I think this is also a good time to go into some of the funnier enemies in this series. The giant penguin is definitely one. It's a super boss in the second chapter, actually.
Yeah.
And it's actually just a super difficult fight.
You've also got the handstanding skunks in Zero. And in Azure.
And in second chapter, there's a forced boss fight with a crazy sheep. That's the thing's name, is Crazy Sheep.
Yep.
And its ability, one of its attacks, is literally Crazy Sheep gone loco.
Yep. It goes loco and gets I think it's attack up, defense down.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it inflicts you with something as well.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought that was a side quest, but it's been a while since I played
it's a
SC.
monster fight on the road to the fortress.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
you're
then in third, one of the super bosses is a giant palm. And it plays one of the big boss themes that's supposed to be used for all of the hype human enemies. Like, overdosing Heavenly Bliss does not work on that fight, but it's still hilarious.
Overdosing Heavily Bliss is such a good song, though, so it's okay. I forgive it.
It is. It's such an immaculate song. Takeshita, my beloved.
So now that we've healed Agate, he's still recovering, but
Dorothy just poofs into existence.
that she does. She sees the airship we were chasing back at the tower landing in the nearby fortress. So that is our next job to go and investigate. Coming up is the last real fight in this chapter. The final boss of this chapter.
Yeah.
We're gonna have Kumo do it.
Yeah, she
so,
accidentally took a photo of an airship as it's landing at a secret base.
Like
and
you
you
do.
say she's not the Grandmaster.
Clearly, she's collaborating. She's colluding with Alba. Ow.
it's fine. We have so much health here.
Yeah.
Now more use of Joshua's new AoE art.
Which doesn't break if you skip it.
Yep, you can turbo Joshua's AoE art just fine because it doesn't have any movement in the actual cutscene of it where he needs to be next to an enemy. He just kind of goes full-on edgy boy anime and just nothing personal, kids them in the back.
Yep.
That's the entire S-Break. We will be doing a showcase of the S-Breaks, the final S-Breaks for the final party during, ideally, the final fight. I'm putting words in the captain's mouth, but hopefully he won't make me a liar.
I'll work out.
We've been doing a lot of that to a lot of people this run.
It's fine. We're all friends here. We're all 36 palms in deep.
Oh, goodness.
We're all friends.
I'm looking at the bid war over here.
What do we got for the characters?
Cheryl 105, Chloe 65, Olivier 24.
Oddly specific, Olivier.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal with that is.
I'm okay with it, though. So, we should be fair and disclose that Shara and Chloe are the ideal party members.
Yeah.
They are the fastest party members. If you want us to have a hard time, you'd vote for Olivier.
Yeah.
But surely you wouldn't want that, right? You wouldn't want to give us even more hardship in this run? Right, guys? Right?
Please?
Now, we said to be unbiased,
By the way, we can.
and then we lied.
Chat, please have mercy.
By the way, we can confirm that this is in fact the best Final Fantasy because it has a Cid.
Hey!
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's true.
So what are our
Indeed it is.
chocobos?
The Arsile.
That's a big
So we
chocobo.
saw it a little bit before when we used Deathblow in the Dawn fight. We're going to do the same thing to the final fight of this chapter and just cheese it with Deathblow, and that's why Kumo's going to be able to do it. So we're going to set that up right here.
Josh gets Deathblow on slot 1. Agate gets Deathblow on slot 2.
Please promise me you won't let me waste any of the puppets.
No.
We don't have any puppets at this point.
Yeah, no, we don't get those until the final dungeon. The
Technically,
only
you could have a puppet if you talk to the guy outside the oh, I forgot to get the orbit device.
the jammer.
Yep.
The only way that fight can go wrong is if Agate misses, and if Agate misses, you just wait until he gets his next turn.
Yeah. If Olga dies, then it's a different story.
If Agate misses again, then just give up.
So what's going on here is now that we've confirmed the orbment is at the fortress because their gate stopped working when we went to go and investigate it. Oddly similar to how all the tech in this town stopped working when we messed with the orbment. What we're going to do is we're going to disguise ourselves as cargo and sneak into the fortress as,
Just cargo.
sacks of grain, food, weapons, whatever have you in those that cargo. But the problem is they have scanners that say if there's a life form inside of the box that we're going to be in.
So that's what we picked up the jammer for.
Yep, we needed to pick up the orbital jammer that we helped the professor with at the very start of the chapter. so that we can block their scanner. We say, no, we are actually cargo.
Yep.
This scene's also coming up a little significant because it's the first time Joshua and Estelle are forced into very, very close, pressed right up to against each other quarters after Estelle has started to awaken to her feelings.
Yeah, since they have to shove themselves inside a cargo container.
Yep. It's immediately dispersed, though, by the precious cinnamon bun squeezing up and hugging Estelle. So.
And then Agate just ruins everything.
Correct.
But yeah, as a heads up, we are about 5 minutes, I'd say, from the end of the chapter, and thus the final co-op switch.
There we go.
Yeah.
Man, why they gotta play this tune and break my heart?
So here we see Tita doing tech things. She's also asking Agate about Misha, who is the name Agate moaned in his poison-induced coma while Tita was taking care of her.
Yep.
And Agate just responds that it's her sister and nothing really else. Not that, she's deceased. Or
He's got some demons.
yeah, not the reason he's always angry.
Yep.
So here we're breaking into the fortress. We've got our jammer. We're in the cargo. These guys are going to do their routine check. And, uh-oh.
It
They
goes
found us.
off anyway.
They found us.
No, they didn't.
It's just a
Kitty.
cat.
It's a cat.
Shout-outs to Cat.
Shoutouts to Antoine. The game actually has a fully fleshed out cat language that you can read a dictionary translation for. So the cats have dialogue.
This is true.
I thought the roos from East were a lot.
Yeah, it's like dependent on how many A's are in the nya, what the ending particle is, like go. It's nuts.
The detail, man.
Okay.
All right, Cooper, we're just about ready for you.
This is the fight.
So all you're going to do,
And
Kuma,
shout outs to one of the best songs in the game.
Yeah, this is really good.
you're going to flicker one of the guards and you're going to Dragna edge the other one.
Yeah.
Joshua Craft and Agate Craft.
If that's too difficult, I can hold your hand on the mouse.
Oh, do you want the mouse or do you want the controller? All right,
He wants the controller.
let's go controller stance.
There's two of them. They're multiplying.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the order.
Yeah.
But knowing, let's see
Okay.
the turn order. Okay, so if you choose wrong, Tina might die. That's the thing. Here. Yep.
Don't miss. It didn't miss. And then Flicker never misses.
Yeah! Let's go, Kumo. That was honestly as impressive as my blindfolded strat, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That was A+.
My singing does not hold a candle to that work of art.
Absolute gamer moment.
You flatter me so.
Thank you, RPG Limit Break. I just want to say thanks.
Please invite us back. All right, so there is a soft lock coming up here I need to be aware of.
Yeah,
we're
it's,
going to find the Sky Pirates down here, and
Yeah, it's right after
the
they.
Stell are going to...
It's right when they
be-
see each other.
Yep.
And off.
There we go.
There we go. I think there's only one soft lock left now.
I've never had a soft lock in Grand Cell, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what it is.
I have.
You've had all of them, though, and I'm pretty sure that's just because you're keyboard and mouse. There's got to be something different with how the text skips with
I mean, I
your
use,
right mouse button.
I use
compared to-
keyboard and mouse too, and I don't have. But I play on 30 FPS, so maybe that makes a difference.
Yeah,
Maybe,
probably.
yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe I'm just cursed. I wouldn't put it past me.
So we're kind of screwed. We've been discovering the
aye.
fortress, but Major Sid, who we thought was evil, is actually going to bail us out.
Nice. You were saying, Captain?
Yeah, I've definitely hit them all. I've hit literally everything that you could possibly hit. I've soft locked where you shouldn't, where you like absolutely shouldn't. but like I have cursed hands like Stolt.
All right, that is the end of the chapter. We're going to be making a save here and sending that over to Captain.
Yep. I'll go ahead and handle the transfer.
Alrighty, it is your Discord after all.
Yeah.
I want to read your DMs.
Yeah, so because of circumstances...
Feel free to make the. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can actually.
Awesome.
Right. Remember, it's page 42.
I was just going to say, because of circumstances relating to the past couple of years, sadly Captain couldn't be here for the event, but we do have sort of a workaround here.
Okay. Time to commence the fastest save file transfer known to man.
Not cross the wires.
Yeah, I think you were stepping on my mic cord there. Okay, so let me see here. I've got this open here. I have save data 420.sav, and then I send
You
it.
might want to refresh the Explorer window so it's the right file.
Oh, that's a good point.
Shouldn't be possible for it to be the wrong file, but
Well, it wasn't a fresh save file, so...
Fair. And then
Yeah, but the-
drop that in here. Okay, the save data has been transferred to Captain. Ah, right. Put the notes back on. There we
Well, we
go.
don't need those anymore.
Oh, right, yeah, you don't. It's not your part of the run anymore.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
We can only hope.
In case that happens, I'm gonna BRB again.
Gotcha. We do have plenty of time, so no need to worry.
All right, would this be a good point to squeak in some donations?
Absolutely it would.
Alrighty. We got $10 from Chuji that just says, glad I woke up in time to catch some trails. Hope the run's been a blast so far. It has.
Absolutely it has. I'm seeing Captain.
Here's to the second chapter run next year and maybe the % run of Trails from Zero in 2025. And remember, love is forever.
Love is eternal.
I'd hope for that. I love SC. I love both of these games. It's hard for me to separate them.
And we are back underway.
We also have $180 from Captain. Thank you, Captain. And good luck.
So good.
I have $100 from James Picard, no comments. We have our couch person here. $180 from Schtolteheim that says, shall we palm? $180 from Dowolf that says, the palms came to play. $36 from Siswiv just says, great job on the run. Thank you. I contributed, so I get to say thank you as if I was part of it.
Yeah, like that was really good.
you are essential.
Yeah.
So important.
You have no idea how nervous I was for that transfer, by the way, and I'm really glad it worked as fast as it did.
We made sure of
Yeah,
it.
huge shout out to the tech team.
Massive shout outs to the tech crew. This
They have done a lot.
Yeah, this was the only hybrid co-op run on the schedule this year. It was a Herculean effort to get this even technically feasible and working at all, and they did it. They deserve all of your respect, all of your support for the work that they've done. And I'm gonna buy them all around after this. Hi, Beef, I stole your share.
Honestly, can we get a round of applause for the tech team here?
Yes! So, we've entered the final chapter now, which means we go to the last remaining city in Liberl, the capital of Gransel. And this is where the longest chapter in the game unfolds.
As is tradition, in every Trails game, the last
Yep.
chapter is the longest.
The final chapter is always the longest.
This one's only like a factor of
Counterpoint.
2, though.
Gold Steel 1.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, they're
Also,
yeah.
0, technically.
Zero's.
When does Zero's final chapter begin again?
Right before the hospital.
Oh, yeah, that's a fair point.
I mean, in the speedrun, the final chapter is like over half.
Your speedrun, maybe.
Yeah, that's more of a speedrun thing. I'm just gonna keep the game frozen here on
Yeah, that's
on Julia Schwartz. hurriedly-
also, third chapter's final chapter is just a single
Oh,
dungeon.
Well, yeah.
Oh, I
Although
guess.
casually, you have to grind the hell out of that. Because you've not used half your party. Oh, Alba.
You just have to do 4 fights.
Fair.
4 fights per party is enough to get them to a reasonable enough level
Fair enough.
because of the EXP scaling. You get capped EXP from the first 3.
Yeah. So the thing with the story right now is because we broke into a government facility, we are kind of wanted by the law. And that makes border crossings rather difficult. Fortunately, we have Alba here to give us a perfect alibi for why we are bracers traveling across the country that suspiciously fit the description of bracers who broke into a government facility. So we get through. And now we are on our way to Gransel proper.
It's also of note that since the facility was broken into, the special ops that have kind of just been the bad guys this whole time are really starting to crack down and enforce their power and dominion over the rest of the country.
Yep.
To make sure nothing else ruins the plans that they have.
What we have here are the makings of a coup d'etat, with a certain somebody at the helm.
No, it couldn't be.
No.
But it could.
It could. Is it Alba? Is Alba running the coup d'etat?
And
Well, not that one.
Fair.
Oh, that reminds me, I need to do my... How much is it, 180?
Yep, 180.
All right.
And that would actually put us at just about $100 shy of the Glitch Exhibition incentive.
Yep, we are currently at 1211.05 out of 1500. So that would put us at 1401, leaving us just about 100 shy. We did get a 36.72 donation. I assume $2.04 each.
Yeah.
Just says you guys are all right, and that was from Glamferous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks.
I'm really glad personally that this run is going as well as it has. Not necessarily from a speed standpoint, but just from being able to put on a good show. Especially because I've gotten like no sleep.
Oh no, not 18,000. Not 18,000. That's not that. I can't do that.
Yeah,
Come
no.
on, Beef. Be generous.
Be reasonable with your patronage. So this is Gransel Castle here. It's a fancy schmancy sort of place. We'll eventually be breaking in.
All the spoilers today.
That happens, what, 45 minutes from now? We already spoiled the ending. The thing we're trying to do now is we're trying to figure out how to get an audience with the Queen of Liberl herself. How to get into Gransel Castle, mainly, to seek that audience with her, to try to get an inside perspective on what's going on with the special ops and all the splintering within the army. So we need a way to get into the castle, and we can't just waltz on in because, we're wanted. So this brings us to a convenient tournament arc where the Duke Dunan boldly makes a wager that whoever wins the tournament outright will be granted an audience at the Gransel Castle, as well as a royal banquet. So that gives us a pretty straightforward
And
goal.
honestly,
Win.
yeah, and honestly, who doesn't love a tournament arc in a JRPG?
Yeah, especially now that we have Turbo, so we don't have to sit through this for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes.
A few more minutes than that.
When I was doing no turbo runs, I had cut splits literally for each arena fight because, oh my god, you're here for an hour and no turbo.
This sequence was what convinced me to stop running no turbo.
I mean, I think I was running before there was turbo is why, but yeah, no, it's too much.
Funny little audio failsafe there. Turbo sometimes makes too many sound effects play at once, so if it notices that it cuts some of the sound effects and replaces them with a little beep sound, That's actually the text confirm sound effect from the Gagarv trilogy.
Huh.
Everybody on this dev team was a giant Gagarv nerd.
I mean, didn't Kondo say it was his favorite?
Yep,
Yes.
White Witch is his favorite. That's Legend of Heroes 3.
Also known as Legend of Heroes 2 in the West. That trilogy was localized like out of order
Yes.
by Namco, and they
It's Legend of Heroes 2 if you use the wrong translation.
What is
Pretty
it?
much.
Prophecy of Moonlight Witch? Is
Prophecy of the
subtitle in
Moonlight
English
Witch.
for
And
some
then
reason?
4 becomes 1, Tear of Vermilion, and 5 becomes 3, Song of the Ocean.
yeah, this gets like more confusing than Final Fantasy.
Yeah, you thought Final Fantasy's numbering conventions were confusing?
Yeah, and then original Legend of Heroes 1 did get released for TurboGrafx in the US. It's
Yep.
also released on like 50 other systems in Japan.
Yep. 2 is actually the only Legend of Heroes that has not had a Western release.
You're not missing much.
Not really, no. 1 and 2 are connected as a duology.
Yeah. The 2
All
is
right.
not as good as 1.
My 180 is in. I also gave 1750 to the names you wanted for Final Fantasy as well.
Oh, thank you.
I got you, bro.
Sorry.
Wow,
No.
would you look at that? There's $215 here from ChampionBeef.
Wow.
What a coincidence.
One other thing to note is that now that we're in Grand Soul, we can buy special ice creams, which are basically rainbow jelly beans, but better. So
Yeah, the thing about Rainbow Jelly Beans is they were only available during that school festival. Special ice creams are available for the rest of the game for us.
Yep. So we can refill special ice creams as many times as we want to.
The older speedrun route, again, dating, in the before times, we would not grind Palms and Zeiss like we did in this run. We would instead grind them in this chapter. And we would, like, go to the Palms, grind them, use 99 ice creams, go all the way back to town, sell all of the sepith we got, buy more ice creams, then come back and continue grinding Palms. The
Hey.
result of this was getting us to about level 38, I think, for the final fights.
Yeah, that makes sense. Speaking of palms, there was one.
Yeah, he could have encountered that, and we
mean-
would have had to pay $5 more.
I mean, we did both. We did both grinds. We did this twice grind as well.
Did we do it this way, guys? We
It's
didn't do it
because
as
it's
much.
so much faster than this grind because you don't have to go all the way back to town.
Yeah. Remember the chess quote here.
You've gone a limit for this chest.
Dev team.
So that chest is a defense 3 quartz, which is going to be instrumental in our turtling for the final boss.
Yep.
I mentioned earlier that the old dog strat was turtling. The final boss in this game, we turtle, which is basically just means we're going to have Estelle on Earthguard duty, so she's just going to be spamming an ability that makes us immune to damage for a single hit for the entire fight, so
Yep.
that we never take damage.
She is an Earthwall bot.
Yeah,
And morale.
Earthwall is an incredibly broken ability that was nerfed every single successive iteration of Trails, and it took them about 5 or 6 games before they finally made it not broken.
And then they just made Brave Orders broken to compensate.
Didn't they just straight up remove it, though?
Did they?
No.
I think they finally separated it.
Maybe
they
it's-
separated it.
Yeah, they separated it.
magic.
Right, yeah,
That's
yeah,
one of the
yeah.
ways they nerfed it, yeah. Was that you
It
could no
became
longer-
so useless that it's not worth using anymore. Except for an owl. Owl was still useful, because Aryan Road is a thing.
Yeah. Spoilers.
More Black Fang shenanigans there, just instantly wiping a fight with our new and improved AoE S-breaks.
Unfortunately, Trails runs do tend to devolve into this sometimes, where all the cool strats and positioning just kind of give way to S-craft spam. It's not as pronounced here as it is in other runs, but that
Yeah.
does introduce its own unique challenges, particularly when you get Zerums in later games. And you have to
those are
keep track of
items-
those.
Those are items that restore 100 or even 200 CP in a single usage.
Yeah, so it becomes very important to maximize how many of them you get.
Yeah, Sky's second chapter is pretty S-craft resilient. We use them, but not heavily. The rest of this run is going to be a lot of S-craft spam and then higher tier art spam, but
Yeah.
mostly S-craft spam.
Yeah, the final boss is not complete S-craft spam, but you use them when you have them.
And then Cold Steel, they had the foresight to say, let's not give the players S-crafts immediately so they can use other things. But once you eventually get your S-crafts, it devolves into S-craft spam. CS2 is S-craft spam from beginning to end. CS3, same thing. However, for CS3, there's enough broken things in that game that we actually have an S-craftless category.
Yeah, and
And
that's a pretty cool category.
It is. The S-craftless category for CS3 is the second coolest Trails run. With the first
After
two.
his baby Azure.
Azure's got a special place for me because it's just so incredibly complex. What goes on in that run. For note, Azure is not S-craft spam. S-crafts in Azure with some of your characters literally do 0 damage because you're just so weak. 0 is all S-craft spam. Except for the final boss.
Yeah, but the final boss is... Well, I mean, there's the final boss and there's the grind, and neither of those are really too bad of us craft spams.
I wouldn't call the grind like... I mean...
It's a grind.
It's a grind, but it's not like a boss or anything. I mean, I guess you're not using S-crafts technically.
I mean, it's the longest fight in the game.
Really? I guess that
Probably,
makes
like
sense.
maybe the final boss is
Yeah,
longer.
I would think
but-
maybe the final boss is. You don't have like good arts for that fight. You're using what?
I mean, it depends on how lucky you are against the final boss.
That's
like,
true.
If you get
Yeah.
good, if you do the final boss quote unquote right and it doesn't heal, final boss should be shorter.
So what we've got here is Zin entered this fighting tournament alone. So he has 3 available spots that we can use to party up with him and make our claim to the Grancel Castle banquet.
Here we've got another classic talk to everyone.
Yep.
Something of note, you might have noticed in this run isn't about like, heavy topics or anything. It's actually just about junk food. We went from ruining the game with ice cream. No. First we started with soda. We started with a good amount of soda.
Yep.
We then transitioned into ice cream and breaking the economy with it. Then we paid out on a ton of jelly beans. And now we're just eating 8 ice cream cones at a time because we have nothing better to do.
It reminds me of Zwei 2, which you eat food to gain experience and level up in that game. And there's a little widget in the corner of the screen that tracks your character's weight as you eat more food.
Oh no.
Beautiful.
So these fights here are completely scripted.
Yeah.
We can't go any faster. We're not controlling anything. They are the reason Turbo exists.
Yep.
So here we have the Backwater Ravens again 3 times. This time they're actually easy though. We just get to S-craft spam.
This is my favorite kind of fight, the conga line. Any of you who knows me from Custom Robo knows how much I love the conga lines.
I love the phoned-in gasps.
And now the Sky Pirates are also making a return. They're fighting for their freedom in this competition. It won't end well for them. The villains never win.
Yeah.
But Josette Best Girl.
Even if one of those villains does have voice acting, which automatically makes her a future protagonist.
I wouldn't call her a protagonist.
I mean, she's
Okay, she's a
there.
bench warmer.
Yeah.
She's a bonus giver.
The evolution version, she's finally actually not complete garbage.
I'll be honest, she's cute and cool.
I know, right? It blows your mind.
Inconceivable.
Wait, are people actually bashing on Annalise right now?
No, Josette.
Annalise is best girl,
Josette.
best girl.
Josette. Okay.
No,
That's-
Annalise is cool.
No complaints about Annalise.
Annalise is
my
best
God.
confused misunderstandings.
Look, she's invincible, okay?
Or is she?
Or is
she? So the reference of that is Annalise is a character that is much more predominant in Sky's second chapter. Stella goes off on her shonen training arc with her. And one of her win battle quotes is, "I am invincible!"
Or am I?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, Annalise is cool. She's actually got a really cool kit. She just has the unfortunate problem of sharing a game with Richard.
Yeah, in Sky second chapter, she has no availability. In Sky third chapter, she's got great availability, but Sky third chapter has so many characters that she's just kind of outclassed from the get-go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's funny, we haven't really talked about it, but Estelle, the main protagonist of this game and Sky second chapter, not third chapter, just second chapter and first chapter, is actually like D-tier good. She's actually very bad at everything.
She tries to be a jack of all trades in a game and a combat system where polarization and specialization are valued much more.
But the thing is, even with that, Joshua also does jack of all trades. He just does it phenomenally better in every way.
Joshua has flicker. That's not fair. If Estelle had flicker, she'd be better.
Joshua's ridiculous. Like, it's even the same in East versus Trails.
I mean,
Estelle is one of the worst characters in the game. Joshua has such ridiculous stat procs that it's almost unfair. He can proc Sever procs defense down, I think.
Okay.
He has an SP sapper. One of his moves procs poison, and then another procs blind.
Yeah, Joshua is the superior of jack of all trades. There's some other characters like I'd say Olivier tries to be a jack of all trades, but he is more arts focused, just like Joshua is a jack of all trades who's more phys focused.
Olivier does have a great arts grid.
Also, very nice turn order here.
Yes, Joshua moving first in this fight lets you do the easy strat.
I almost messed it up, but you know.
Yeah. So if
Worked out.
Joshua doesn't move first there to get a hit on Annalise, you have to target your Ashcrafts completely differently, which means Grant, the bracer with red hair there, survives, and you basically just have to cast him down, and it loses a lot of time.
Yeah. So now the Kapuas are fighting a special ops, which isn't going very well. And that one guy on the back is just now starting to move. We have no idea who that guy specifically is, but he's got a whole lot of damage.
At least Dawn gets a bonk in.
Yeah, Don gets a bonk. The donk. So that takes us to the finals, where it's only us and the Special Ops Squadron left.
So something to note, we're kind of skipping the text way too fast, but we also get a bunch of money from winning these tournaments, and that money, as you might imagine, funds more ice cream.
Yep, you get tens of thousands for each win.
So why would you not just take out on more ice cream?
Indeed.
We eat an unhealthy amount of jelly beans and ice cream in this run.
Instead of reporting to the guild after our fight this time, we go to the Liberal News Service headquarters, which is where Neil and Dorothy work out of. And they have managed to dig up a file on some suspicious figures within the Liberalian army, particularly its special ops.
I can't imagine any of these characters are going to be the final main villains, though.
What?
Clearly, that would be a plot twist of unimaginable proportion.
Surely not, because we refer to them by their last name and not their first name. That's never a sign of antagonistic intent in any media.
Does Alba have a first name and a last name? What's Alba's full name?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
His first name is Professor and his last name is Alba.
Good enough for me.
I'm gonna look this up.
I'm gonna race you. Wait, I can't. I don't have an actual computer
All
in front
three.
of me.
Everybody just reaches.
My phone sucks. This is probably going to...
So I'm gonna point out that you have access to a computer right in front of you.
Oh. Am I allowed to use this? Yeah, whatever.
He does not have one listed. This is according to the Trails Wiki, which, to be fair, might not be the most accurate.
All right, so
yeah, he does not have a surname listed.
All right, Professor first name, Alba second name. Let's go.
Yes.
Professor A. Alba.
Doctor Professor Alba.
Dr. Mr. Professor Alba.
You're hurting me so much right now.
Oh yeah, so we have a stealth section here.
So
But,
these guys
stealth
like to
section?
go.
Oh. Wait, what? Oh, he must have failed it 4 times while I'm not looking. If you fail it 4 times, the game takes mercy on you and removes some of the guards that are patrolling here, because you're not supposed to be out at night, because, you know, everybody's wanted.
Yeah, they're patrolling to make sure there's no sneaky fellows about, and we are indeed sneaky fellows.
I think doing the stealth section successfully is just barely faster, but I haven't actually timed it.
I am an advocate of doing the stealth section correctly because it's more fun.
Same.
I am an advocate for being the worst bracer on the planet.
Well, we have a pretty big buffer by now. Actually, that reminds me. How's the final boss bid war going?
I mean, that should be closed.
That one has
Yeah,
been
that
closed.
was closed
it
at chapter 3.
Oh, you did close it. I thought you had kept it going.
No,
Because...
no. We closed that at chapter 3 so I could know if I needed to report or not.
Right, gotcha.
What is open still is that glitch exhibition.
Yeah,
we are
we're
so close to that, guys.
We're only $100 off.
Yeah, we are at 1,391.05 out of 1,500. We are so close. Just need a little bit more.
And let me tell you guys, I've not seen the glitch exhibition. I've not seen the glitch showcase. We're gonna just ignore that word. It doesn't exist anymore in my vocabulary.
Neither have I, actually. So we're both going to be going into this blind.
But from
who
what I've
has seen
heard,
it?
it is absolutely insane, and the ways you can break this game are ridiculously funny.
Yeah. The
Again-
times we've already broken this game notwithstanding.
Yeah, it's breaking in a different sort of way.
Yeah. More ice cream for the road. I think we refill one more time.
Yeah, one more time after
Correct.
Royal Villa.
Yep.
What did I
So if
talk
you're
to
keeping
her?
track at home, that's close to 300 ice creams just in this chapter. We sold about 1,000 ice creams earlier when we were doing that menu in Manoria.
Minoria.
And then we also went through 100 jelly beans during the grind with Agate and Tita.
Man, Liberalian dentists have to be making bank.
Yeah. Which reminder, that grind that we did, that palm grind with the jelly beans, that is the poster up for donation.
Yep. It's Estelle giving Tita some jelly beans while
In the background,
Joshua
is
and
trying
Agat
to
suffer.
Joshua's trying to shove jelly beans down a very reluctant Agat's throat, and there is a shining palm in the picture. It's about to attack because he's a jerk.
Does that count as a reset?
It does not.
Better not. We already made our donations.
Look, a star needs her energy so she can shine
Yeah,
so
but
bright.
like, what if we all just made like $10 each more? We could get the glitch exhibition.
I think we need more, like, maybe if we can get
Well,
the
that's what
chat
I'm planning to do, because I'm going to donate for every minute we're under estimate.
All right,
Oh,
best
right,
theme
yeah,
in the
yeah.
game coming up. Let's go.
Banger alert.
Silver Will! Oh, wow, they actually cooperated.
They always cooperate.
No, they don't.
What do you mean, no, they don't? What are you doing wrong?
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. What are you doing right?
The formation.
Yeah, the formation's the...
Really more of a left formation.
Good fight.
I don't know.
Ew.
You made me leave them a line instead of doing the square.
I'm pretty sure I moved them.
Who knows? Your notes are weird.
Yeah.
Call that discipline wheel. The fight's going on long enough, or how long it is.
So now we have what I think is probably the worst section of the game. Mostly because the Granville Castle theme is haunting to me because of the amount of hours I have listened to it.
Understandably. There's a track in Wata Ishibashi's Parhelia album. It's an indie musical album he made along with the composer ZTS. You might recognize him from the When They Cry series. There's a track that sounds almost exactly like Granville Castle. Uses the same violin and everything.
That That kind of blows my mind as somebody who's spent way too many hours in in Ryukishio 7's games.
Yeah. Yeah, ZTS and Ishibashi is a kind of goated pairing, not gonna lie. Now that we're in Granzel Castle, we have to do all the formalities of, being in the presence of royalty. We gotta greet everybody, we gotta
Yeah, this is
mess
kind
around.
of a lot of Trails games have a coming together of all the main characters from the game, and this is the version of that. Like, all the mayors are here from the different towns we visited, the professors here from the school we attended. This is a thing that's repeated a lot in Trail series, where you get to some point in the game or the run, and it's a free-for-all talk to everyone for the lore dump.
Yeah.
And that is this section.
It's a talk to everyone, except this time they don't have the decency to put them all in the same room.
It's not everyone, but it's all the important people.
Well, I just meant they're spread out.
Yeah.
I mean, at least we don't have to
Wait,
talk to
that
them
does
twice.
remind me. There is a talk. We said the lightest talk to everyone was Ow, right? Or no, Zero.
There's definitely one in 0. Like, if there's one in
There's
Zero, I
also
don't
one in
remember it.
CS4 on the Pantagruel.
Yeah, the Pantagruel. I think that
Same with
probably-
CS2. That the CS2's a talk to everyone on the Pantagruel.
Yeah, but you have exclamation points above their heads, so it's easy mode.
Yeah, but it's still talk to everyone.
Yeah, but then you have to sit through CS4 writing, so that's not easy mode.
No. You have to sit through CS4, skip all, and then talk to them again, and then skip all, and then talk to them again, and then skip all.
You have to
Because
sit through
they
the
have,
loading
five,
screen.
They have
have a
5
s-
cutscenes.
You have
for,
a skip all button. Again, I'm saying this is easy mode.
Don't mind us.
Yeah, no.
We'll get there in later years, I promise.
Eventually.
Yeah, there is a village where I have to talk to everyone in the village, and oh my goodness, if you miss someone, you're just so sad.
Oh yeah, Mains is rough with
Oof.
that. Do you actually have to talk to the people in the back of the inn?
I'm pretty sure you do.
You
okay.
do, yes.
Okay, I always wasn't sure about those two in particular, but I've always done them, so.
Yeah.
I'm like we could track.
Speaking of
Maybe
talking
you
to
can-
everyone,
Yeah, here we meet with Richard, who tells us how big a fan of our dad he is, and we're his children.
which
so-
seems to be a running theme with everybody in the army.
I mean, okay, Cassius is the coolest dude.
He is the coolest.
He is
I
a
mean,
very
he is
cool
best
dude.
dad.
Like, that stash, though.
And
He
he
rocks
is
it.
not even using his true power level either.
Yeah,
Like,
because he switched weapon specs
yeah,
midway through his career, partially because he got bored and partially because he got too tired of actually killing people.
Yeah, so he was a soldier with a sword, as you do, and he was just like, I don't want to kill people anymore. I'm using a bow staff now.
I want to thwack people with the giant stick. Is Estelle's modus operandi for everything.
So in order to get into the very top of the royal castle, we have to masquerade as maids, which, of course,
Joshua pulls off better than anyone else.
He is
Yeah.
best girl.
Best girl Joshua.
Joshua pulls it off better than Estelle does.
He's also got experience with it from back in the play.
Yeah. I do love that line, though. Boy clothes. Now.
After you get through the guards here, the head maid that we're running around as right now is like, okay, we can go meet the queen. Do you want to change first, or are you fine meeting the queen like this? And Joshua's just completely dead silent, deadpan, boy clothes.
Now.
Which
But
is,
yeah.
pretty fair. I don't think he wants to meet royalty while in a maid outfit.
Yeah. And this is where we get the lore dump on just how important Cassius was to Liberl and the Liberlian army.
Yeah, Cassius was basically the general of the entire army, which is why when he quit to go leave the Bracer Guild, the Lieutenant Morgan back at the gate, where Schtolteheim gave us a lovely serenade and hates bracers. That's why he hates bracers, is because
Yep.
Cassius left.
Because Cassius effectively got poached by the Bracers. Even though he really did choose to leave the army of his own accord and there wasn't any foul play at all.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah,
here-
Cassius was instrumental in allowing Liberl, a very small, very otherwise neutral nation, to fend off a very large power in Erebonia in the 100 Days War. And his departure instills fear among some people in the army that with that brain drain, they just don't have the resources to potentially fight Erebonia again. And that is part of the reason why some of these people in the special ops are going towards such lengths. It's why they're experimenting with the Black Orbmen. It's why they're doing all of these things behind the Queen and the Royal Guard's backs. It's to try and instill some greater sense of power and defense among the Burl. It's nationalistic in nature, really.
Yep. It's not necessarily betrayal, it's just going about it in the wrong manner.
Yeah, it also includes investigating massive prehistoric ruins that house ancient horrors beyond our imagination, because that's just what you do.
It's a JRPG.
Yeah.
We need to fulfill the objective of killing God somehow.
Yeah.
Ancient ruins are not God.
You get close to it, though.
Eh, not
You
that-
find out about the God in the ancient ruins.
The Black Orbment might as well
We
be
don't
good.
really find out about hideouts in the ancient ruins.
The Black Orbment might as well be part of a god.
No, but you find out... You get a preload to the liberal arc, at least.
Yeah.
I guess we could debate whether or not that counts as a god. I forget what word they use for
Septaran.
that.
Septarian.
Septarian.
You're right.
I'm,
My
it's a-
brain was stuck on demiurge, and that is not the right word for this.
No, that's
Yeah,
that's literally...
that's Azure.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Azure's final boss.
Yeah. Or Septillions in the original PSP. A much maligned name that eventually got changed.
So here we meet Kurt. Kurt is kind of like
Kurt doesn't really
the
do
Josette
anything.
of the Bracers. He's kind of just always useless.
Yeah, there's been this group of like 4 bracers that we've met throughout the story. They don't really do much in FC specifically, although
And
in
SC,
this,
and they're just liabilities
yeah,
as well.
in this sequence, because the special ops are taking everything over, they have taken command of the Urbe Royal Villa, and we need to take that back. So we are assembling bracers and remnants of the ousted Royal Guard to take back the keep.
Yep. And what just happened there is one of the bracers has been having some foggy head troubles, and Zin, being the absolute boss that he is, uses some Taishi Wumbo Jumbo to basically just smack him really hard in the head to make him snap out of it, and he gets his memory back.
He's such a cool character, and they never use him again until Kudo.
Yeah, I love Zin.
Zin is cool.
I'm not gonna lie, there was a little bit of catharsis of watching him just smack Kurt after after SC.
After SC's prologue.
Yeah, kind of one of the most infamous portions of difficulty garbage in any Falcom game ever. As an e-speedrunner, I'm quite familiar with Falcom being a little eccentric with their nightmare difficulty. SC prologue, man.
Yeah, SC
Eccentric?
Prologue has 2 fights with Kurt in it, and those are widely known as the hardest fights in all of Trails.
Yeah, I have gone on record saying if anyone can figure out a consistent way to beat SC Prologue in less than 10 hours on Nightmare, I will run Nightmare SC.
By
And
my
no one
arts.
has done that yet.
You
you
will make a
tried
new
food
save
items?
on normal. It's
Yeah,
what I did.
that's one of Kurt's gimmicks. Is he, in order to use any of his attacks, he's always saying, "By my arts," and then whatever the effect is, like hardest steel is the defense up.
Be not as you appear.
Is a shadow spear, which is a dark attack, so like an illusionary spear hits you. By my arts, you will start a new save file on normal.
Yep.
And then once you finally beat that, you have an even harder fight
Yeah.
in the prologue before you're actually out of it. And even in this game, the initial sewers fights in the tutorial battles there, those are suddenly go from being free, as a tutorial fight should be, to good luck. You're going to be resetting a lot.
The Nocturne experience.
Yeah, we got that in this marathon coming up in 2 days.
Yes, you
Yes.
did.
Yep. Friday morning / Thursday night, whatever your time zone says that is.
Yep. The schedule does adjust to your time zone, by the way. So the Royal Guard are making complete mockeries of the special ops, and we are about to do the same because we have ice cream.
We have a bear.
And what are protagonists?
We have a bear with
How much
ice
health
cream.
did he have?
3.
That's a good question.
3.
Oh, let's say 8 ice creams. That'll do.
Nice.
there a donation for that?
Sure, let's donate $3.
Right. Yes, you heard him. Everybody in chat, donate $3. We'll hit this incentive and like a million other ones.
That was a guess, by the way. I wasn't even looking at the numbers. I didn't know his total HP pool. I was just, it's probably 3.
Yeah. This is the only part of the entire run where you have random encounters. There are these side doors you can enter here, and if you exit, there's a chance you'll get a random encounter.
Yeah, it's 50-50 whenever you exit a door here, except for this first door.
Yeah, that one's a guarantee.
Another attack of 3 special ops will happen.
Yeah.
If you get none, you're going fast. If you get both of them, you're going slow.
Yeah, there are 2 we can get.
Yeah, I remember in my casual playthrough missing one of the rooms you have to go into. So I had to search every room like 2 or 3 times.
Oh no!
And just, oh my god, I hate this area so much because of that still.
Getting both encounters loses probably like a minute and a half or so.
Coming up on the first one here.
Yeah, the fights themselves don't take long.
And-
It's using the ice cream that takes a while.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
See, this is why this run is definitely not for health food people.
Absolutely not.
Actually, the jelly beans do say on them that they're surprisingly nutritious. Worst RNG here.
Oh, okay. Well,
We didn't
already
see if we
lived
had
with
3
that
health.
time.
I think he had like 6 or something.
Got time for a couple quick donations?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. We got $25 from Hexadismal with no comment. Thank you very much. We got $50 from Bones Malone that just says, thank you for the entertaining run and supporting a good cause. Shoutouts to Tech for making the co-op run possible. You all are amazing. And we have a special $10 from ChampionBeef's mom that just says, great job, guys.
Oh. Shoutouts to parents who support speedrunning.
Dude, absolutely. That's nothing to be ashamed of. That's great. This is kind of awkward though.
Yeah, especially because Joshua got fainted. Also, a little context on my mom's donation. They've been out of power and internet down in Florida after the hurricane.
Expected.
They literally got internet back last night.
Okay, that's better.
I'm glad to hear they're doing okay.
Yeah, we luckily had no damage to their house. It was just no water, no power for a little while.
Yeah.
I never got confirmation that they got water back, but like we have a pool, so we could just like, boil that and use it.
Yeah.
And that's what they were doing.
It's here we learn that Chloe is actually Princess Claudia, which apparently everybody but Estelle knew.
Because Estelle.
Because Estelle.
Let's go
And we get
Estelle.
Shara and Olivier back.
She is, in fact, a ding-dong.
I mean, the princess and Chloe look so similar. Like, look at their hair. It's exactly the same length.
It's
I'm gonna be honest. I like Chloe with the long hair way better than her short hair.
same. Like, maybe Estelle was just such a country bumpkin that she's never seen pictures of her before.
I feel like dealing with a rapier, it's got to be a lot easier with the short hair, though. I feel like it
Everybody
would get in
uses
the
her.
way.
All the royal guard uses a rapier, though. So I don't think that's a very good tell.
Maybe. Julia has short hair too, for what it's worth.
I mean, okay, yeah, military's got to have short hair. That would be kind of weird if they had long hair, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to get that buzz cut.
Shout out
not
to
Buzzcut,
the Julia Mueller ship that happens in third
Yeah.
chapter.
I really one of the wonderful things about this game is that like it doesn't leave anyone behind to be single
Yeah.
forever because your main character decides to romance somebody else. Like every single possible pair of characters in the party, and we have 16 characters in our party by the time we're in the third. Like
Zin doesn't
every
get a pairing.
pair,
Yeah.
Zin doesn't get a pairing.
he kind of has a pairing with Kilika.
Kilika, maybe?
They have a very interesting relationship with Kilika. Let's put it that way.
It's
Yeah.
complicated.
Like, yeah, no, not everyone has a romantic relationship, but you have these interesting pairings among your party.
Yeah.
Relationship status.
Right.
It's complicated.
Maybe we get more of that in Kuro. Don't spoil me.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm not going to talk about Kuro. Don't you worry. I'm aware that most people watching this probably have not played Kuro.
They
So
probably
now-
don't know what Kuro is.
Yeah. Now that we've
Either.
taken the royal villa, we need to take back the castle itself from the special ops, particularly Richard and Amalthea. We have to go through the sewers in order to get there, and this comprises one of the more confusing dungeons in the run.
Yeah,
It
this
also-
is definitely the second most confusing dungeon on a casual's perspective. Speedrun, it's not that bad, but it's still pretty bad.
This is also the last treasure chest we pick up.
Aww. Can we get a bonus one?
That's also Olivier's last contribution to the run.
Back for
for
more?
more?
Unfortunately not. Although, hey, we might be back next year. You never know.
Hopefully.
I don't think you come down here at all in SC.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, it's just side quests.
All the stuff is on the west side with the giant ass tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a whole dockyard in Gransel that you don't even get to see in FC.
Shoutouts to all these protagonists killing giant mechs and giant weapons and tanks with their bare hands and weapons instead of, relying on a certain giant robot that he calls whenever there's a problem instead of trying to solve it himself.
There's no need for that.
Look, stop trying to turn this into a mecha anime.
Too late.
It's very too late.
Where's
But-
Sean Shiplock when you need him?
Probably asleep right now.
Sleeping.
I hope.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's East Coast, probably waking up around now at the very least.
Oh, is he on the East Coast this
I don't
week?
know.
No.
Or is he West Coast?
I think he's somewhere for a convention right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So for those who don't know, Sean Shiplock is the voice of Reen Schwarzer, who I was just bad-mouthing.
He's used to
The
it.
voice is wonderful.
Yeah, the
one's
voice is
knocking
wonderful.
The voice.
Sean is a total meme lord, just like we are, so he would appreciate this conversation. He's well enough, he enjoys the shots fired, because he fires them straight back.
Yup.
Some of the best marathon commentary I've ever done was with Sean during one of the Kaseki marathons that we did.
Yeah.
And it was an absolute blast. It was the most fun I've ever had streaming.
Indeed.
So here we're setting up for a singular fight that Josh and Zin are going to have to take care of. Now we set up the girl team with just a bunch of arts because that's what the girls are good at in this game is casting arts. So we're going to set them all up with that giant Aerostorm we were using before.
The Lawrence thing was met, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Lawrence was Matt.
Yes. We are fighting Lawrence.
Cool.
So that does change how this sequence goes because Lawrence is normally a forced loss, but you can win the fight, and that means where normally we try to go into the Lawrence fight with as few people alive as possible. Here we actually have to try. So that does somewhat complicate things.
This isn't going to mess with the BP for the end, right?
No,
no.
not enough.
No.
It'll mess with it, but not enough.
We are about 20 BP off from the Dadverse player cut.
Yeah.
'Cause
They're never turning-
you need 145 BP to make the bracer rank that lets you finish off the final boss on your own. I think we end the fight with around 120 something.
My own casual playthrough, I think I just forgot to turn in quests anytime I did them, so I ended up getting the dad ending.
no.
I didn't know you could fight that for the longest time.
It's a very well-kept secret, surprisingly.
I would have thought that like casual playthrough, you'd almost always get it.
I broke up my playthrough quite a bit. I probably just forgot.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can see the
I mean,
sun.
like most people. No, you can't. There's no such thing as a sun.
Estelle's in the party. Of course you can.
Oh, okay, the other sun.
My cat's not here.
The third sun.
That big glowy
Are we on
thing.
Mars?
Mars still only has one sun.
I couldn't. I know there's some media
where
where
does Mars get the other two suns?
I don't know.
Mars has two moons
Mars
and a
is
sun.
what Mars is what I defaulted to because I there's some Mars-like planet in media somewhere that has 3 suns. Tatooine, that's what it is, right? No?
No,
Alderaan?
Tatooine is a binary star, right? Because it's a binary sunrise. Is that song? That's so good.
I don't
or something
know.
like that. Binary dawn.
There's gotta
I
be some
forget.
desert wasteland-like planet somewhere in media that has 3 suns. Whatever that one is, that's the one I wanted to
Oh,
reference.
Futurama?
Do your own
is on
research.
I mean, I guess it's probably, we're on Earth, non-Earth for a lot of episodes, but still.
So unfortunately,
Drop a rock
that
on his head.
jerk guy got a turn off before we did, so he moved out of Zin's S-break range, so we had to drop the rock on his head to finish him off. Here we're gonna bully a Franker Z. Her name is actually Captain Amalthus, but if you know Amalthus, the Franker Z bot, she's just Captain Franker Z.
Okay, good. She didn't move out of range.
She tried.
Yeah, I was
she
gonna
tried
say
her
that.
absolute best. Yo, was that a 7th up on Estelle?
Yeah, I think it was.
Hooray for pointless awesomeness.
Yay. So normally we would avoid healing here because we want Estelle and Chloe to eventually die at the end of this sequence of fights. But here we're going to try to keep them alive so that they're all ready for Lawrence.
Also, Aerostorm is fair and balanced, by the way.
Yep,
Totally fair and balanced art.
absolutely.
Just want to quickly remind you all, we are at 1416.05 out of 1500 on that glitch exhibition. We're running out of time here, so it's last chance to get those donations in. We're just about coming up on the final dungeon.
When does the that close?
End of the run.
Okay. Oh, that bailout crit.
Wow.
Hopefully you don't need Estelle's Esper. Actually, even if you do need it, we've got ice cream to spare.
Yeah, you got ice
so-
cream.
It's fine.
Shoot your heal though. I hate how in this game law material arts are not just wind and water like they should be. It's like earth and something.
Yeah, it's weird.
Because it's like Chloe should have them here, but it's just like no, no.
I don't think you strictly need Estelle's S-break for Lawrence, but it does give you your wind condition sooner.
That makes sense. Lawrence is probably a fight where you're just, it's not a quick hit, clean kill. It's just,
Get him low enough and then S-break him.
yeah.
It's at about 2,800 HP, I believe.
Yep,
Yeah.
sounds about right.
This is just about the only contribution I've made to the route.
Man, we left Captain with no healing.
Well, we have tier.
Oh, that's fine.
Where did we use the other reviving bomb?
Just now.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
And in we go.
Also, what is the bid war for the final characters for the dungeon as well? We should probably close that.
That closes after this fight.
I think he stepped out, so...
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, for the record, this guy cheats. He uses spells that you cannot get in this game. You can only get in the sequel. So, very unfair. I want them.
What a loser! He's just like, no damage to me. I'm gonna heal myself repeatedly, apparently.
Yep, that's how this fight kind of goes.
Can't anti-sept him, huh?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sucks.
currently it's Shara and Chloe in the lead with Olivier behind Chloe, about $40.
Okay, yeah, no anti-sept strats.
Yeah.
So this is kind of what some of the final fights are gonna look like here.
I
We're
would
just,
steal that crit.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking,
Shara. Oh no, Estelle, that works.
Ah, that's a good idea. damage.
That was a good
Very
quick kill.
well done.
So he made that fight look very easy. That is not an easy fight.
No, it isn't.
No.
If you don't have the proper accessories and court setup going into that fight, you will get absolutely slaughtered.
Yep. It's
Very well
it's
done.
kind of a miracle that you can do that fight at RTA levels at all.
Yeah.
And it's only because of Earthwall scumming.
Well, no, it's not even Earthwall's coming. It's just Chloe and Shara are fixed levels, actually.
That's true.
So we are cutting off the
Also,
final
Agate and
bid war.
Cinnamon Roller back.
Yes, we are. We are cutting it off now.
Alrighty, it's going to be Shara and Chloe.
All right.
Excellent. We get standard strategies here.
That is exactly what Captain wanted to see.
Thank you for mercy on that, chat.
So 3:57. I'd say we've probably got about 10 to 15 minutes left here.
15 to 18.
Yeah.
So, again, we're going to take Cinnamon Roll into the party here, and her only role is, again, to get all of her gear removed because we want it on other people.
Shout out to this theme, by the way.
I love Hollow Light of the Sealed Land.
Yeah, this is a great Final Dungeon theme.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Composed by Ishibashi, arranged by Yukihiro Jindo. God, you could not ask for more.
We told you he was a music nerd.
Darn straight.
So what we're going to do here is we're basically going to spend all this useless money we have. We're going to buy a bunch of status curing items, a bunch of res items, a bunch of full healing items. We're going to buy these accessories that when we die, we revive with full health. That's basically how we're going to mitigate the final bosses.
Yep.
Is we're just going to say, oh, you killed me? No, you.
No, you didn't.
I will return stronger than you can possibly imagine.
No, that would be if we had the ones that when you die you get full CP and a full res.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, I thought that's what. Okay. Oh well.
We also get the haze quartz here after reporting everything.
Yep.
What that allows us to do is avoid enemy aggro. We haven't really seen enemy aggro for a while now, but in this dungeon it's kind of significant. So having haze here to just avoid it and be able to run past enemies.
Yeah, it's specifically
very
aggro
useful.
on the map. They won't chase after us anymore, or as much.
Yeah, we can still smash into their face ourselves, but they're not going to chase after us.
Don't mind me. I'm just nerding out to the music.
Did you have Captain put in your arrange? This is the original, right?
This is the
This is the
original.
original.
I have an arrange that was also arranged by Yukihiro Jindo for the We Love Sora no Kiseki album.
Yeah. and There's technically an Evolution remix that we don't talk about.
Yeah, we don't talk about Evolution.
I haven't heard the Evolution soundtrack much because I haven't played Evolution, so.
Evolution
Evo-
for Crossbell has some interesting remixes. Sky.
Evo's a very mixed bag because some of it is Jindo, and the Jindo is amazing.
Yeah.
But then they bring in a lot of other arrangers too. And
Yes.
some of them have very, very different takes on specific songs, like Demonic Drive.
So we're giving.
I like the alternative Demonic Drive. It's completely different.
Yeah, I didn't
but
say
like
it was
both of
bad. I
them.
just said it was different.
So we gave everybody but Joshua 2 proxy puppets there. That basically means everybody can die twice before they actually die.
Yeah. And then Josh gets one proxy puppet and a gladiator headband, which buffs his CP.
Yeah, the gladiator headband is what we picked up in the chest in the sewers. That's going to give Joshua 3 CP per turn for anyone's turn for the rest of the game. And since he's got the strongest S-Craft that's full AoE, and the boss is going to summon a bunch of ads that we will have to deal with.
Yeah, we say
it's-
anyone. That's friends, enemies,
Yep.
magical sky beings.
Anyone and everyone.
Yeah, Black Fang is just kind of bonkers.
Also,
Because it's at Forge powers.
this dungeon is a complete maze, and not getting lost in it is actually impressive, even in a speed run.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I jinxed it.
There are...
That room is thing.
yeah, that room is whack.
Yeah, there's no good way to tell how, like, casually in this place, like, the thing with this dungeon is there's branching corridors and stuff, sure, but unlike a lot of JRPGs where your branching corridor is short and sweet, that
Yeah.
is not the case with this dungeon. You'll go 3 rooms and then hit the dead end and be like, well, crap.
There's also a loop on the 3rd floor.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, there's a if you get caught in the loop, you can just loop over and over and over again by going through a specific set of doors.
Interesting. I didn't know. I've never hit the loop, so.
Yeah, there are a bunch of rooms that look the same too, and one of the sets of rooms that look the same, they have the same. You go through the same door both times. Sometimes it's different.
Ah.
Anyway, this is Amalthea.
Yeah, we're back to Franker Z. This time she's got 2 robots instead of 2 humans as her friends. Also, somehow between when we beat her up on the roof and now she gained like 4,000 HP. What a final dungeon does to a girl, right?
She's been grinding just like we've been grinding this whole dungeon, right?
It's been like an hour in game though. When did she have time?
The strategy for her is similar to the strategy for Lawrence. You whittle her down until she's low enough that you can blow her up with S-crafts.
The only difference here is there's ads, so you're using mostly AoE arts to hit them and
hello.
Franker Z at the same time.
Ooh. Oh my!
Yo, Sylvangard strats?
Sylvangard? Sylvangard with no Sylvangard.
Just don't take damage for it.
It's that easy. Yeah, she should be low enough.
Yeah,
that,
this should be lethal from here.
Boom.
I would have even opted to use Josh's here to finish off the ads too. Or maybe, yeah, he's still doing
Yeah,
that.
crit.
That makes sense.
Nicely done.
Decent fight.
Just 2 bosses left. Well,
But
one
before
boss,
bosses,
one
ice
boss and
cream.
one other boss with 2 phases.
More ice cream.
More ice cream.
Because we haven't had enough. 200 ice creams was not enough. We need to consume more.
Indeed.
We need to fix the ice cream economy after we completely ruined it.
I gotta get rid of that glut.
We put Haze back on here. And I believe this is the final loadout.
Yep, this is the final menu of the run. We're giving Estelle Earth Wall and Earth Lance. She's pretty much just going to be an Earth Wall bot for most of the final boss. The semi-ultimate final boss, she might be an Earth Lancer for a little bit.
Yeah. And
But
then we
overall, her damage is just pitiful compared
Yeah.
to everybody else in the party.
And then we give Chloe hit 3 just so she doesn't miss one specific attack.
I don't actually give Chloe hit 3 here.
What?
I've never. I think I've only missed Kempfer like once or twice. So
Unbelievable. But yeah, had he taken that first downward door, he would have been caught in the loop.
I have in my notes just like take second door. So
Yeah, I've memorized that specific room with the 1 horizontal plane and then 2 doors downward, you always take the left downward door.
for somebody like me who is left and right challenged, despite being a full-grown adult, writing down speed run notes and directions is always a very large challenge because
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing, but I don't write down correctly what I need to do. So I'll come back to the run in like a year and a half and go completely the wrong way.
That room with the stairs always messes me up because
It's the same as the one on the earlier floor,
It's the
but you
same
don't
as
go
the one
down.
on the second floor, but you go right instead of down.
That's actually my savior, because once I see that, I know I haven't completely screwed up everything.
Yeah.
So that's my, like, thank God
Yeah,
I'm going the right way.
I use
staircase.
it the same way.
You
It's
have
just
like checkpoints in here.
and then these stairs right here are another checkpoint.
The little holographic signs too.
Those are red herrings though sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yes. But they
We
sail
made it.
true here. We have reached the bottom of the sealed hall. And
that
Captain is
good ol'-
going in with no safety save.
He's got the autosave. We're fine.
The boldness of the man.
Absolutely no backup.
Right at the
It's
climax of
fine.
the music. My gosh. So now we have Richard, and true to his name, this fight is very dastardly.
So the gimmick to this fight is these ads are gonna cancel any arts we're trying to cast. So we really need to try to take them out as fast as possible. In the meantime, though, Richard is doing absolutely almost lethal damage with every single attack. So we have to use Chloe's Kemper to strength down him almost every single turn.
Yeah, so what that is, so that has what's called impede as an additional ability on that, and that if you're charging an art or a craft, impede will interrupt that. And that's also what the ads are using against us to interrupt our arts, is the same ability.
Ooh.
Let's get perky.
That's Heaven's Kiss. It advances everybody's turn.
Yeah, it's basically an ability that just it sacrifices Shara's turn to get anybody's turn who's in range.
Yeah, the problem with this fight is that turn order is very important, and Captain unfortunately got a bit screwed here because he needed, he wanted Shara and Josh both to start casting arts before the ads got their turn because they would have AA canceled them both and given them another turn.
If the ads aren't trying to cancel your art, they're going to be doing a huge AoE damage attack that does like 400 to 800 damage to everyone. It's very, very painful, and that's why Joshua's already died in this fight once.
And why Chloe just died. Although that was Gehenna.
So
that was actually kind of good
Captain
because he was out of range.
to Kemfer the other mech here, which is usually what I do, but also a pretty risky strat because it leaves Richard doing a billion damage.
Not a problem. Richard used his Weeb S-Craft there. Enemies do have CP gauges, and they do have S-Crafts.
Well, some.
Some.
So now that the ad's almost dead, we're going to start Kempering Richard here, and he's going to go from doing 800 damage per attack to 0 because Kemper is just that busted.
Yep. We're pulling
Why
out
did the ad move there? That was really weird.
No idea. Maybe it was trying to melee?
Oh, no. Kemper probably knocked it out of range.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize those things had ranges.
Either way,
so here Chloe is now a Kemper bot to keep Richard's stats down.
And overall, this was a very good recovery on the fight. That was a nasty situation.
Yeah, we're down one proxy on Estelle, Josh, and Chloe. So Josh has no more proxies, so he can't die again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, that usually happens, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, Josh will usually always loses his puppet here. All right, there goes Estelle's second puppet.
Fortunately, we all leveled
Okay,
up,
thanks.
so we have full health going into this next fight.
Yep. So Estelle has no puppets remaining. Joshua has no puppets remaining. Shara has both, and Chloe has one.
Yeah.
That's really important because it determines when we need to Earthguard certain things on the final fight.
Yeah, but overall, I've seen worse.
Yeah, for sure. The final fight, this is not the final fight. This is an easy version of the final fight with 2 extra ads. We're just going to use AoE arts to kill the AoE arts weak ad. The gimmick here is one of these ads are weak to arts, the other is weak to physical. They take 0 damage otherwise. So we're just going to AoE down the ones that we can and then focus on the boss.
Yeah, we're just going to ignore the other one because we'll have Earth Wall botting by that point.
Yep. This is where Estelle takes on her new role of becoming an Earth Wall bot. The ideal is you get a turn order such that Estelle is able to just Earth Wall and perfectly sync up with the bosses and the ad's attacks to just be able to immediately recast it as soon as it gets cleared off.
Yep.
This is looking a little bit dicey, but it should be perfectly fine recovery.
Yeah,
Yep,
ad
there
died.
goes the ad.
And now the boss doesn't really get to do anything.
Yeah. The boss is going to try to do this major, huge charge attack, and we're just going to be like,
No.
but we have Earth Wall.
So now we're just going to whittle it down, but keep track of its HP because we want to be at full health for the start of the next fight, and that means Chloe's S-Break.
Yep, just like we used it back in Chapter 3 to full heal after the dogs, we're going to use Chloe's S-Break to full heal going into the second phase of this fight. Because the second phase is a lot more dangerous, the damage is a lot higher, he's got some instant kills he can do to us. It's also worth noting that Joshua and Estelle are about 10 levels lower than they normally are here in a casual playthrough.
Yeah.
They're around level 28. Normally you're level 37.
Yep.
And that has a huge effect on your damage.
So where are we at now? 35.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Oh, never mind.
All right, yeah, you're fine here.
Yeah, closer than I thought. I must have misread that. But yeah, that should be it for phase 1.
That was a good phase 1.
Very good phase 1.
So phase 2 is mostly dependent on how many ads the boss summons. It's completely random. Sometimes you can summon 30 of them. Sometimes you can summon 2.
He always summons 3 to start. From there, it's just spaghetti.
And it's also random where they get summoned. We want them to get summoned closer to the boss so that we can AoE both him and the boss. Unfortunately, that is not the pattern we got here.
Yeah, so we're either going to have to wait for Josh to get a good crit S-break, which is actually coming up.
He's got one coming up, yeah.
So that he can deal a bunch of damage to the ad.
Whenever you do a certain amount of damage in one hit to the boss, or maybe it's just an S-craft in general.
It's an S-craft.
Okay, he'll counter with Death Rage. Death Rage is strong enough to one-shot any of our party members, so...
But we have Earthguard.
If we didn't have Earthguard, we would just be dead, though.
Estelle's just going to Earthguard Josh because everyone else already has it. That's a decent ad position.
Both of these ad positions are pretty decent.
But we can't get both.
Yeah, you can't get both, but one of them is Shara's ploy, the other is Joshua's. In order to actually make progress on the boss itself, Chloe is basically dedicated boss dealer. She has no AoE spell, and she's also our strongest damage, so she's going to mostly be single targeting this final boss and doing the bulk of the work for us, while Shara and Joshua just kind of help out in the background.
She's
with
blue
the AoEs.
impact for days.
Estelle's other role is also to heal EP when people are running low.
That's one part of his arsenal removed. He no longer has his Arts Canceller. Not that it was doing him much good because we had Earthwall. Oh, I see what he's doing here.
Oh, yeah, this is a good strat.
Very good idea.
So he's going to take this 10% strength up and use a Black Fang to finish off both the ads here.
Yeah.
That's going to get him on a cycle. Well, now all of his characters can focus single target damage. Estelle's going to get a chance to heal some EP on Shara here, most likely.
This is why Captain is in charge of the final chapter and we're not.
Yeah, this fight is extremely technical.
It's probably the most... It is the most improvisation-heavy part of the entire run because the general strategy is less of a strat and more of a guideline.
Yeah, you really just have to react to how the ads are coming out. The main goal is just always having Chloe focusing the boss, so you're at least making progress on the fight.
Yeah.
The Gladiator headband on Josh is helping to keep his CP up.
Yeah.
That ad in the bottom corner is very bad. The ads aren't super dangerous. They're only a problem if they get to an extreme number because they'll start healing and guarding the boss, and they'll start damaging and taking away your Earth Walls, which means the boss can bop you a new one.
Yeah.
2 summons there in a row is not ideal.
That's pretty dicey, yeah.
This might be a situation. Ooh, block up on Josh. That's a strat I've not seen.
Yeah, that's a bold strategy. Yeah. And then arrow storming only the ads.
It's only the ads. That's the call I would have made here, is just focus down these 3 ads. They're all arrow stormable. So now the boss is charging up his S-break called Annihilation. It basically is strong enough to one-shot our entire party from full health. So if we don't have Earthguard for it, we're pretty much going to burn a proxy here. And the problem is there's an ad casting an art that's going to ruin our day.
You want to S-break it, maybe?
Yeah, and I believe we can't interrupt the S-craft from the enemy either, so...
My thought play here would be Heaven's Kiss, then Kemfer.
Oh.
But you're actually, no, there's, yeah. It's dead anyway, so.
God, that just worked.
Yeah, that was a very dicey.
A little bit scary.
Because if that had gone off the way it was scheduled to there, that would have
removed the Earth Wall.
It would have removed the Earth Wall. Estelle and Joshua would both be fully dead. and from there recovery would be very difficult. We do have Chloe's S-Break to help recover, though.
Yeah. And thankfully, you don't lose anything when you burn a proxy puppet. You only lose, I think, buffs.
I thought you lose CP.
No, you don't lose CP.
Okay.
I don't think so,
You
anyway.
shouldn't.
Alright, he's charging up the Annihilation Beam again. This time the ads aren't casting immediately, so we'll probably be in a much better situation here. There goes one, and it is before the boss. Does it die to Aerostorm? It does not.
Good, good. That canceled it.
Oh, yep, that damage. So that's part of another reason why you want Chloe focusing the boss to do that damage consistently, is you can cancel a lot of the boss's dangerous attacks and buy yourself a turn.
That's not good.
Chaos Plant, no!
That is very bizarre.
You've got... I mean, I guess Josh's turn. I don't think he has enough MP for Gehenna anyways.
Yeah.
This looks like
But
pure
next turn-
confuse and ass break to me.
Yeah, next turn, if you Ice Cream, you'll have enough. Wait, no, never mind. I'm thinking of the wrong gladiator.
Rude.
How dare she?
So the longer this fight goes on, obviously the slower it is, but the more out of formation your party gets, which makes it
Oh.
harder to Earthwall.
That removed her status effect.
It sure did.
Because she got the proxy puppet.
My out to that would have been curing the confuse and then S-breaking to just fully heal up everyone and try to reset from there.
I think I would have done the same, but this is probably better.
Yeah, Duel's a little too big brain for us.
I trust Captain.
Or Captain. Captain's too big brain for us.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, seal on Chloe doesn't really matter. We can't use her S-break to heal, but like, who cares? The boss is basically dead to an Estelle S-break at this point anyways.
Yeah, now we're basically back to square one.
Yep.
He's got
Just gonna
2,000
make
out.
sure.
Just break with Estelle. Oh, we forgot to show off the S-crafts.
Ah, that's fine.
Oh, we can
Let's go,
say
Estelle!
Yeah!
Yeah! That was a rough fight. That was a really well executed fight by Captain, responding to some of very difficult RNG that I've seen.
Yeah, that was a extremely difficult pattern that Reverie threw at him. But there's no one else I'd rather have handle that fight but him.
Yeah, that's why we gave him the final chapter for sure.
Captain is ultimately the most experienced out of all of us.
I mean, Stolt, you didn't want to do final chapter. I needed to do blindfolded dogs, which means I had to do 2-3. So that by process of elimination, that meant Captain had final.
Yeah. I mean, I just didn't trust myself with Final Dungeon, nor with Reverie.
All right, so our absent dad, who's left us the flames all games, just comes in and, you know, does what we just tried to do. No, time is not
time
yet.
Sorry about that, I forgot to mention. There's still a little bit more game left, we'll let you know.
And just a little bit time left to get in donations for that incentive. We are just a hair under $70 left in the Glitch exhibition. So it's now or never.
It's going to be like...
This is going to be
4
like
or
a
5.
It's about 2 minutes.
Do the
only 2
donation for
minutes?
like 10 minutes under.
Where's my mouse? There's my mouse.
Oh no. For Fuji, Nami passed Livy.
Ah!
I tried.
Well, I will stay true to my word. the rest of this is pretty straightforward from here. So we can guess that this is going to be around a 423-ish.
425-ish. No, 24.
Make up your minds.
We're indecisive.
So, the very end of this game, it's all happy and celebration, but this is where the plot takes an extremely dark twist. And we find out Joshua has been a sleeper agent for an evil organization this entire time and been leaking all this information about Cassius to the main villain, Weissman here, who, happened to be that good-natured professor from throughout the game.
Wait, are you telling me that the guy whose last name means white is also this other guy whose name means white?
Yes.
Alba.
My God.
And so Joshua was just completely mind-broken by the fact that he's been just a puppet being used this entire time. And he's going to make some decisions based off that.
Are you winning, Joshua?
He is not winning today.
No, he isn't.
So Estelle wants to meet up with Joshua and tell Joshua how she properly feels. And yeah, this cutscene's going to happen. This is one of the most powerful cutscenes for most people who have played this series.
Yeah.
It is why I'm still playing these games all these years later.
So Joshua tells the story about this broken orphan who lost his home, who couldn't understand emotion, became an assassin for a dark organization. And obviously he's talking about himself. And he feels he's unworthy to be around Estelle, who shines bright like the sunshine, when he has such a dark past and has been basically betraying them the entire time he's lived with her.
Estelle is the sun, and he is the shadow, a broken human being who struggles to find himself. And this is his goodbye. And that is time.
And that's time.
So Estelle gets a kiss from Joshua, gets drugged in the process, and as she's blacking out, Joshua gets this complete portrait change and overhaul to his character look. Mm-hmm. And it's bone-chilling because his eyes are just soulless and empty. And he says goodbye and jumps off the ledge and leaves Estelle just passed out there on the roof.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into these games. And honestly, to kind of just share a personal story with these games, there was a moment back in 2018 with this marathon. I was going with the first Falcom RTA marathon. I was going through an incredibly hard time with my graduation, with everything on the horizon, and just in the meantime, we were putting on the Falcom RTA marathon, and there was a very brief moment of just absolute catharsis, seeing people, share the love that they had for the Falcom games. And then fast forward to 2020 when I'm playing, 2019 when I'm playing Second Chapter, and I don't know, the first game ends on a dark note, but there's some of the most just heartwarming, just like personal, like deeply intimate scenes in Second Chapter. I know we don't get to those yet, so yeah. As dark as this ends, there is always light on the other end. So, and I would like to say we did get that glitch exhibition.
Yes!
Yes!
Stole missed the donation on his own, but we got
that.
it still. Get your name back.
That came off as a $70 donation from Font. Thank you very much. We've had a number of donations come in, none of them with any comment. $14.95 from Buffalo Theory, $50 from Lisa, $25 from Professor NES, and $6 from Lupo. Thank you all so much for your donations. You're donating to a wonderful cause.
For anybody questioning this series, I would highly recommend this series. It is easily the best I've ever played. And all I do ever is play JRPGs, so I like to think I have decent taste. Again, you can start with Sky, you can start with Cold Steel 1 if you want a more modern experience, but you're eventually going to get roped into playing all of them if you play a single one of them. There's no, I'm just going to play this game once and then just not play the rest of the series. That doesn't exist for this. Once you play one once, you are hooked for the life.
For as much as I love Hoshino Arika, we are starting to get a little bit behind, so we have to get to that exhibition.
Okay.
here.
Let's get this exhibition on the road.
Well, we got to the end of the credits
Alright.
anyway, so the rest
I
is
just
just the
need
silver
30
whale
seconds
teaser
to set it
for Sky second chapter. So for a lot of us here, this is going to be our first time actually seeing this.
Yeah.
So we're all expecting to be blown away, and I think that it's going to be absolutely delivered.
So what he's doing here, there's a brief pause here. He's switching to an older version of the game, if I recall correctly, which is a seamless process. We tested that. Don't worry, it works. Trust us. And he's going to do that to demonstrate some very strange things, if I recall, with turbo and cutscene triggers. I don't remember everything, so bear with me.
In the meantime, keyboard and mouse ASMR.
Yeah.
Best. There we go.
There we are.
There we are.
Do we have game audio? We struggled so hard with game audio before. Do we have game audio?
Well, I mean, worst comes to worst, that's not the end of the world.
We may not.
Well, this is only like 10 minutes anyway. We can fill the dead air.
So, who wants to fill the dead air?
Let's fill some dead air.
This is what it was like
What
when
have
we
you-
were setting up the run.
What have
only
you got your laptop out there for, Dove?
Did
I'm
somebody
bad
say,
at making donations on phone, okay?
did somebody say dead air? Because I got some donations.
Ooh.
Let's
Alrighty.
go.
Alrighty, we got $144.48 from Schtolteheim. It just says, thank you, Scott, for everything. Agreed. We have $5 from A Smith 1313. It just says, looking forward to another great day of RPG speedruns. Good luck to all the runners.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
God, it is day now,
Okay,
isn't it?
this
Sure is.
this might have to be soundless, unfortunately. I don't
that's-
think I can
Yeah,
get that
let's-
working.
Let's
at the
just
moment.
go with it.
Let's go for
Yeah,
it.
let's go with it. So what have you got in store for us today, Captain?
I think we're going to start with this one.
That's interesting. Estelle and Joshua are level 4, and you're outside of Layston Fortress. How the heck did that happen?
We'll get to that.
Wait.
Oh,
So,
What?
for those curious, 4 is the maximum number you can have on a line. Sometimes there's 6, but we apparently have a few extra friends here.
It's
Just a little, just a few.
just,
And, you know, I'm just going to do a little shout out to the. I don't actually want this.
uh,
Oh my God, the
I think I
numbers.
know how
the
you did
numbers.
Oh, the numbers.
Oh, nostalgia. So is this just?
We'll get to how this. We'll get to how it works.
Yeah,
but
this
I'm
was
gonna-
this was going backwards, wasn't it? This backwards
Yep.
to Zeiss, then to Rolent
Yes.
or Bose.
Just picking up all of the stragglers while you're
I don't know
there.
how you got Chloe in the back and
So
all.
because Chloe is here as a guest, right?
Oh, it's guest Chloe. It's not
Yeah,
party
it's
Chloe.
guest Chloe.
Okay, that makes
The
sense.
the party members, it's Estelle, Josh, Tita, and Agate.
oh, oh,
Look out!
oh.
My friend.
So
Look both ways before you cross the road.
They're gone.
Bye.
Oh no,
we
no,
have to
no.
wait for them to come back.
They're fine. They're fine.
All right. Well, our characters have a collision in all the cutscenes, and it is very difficult to actually do this without just completely soft locking every cutscene in the game. Next up, we got this one here. This one here is a little bit different. But it's the same sort of thing. We're gonna come in here. We're gonna.
Oh no. Are there 2 Neils and 2 Dorothys?
There may be, but you know.
Wait.
Tina.
Wait. That's not Tina.
The cinnamon bun has evolved into Dorothy.
She's developed a chain smoking addiction.
Seems a little rugged.
Wait, yeah, right. Dorothy's supposed to be at the counter. What is going on?
And Dorothy has Neil's name.
Why is Joshua dead?
Yeah.
Does the game just look at your order in the party and selecting who is using in the cutscene and not actually like character ID?
I guess.
All right,
that
so
sounds-
this has got to
that
be where you
sounds
like
pick up
one final
Tina,
little-
right?
That sounds like 2004.
Oh, I
Yes.
see what it is.
Invisible Tina, the cinnamon roll. She's talking from beyond.
And you're supposed to enter this cutscene from B1.
Wait. Was that just? Wait, it's going up. Where's it gonna get? Okay.
Oh, we're still back here.
Also, I like
Yeah.
how it was Joshua's name on the portrait, but Tita's face in dialogue. Oh, Tita.
Oh,
It's-
Oh no, Tita was Estelle there. Bye, Estelle.
Bye.
Bye, Estelle. Goodbye. And
Oh,
she
she's
just goes
back.
All right. Oh, and this one here. Just ignore the sides of the screen. Just ignore the sides of the screen. That's not what we're here to see.
oh, is that a 16:9 thing?
Yeah.
Bye, Neil. Or Niall.
Unfortunate.
I'm like, why
So
aren't
I
you
can't
using
actually move the
turbo? And it's like there
character
isn't any. Oh, yeah. Are you just Salva because Niall was left back there?
He's trying to. Oh, wait, no, there he is.
Let's go, Niall. Taking a book from Reens.
So there's a longer version of that in prologue, but like it's 3 minutes, and I don't think we
No,
really want to go
no,
3 minutes.
not that one.
So now for some actual practical things.
That wasn't practical.
Oh wow!
Yeah, man.
We can
What's not
we can
practical
repeat
about
this cutscene here, and we're gonna gain Sepith each time we do this cutscene.
Oh.
That is practical, actually.
That is
That
practical.
can get you like Hellgate super early.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can do this in the turbo version as well, and I was messing around with routing it in once upon a time, I think.
Huh. It was very interesting.
So yeah, so you get 20 of each just by doing that.
That's
yeah, that's
really strong.
That's a lot.
But you have to go sit through the cutscene.
Yeah.
It's a short cutscene, but you have to sit through it.
Yeah, it's not too bad with turbo.
Okay, so this is a gate super
This
early.
this is between Grancel and Rolent.
Yes, it is. So we can't leave through here.
Oh, don't tell me you're gonna go upstairs and clip out the wall.
No, no, no.
No, we're not telling you
I'm
that.
gonna go outside, and I'm just gonna walk through the building.
Oh.
Is that the stupid hotkey that disables cutscene triggers?
Oh, nice
Yep.
playtime, by the way.
It is.
Playtime's having a bad
One-
time.
1:9:28.
Or actually, no, maybe that's just how it was formatted back then.
Yeah, that's probably how it was formatted because leading zeros are for nerds.
That just makes it a knockout.
Oh, there's a Jaba. One-way cutscene trigger for him, it looks like. Or
Nice.
is he just not spawned? No, okay.
Eh?
But yeah, so when this game came out, it had this glitch which, by holding tab, you can just disable triggers. And so it can be used to go from the start of the game all the way through back to chapter 1, but you have to do it from... You have to go to the final chapter, chapter 3, chapter 2, and then finally to chapter 1. And it's much easier going backwards in the game than forwards. And finally, one last thing to showcase. We're going to get into a fight here.
Let's go cinnamon roll.
This feels disconcerting somehow. Wait, what?
Oh, the duplication SP glitch. I remember this.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh.
I forget how you do this, but I remember us messing around with this.
Huh.
Basically, this just gives you infinite turns.
Infinite turns.
Oh.
Kind of tempted to just do a run of this and meme all over Reverie.
So in the glitched run, you just, with the penguin boss, you just punch it with Zin for like 2 minutes.
Oh, that's terrible.
And then you go straight to Grancel and win.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I've got.
And that is that.
That's that.
All right. Thank you very much. That was great.
Thank you for watching.
Right. So you want to go ahead and give your closing remarks, Captain?
Big thank you to Beef and Stolt for sort of making this happen. I was prepared to sort of step away. And a big thank you to Tech for getting us through this. That was some amazing work from you guys. Thank you.
Wolf?
I have to say things? Shoot. Yeah, no, this was awesome. Good job. I was here. I said things. Hopefully they weren't too dumb.
We made you pain. We made you feel pain.
Yes.
You made me feel pain. I made you feel pain. Everyone got pain.
Chaos plan.
Pain for everyone.
We had
except
pain
Nami.
for all.
Nami got plenty of money.
I don't have much to say. Thank you for having us. Thank you all for watching. We hope you had fun. And, thank you for helping out however you can, even if it was just watching.
And
Thank you guys for letting us be on the stream. This was a great run. We had a great time. I really hope we can get the rest of the series on this channel for you through these main events. Huge shout outs to Tech. I know it wasn't easy dealing with all of us. Huge shout outs to Kumo for donation reading the whole time. Huge shout outs to all the event staff and volunteers that make this possible.
We are overjoyed beyond words that we got to put this show on for you. In the words of Olivier, nighty night, kitty cats.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to Captain Schtolteheim and ChampionBeef for that awesome run. As a Falcom runner myself, I'm so delighted to see that we got this chance to showcase. If any of you are interested in running the games, I guess I'll go ahead and do the plug. Just go ahead and find us on speedrun.com for the servers for Trails, for East. Wonderful community. We had one final donation from Doe Wolf here on the couch. Just says, last couplet of Whereabouts of Light makes me cry every time. I agree. And with that, we are getting set up for Final Fantasy Adventure by Bowie the Hero. And that will be it for me on the host desk. I'll be sending it over to the wonderful CC for the next couple of runs.
RPG Limit Break 2022. We have a couple of incentives that are going to be shut off at the start of our next game, Final Fantasy Adventure. If you want to get in there and name Fuji or Sumo, got to get in your donations quickly. Currently, Livia is winning with 89.74, and Scott is winning for Sumo with 189.74. We have other things you can bid on in our game after this one, Monster Sanctuary. You get to choose the costume choice for our main character. You can choose Winter Explorer, Alchemist, Dragon Lord, Dungeon Explorer, or Monster Tamer. Currently, Winter Explorer is in the lead with $5. And of course, you can name our main character in Monster Sanctuary. Currently, Obi is winning with just $6. Want to remind everybody why we are all here. To support NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization, whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. Via their 48 state offices and nearly 700 affiliates, NAMI offers a host of signature programs, presentations, and support groups that are available free of charge. This includes a national helpline that can provide information, resources, and a compassionate, understanding, trained volunteer to support anyone who calls in. We've also got a new batch of prizes that you can win, starting with Final Fantasy Adventure, going all the way to Secret of Mana. You can win a collection of mana for the Switch and a Monster Sanctuary Steam key. A $5 donation gets you in for that Monster Sanctuary key, and $10 for a chance to win that collection of mana. RPG Limit Break is proud to once again partner with the Yeti to bring you amazing t-shirts. Head over to the Yeti, that's YETEE.com/RPGLB. Take a look at the designs and pick the one up you want. $5 from every t-shirt purchased will be donated directly to NAMI. Remember, Yeti is spelled YETEE. We have a $15 donation from Q with no comment. Thank you very much, Q. Just a reminder, you can donate $100 over the course of RPG Limit Break 2022. for a chance to win a PlayStation 5 with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Tales of Arise. All right, everybody, I hope you got your bandanas on because we are ready for Final Fantasy Adventure with the man, the myth, the legend, the hero, Bowie the Hero. Take it away, Bowie.